Love you, Linda. Love you.
The courthouse the other day in the hallway, you're singing "Oh Happy Day."
One word prayer. Justice, where are you?
Hey, good morning, Justice Serve TV Nation. Michel Bryant here on the ground in Dedham, Massachusetts, as we begin day 12, I believe it is, of the Karen Reed trial, the Karen Reed retrial in the death of Officer John O'Keefe. Prosecution still presenting their case in chief, although sometimes it feels more like they're just rebutting what the defense is going to present, but that's just my opinion. Who would like a little bit of a walking tour of Dedham? Raise your hand. Okay, I'm going to assume you raised your hand. So this is a street. We're heading down toward the courthouse. I'll give you a little bit of a bird's eye view. Whoopsie. Sorry, I just dropped myself. Hold on. Stand by. Stand by. I will tell you as we get into the actual town of High Street is where the court is. This little burb here, about 25,000 people, one of the oldest towns really in Massachusetts, 1635 they were founded here. You know what they wanted to originally call Dedham? And by the way, no surprise, Dedham, of course, is a name stolen from England, because that's what most of New England did back in the day, is they just stole names from the mother England. But it was originally not going to be Dedham. It was originally going to be Contentment. I live in the town of Contentment, Massachusetts. I mean, I feel calmer already. But that didn't fly. And apparently, the folks who were lobbying for contentment were not content after they lost their battle, and this became Dedham, Massachusetts. So I'm going to walk backwards here. Can't guarantee I won't trip and fall. But here we're approaching the corner of the courthouse. It's on High Street. So let's talk a little bit about that is the end of the walking tour. Please, tip if you feel it's appropriate. Oh, they also, I mean, this was a big kind of a staging area. Remember, it's only about 25 miles south of Boston. So during the Revolution, it was huge because this was a place where they could stage people, weapons, ammunition, and it's still really just a bedroom community of Boston. Okay, so that ends our tour. Please feel free to tip. So we're coming up here to one of the intersections that kind of borders the buffer zone. In fact, I'm looking for my buffer zone sign. Where's my buffer zone sign? That's curious. When we see our first cop, we generally know that we're near the buffer zone. So let me see if I can back into this guy without hitting him. So this is the corner here of Norfolk. Yes, I'm going to cross over. I'm going to cross over. Thank you, sir. So you heard I was warned there, and I have no interest in showing the jury, of course. They're pulling in the back of the courthouse, which is here. This is the courthouse. They're pulling in to my left. Do not want to show them, have no interest in doing that. I got enough problems. And obviously, we don't want to malign the process here. So that was a very nice direction you gave me. I'm looking at my watch, about what, 8:32. So gives you a sense of when they generally arrive. And it is the building technically is not even open till 8:30. So anyway, let me whip back around here. So here we have the side of the courthouse as we're coming around toward High Street. And you can see, of course, all the border tape and all the surrounding areas that are cordoned off. They're going to make the turn here to front part of the courthouse. And you can see there's, can you see? Let's see. Yeah, already kind of a bit of a gathering. Not a lot. So what's today's likely excitement? We believe that Officer Bukhenik will be testifying today, or as we have billboarded his appearance, Bukhenik inverted, because you'll remember that when Buchanan testified in the first trial. Oh, wait, there's Mr. Brennan. I don't want you to miss his arrival. Okay, not sure if you caught most of that or not because my thing collapsed in my hands. Anyway, so he of course gets here. He, I think, purposely gets here about as early as anybody because he's trying to kind of slip and slide in. And as you can see, of course, you got stadies all around us here, all around us, and I'm right at the foot of the stairs. And as you may have just heard, ambulance coming through. You hear as you're watching court, you'll hear this a lot because it's a main street here, and just about zero point 0.4 miles down the road, just around the corner from the CVS, down that direction, is the firehouse and where they house the ambulance and the fire trucks. And so this is a thoroughfare for pretty much anywhere there may be going in Dedham. So whatever the emergency might be, it is generally showcased right along High Street here in front of the court. And as you watch trial day in and day out, you hear sirens, you hear trucks, you hear a lot of that kind of upheaval. So back to what we were expecting for today. We don't know for sure Buchenek's going to be here. I mean, you know how this process works. It's a living, breathing thing, these trials. And so he may or may not testify, but we expect that he will. Aidan Carney has mentioned it, and he's does have an inside track to a lot of the witnesses on a very short leash. Nobody knows what's happening in a couple of days, but day to day he does have the ability to pick some of that information out. And so we believe, if he suggests it, it's likely. I think he's going to be here as well at some point this morning, and so we'll try and grab him if in fact he is. So here's the key in the Buchanan testimony. Remember how he was exposed on cross-examination last time in terms of the Sally Port video. I think everybody first learned what a Sally Port was and how important it was in this case through Buchanan's testimony. So he gave his testimony. Here's the car. The SUV was brought in here at this particular time on this particular day, and then et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Here's the video. Look, looks like the taillight shows no damage of any kind, or doesn't really. It wasn't really visible. That was the key. Not till cross-examination did we learn that. Well, the reason you may be a little confused about what the taillight showed or did not show is because it was inverted. Isn't that correct, Mr. Bukhenik? That was the first time anybody had a clue about that. Well, guess what? Well, that shocker is gone. Obviously, that is not going to be an issue today because it'll come out on direct. You will hear him talk about this elaborate system of cameras and technology and how this particular camera has always shot inverted video. And since they knew it, what do they care? They knew, right? And they were using it for their own purposes. So what's it really matter whether it's inverted or not? They knew. Well, it's definitely going to blunt the shock value because the jury's going to hear it laid out as if it's no big deal. It's a matter of fact. And, they had a number of cameras. Some were working, some weren't. Some had recordings that were recorded over. And then we know, and this is going to be very important and very interesting for this jury to learn over time, that the Commonwealth provided additional video that was allegedly not available, didn't exist at a prior point in time. And then all of a sudden it did exist and it was available and it was turned over. I'm very interested to see how they bring that out, how they reveal that, the defense, to the jury, that there was a sprinkling of videos brought out over time to this, to the first defense team. Remember, now we've got Mr. Alessi added to the mix. So I'm real curious how they're going to explain away that and how's the defense going to use that? Because we know it became a huge issue in the first case, and obviously it's been a huge issue in the run-up to the retrial here. So again, out in front of the courthouse, watching the parade of, believe it or not, there are actual regular folks who come here to have their matters heard. There are 3 courtrooms here at the Dedham courthouse. So I feel sorry for the regular litigants because they got to deal with quite the zoo, right? Just taking a look around as I'm assuming you are as well. So by the way, good morning. Thanks for joining us here to Justice Served TV. Good to have you along. It looks like all the usual suspects are in there in their places and with the bright shiny faces. Let me give you a look. This is from the other angle because normally I'm. Hold on. Hold on here. There we go. Normally, I'm across the street. Oh, that's the Registry of Deeds that you may have heard so much about. Great bathrooms and pretty good vending machines. So I'm normally across the street on those steps, shooting across toward this house. And so right across, you could also see. Let me give you a sense of who's where. Up on that platform, we have. I'm usually just screen right by my head, and then to the left of that is usually where Court TV sets up. And then they're one of the few that is actually here, like after 5, 6 o'clock, because they're doing live shots with Matt all through the evening. And so that's where they hang out. We can assume now at about 20 till that, this is about the time that the window of arrival for the litigants and the different parties. What else would we expect today? It's hard to tell because Buchanan could be on all day, if in fact he is. He could be on all day, and I just I just heard from one of our bicycle cops going by. He said it's a big day, so take that for what it's worth. And I think everybody would agree that yeah, Officer Buchanan's testimony is going to be in fact a big day, one way or the other. It's going to be a big day. I'm spin around here. You notice I have some new toys, and I'm hoping the audio is better than it has been when we've been out here on the street before. So we've got a couple of different toys that we're playing with. So bear with if we have a little technical difficulties. By the way, Linda Kenny Bodden, of course, en route to her secret destination, hidden away. Perhaps it's in a mountainside. I'm not sure. It's a very secret location, but she'll be joining later once she arrives and gets set up there in the Justice Served TV Bureau. So we'll catch up with her maybe by the morning break, maybe not. Depends on how time goes along here. But what we'll do is we'll chat for a little bit, kind of show you what's happening uh, in the run up to the actual start of the day, and then we'll go in for the testimony. And depending on where I am and where I can be at a given time, may or may not join in on the various breaks and sidebars. Just gonna play that by ear. Playing it by ear. It's a little less rigid. We're kind of trying to be nimble out here. It's a little less rigid than if we're sitting at the desk at one of the home studios. I'm learning just how touchy this little gadget is. When you when you see things go sideways, literally, you'll know that I've probably hit a button I shouldn't have. Try to give you a little more perspective here, a little more aerial view. Aerial meaning however long my arm is. It's no drone shot, I'll tell you that. I got it. All right then. I don't know about you, but I'm getting a little nauseous. I just lost you. I think if I get a little too crazy with this gadget, it basically it revolts. Now remember, this is not. Hey, Tim, how you doing, man? Good. Hey, you got a second? This is Tim. I never remember your last name.
O'Connor,
O'Connor. This is Tim O'Connor covering the case for
Canton Cable.
Canton Cable. So you've lived with this for a while.
Yep.
Any thoughts on this versus the first trial?
No, I'm just taking it all in. So I think our most important task is we want to have a complete archive of it and document it for posterity.
Have you been surprised by anything yet in round number 2?
I'm gonna wait. I'm not gonna comment on anything just yet.
All right, I appreciate that. Well, good luck to you today.
Well,
You're
thank you,
you're
Mike.
you're in there. You're
Yes,
you're in there.
yeah.
Can you give me any react on the jury at any particular point? Anything that you see standing out to that?
Well, I was wondering yesterday, and a lot of people study the jury far more than I do, but how much any average person is going to be able to follow the very technical testimony that there's been, or if they're just going to ultimately rely on whatever they can figure makes the most sense to them, and how much they get that from the people that present it. Yeah, indeed. That B is real. It's not a CGI B.
Thanks, buddy.
Thanks, Mike.
Take care. Okay, so that's something we talked about yesterday too, and my concern was how much of this, good, bad, or otherwise, is getting through to the jury. And we're talking about Jessica Hyde, her cross-examination, of course. It gets all, for us regular folk, if you're not, graduate at MIT or Cellbright University, it gets weird, and it gets hard sometimes to figure out exactly what it is that will resonate with the jury. And yesterday was a lot, just a lot. Jessica Hyde, I have not been shy about suggesting that she's a bit annoying. Uh, like, I'm not going to a cocktail party and hanging out with her in a corner and having a conversation. Um, she likes the sound of her voice. She likes the things she has to say. She thinks she's very intelligent, and perhaps she is. But she also gets a little rattled and very defensive when you challenge some of her, in this case, testimony, as Bob Alessi did yesterday. And I believe he got the best of her. If you were watching yesterday, I think you'd have to agree. But my point is, and to Tim's point, this stuff gets very complex. And for some jurors, it's going to be wah, 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 wah. They're not gonna hear or care. They want the big pictures, and so those are the things I'm always concerned about, whether I'm trying to convince a jury or just talking about a case. 22740. That we know is the critical time in which a search either was or was not conducted by Jennifer McCabe, Haas Long to die in cold. It was done at the direction of the defendant, according to Jen McCabe, and it was not done at 227. That was a tab that was opened earlier when she was searching scores for a school or a club sport that her daughter had been accepted to. They were just kind of checking out that team. And that tab was left open, and at 623, it was reused for the search. Uh, and there were two additional searches then. I always get confused with how badly they were typed, but this was the DICLD second search. The question is, do they relate back to that 227 tab only because she never closed that tab, or did she really make the search at 22740? That's the ball game for the prosecution in terms of the impact Jennifer McCabe in this case, because if she made that search at 22740, you just got to ask why. If you believe the prosecution's case, at that point, nobody knew where Officer John O'Keefe was, unless you're Karen Reed and and the prosecution is correct in that she is the one who's responsible for him being on the ground on that lawn at 34 Fairview. If you don't believe that, if you don't believe Jen McCabe made that search, uh, well, then the defense has got a lot tougher job. So, how critical is it that this jury understand the basics, the simplest of analysis, not how great and how detailed and how fine and how intricate is your analysis? Let's boil it down here. And I think Alessi does a little better job of that than Jessica Hyde did. I just think I've talked to a number of folks and they thought she came off as kind of snarky and kind of, you start challenging her and she snaps at you, and she's clearly not happy with you for challenging her. That how that plays with the jury, always a huge question. So we shall see. Ultimately, when we're in day 12 now, we're best guess what, a third of the way through this trial. This may be a blip on the radar when the jury finally comes to deliberate and try to figure out what really impacts them. But that's all. That's part of why we play the game, as they say. You never know what a jury is going to do. Not that this is a game. Don't go freaking out on me. I'm just using a baseball analogy. You can look at it on paper. You can try and figure out what things mean. Doesn't mean squat, because the jury is in control and they will make the ultimate decision here. Okay, now that we're getting in that general window where the litigants usually arrive, we're down to about 10, 12 minutes before the top of the hour. I've noticed that this thing does not like when I lift the gadget higher than my head. It's very interesting. Gonna have to go to school on this, or maybe I can get Jessica Hyde to explain to me how this thing really works, because I am not very bright. I went to a state school. So this is, on a daily basis compared to the early days of this trial. This is pretty calm, pretty sedate. And you'll notice, other than state, he's giving me some advice about avoiding shooting the jurors, which I totally respect and appreciate. It's pretty civil, and I am happy that they have allowed me to continue to be out here, despite the fact that I got these credentials. Where are they? But they aren't the credentials for this trial. We're working on it. We're still working on it. We have sent another message to the Supreme Judicial Court in Boston. Did I just say Boston? I think I did. Uh, and still waiting to hear back from them. The chief here, Chief Rose, has already indicated that he reached out to them to say, "Hey, can you look into this for this guy?" And they apparently said they would. They did not, or have not gotten back to me yet. They did not get back to Chief Rose, so we're still kind of twisting in the wind. And this could be what I like to call the pocket veto. Why don't you just wait about 2 weeks, do nothing, and then the trial's virtually over, right? I would not be surprised to see that maneuver, because they're basically cowards. They won't they won't acknowledge their decision making. They won't acknowledge that what we do is perfectly in line with Supreme Court Rule 1:19, which defines the media for their own purposes, and that is any entity, electronic, print, any entity that regularly reports on issues of public interest. I mean, come on. Anyway, and I told them in a message yesterday, and I didn't mean to be kind of out of line with them, but I said, I mean, I've been here plenty. I see who's here. I see who's getting credentials. I see who's getting into court. Let's just say the standard is not what I've seen in other places where I've been credentialed. That's all. That's all I'm going to say, because they're all lovely people. They're great, but I'm trying to get the rules applied. I'm watching a statey here talk to you. Oh, that's kind of sad. I think that's sad. There's a little girl, like she's like 8. She was walking across the sidewalk here toward the steps, and she had a little flag. I don't know if you caught her, if you could see her as I was turning the other direction, but you can see the statey back over my shoulder. He's kind of pursuing her down the sidewalk. Because why? She had an American flag. She was walking down the sidewalk with an American flag. That is totally unacceptable. Yeah, she's way over there now at the crosswalk. But that's, I was just suggesting things had calmed down and they weren't so out of control, and something so simple like that happens. This girl's like 8, 9 years old. She's walking in front of the courthouse. Get the hell out of here. You got an American flag. Are you kidding me? Okay, it looks like they're unloading. Let me see if I can give you this shot without my camera freaking out on me. Down at, up there it goes. It does not like, it's afraid of heights. My camera's clearly afraid of heights. The right at the corner there is where the black SUV dumps off primarily the defense team. And as I've said, when Hank Brandon came in earlier, I think that they come in a bit earlier, and they got digs here. They got an office, so they're not as reliant on how many boxes, how many briefcases, how many cases do we have to load up each morning and get here from the hotel. So it's a little different for them. And there we see Mr. Yannetti, and I'll try and get as best I can out of the way here, basically. Mr. Yannetti and Mr. Jackson at the corner. So with all of that gear, of course, the handicap ramp is actually the way to go. All right, remind me to take a hammer to this thing when I get a chance. All right then. Well, timing is everything. So they're all in now. I'm not sure how much of that was captured and how much went flying as this piece of equipment decided to drive itself for just a couple of moments. Unfortunately, they were the wrong moments. Anyway, it's all an experiment here. Thanks for hanging with us. So that's they're going in now. It's 5 till. They'll do the setup. Here's what I predict will happen. Once Judge C takes the stand, takes the bench, she will immediately say, "Okay, let's have a sidebar." I have not seen one morning where they haven't done that. So that is what I would fully expect. Oh, here comes Scott. Scott seems to have all his accoutrement with him. Oh, hey, I see you have the bag. I see you have the bag on the signage there.
With a sign.
There was a little girl that just walked across here just before the parties arrived. She had a little tiny American flag, and Stades kicked her out, made her turn around and go out.
That's unusual because Sergeant Harmon, who's in charge of the CAT team, said to us directly he doesn't mind the American flags at all.
I mean, why would you? I don't. Maybe
Get it. He goes, "I'm a Marine veteran. American flag. The more American flags, the better." He told me in the past.
maybe it was just she was a little kid and he was afraid she might get bumped into or something. I don't know.
Because you've been with me before in this situation. I've walked right by Hardman with my flag and my pink. As long as my Free Karen Reed sign is covered, he doesn't utter a word.
Interesting. So, what are you looking forward to today? You've heard who we expect to be testifying, right?
I believe it's Yuri Bukhenik. He was slated yesterday. They never got to him. We saw him drive by this morning, so we know he's in the courthouse. But it's tough to predict, Hank Brennan's batting order of witnesses. But I mean, if Buchanan's in the building, he's definitely in the batting order for this inning.
So, what are your thoughts about Buchanan 1 versus Buchanan 2?
I don't know. These witnesses and the angle of attack by Brennan is a lot different strategy than trial 1. So it's hard to predict, what Brennan is going to be, direct examining Bukaki on.
That's the nickname he's been given, right?
Yeah.
So you can imagine, in the first go round, it was like on cross. Excuse me, isn't this video inverted? Remember that was a big mic drop.
Yeah, and he initially kind of denied it, right? Or he excused it.
Of course, and we'll hear more of that.
That only came out on cross that he had to admit that it was mirror imaged video.
So now, that cat is out of the bag. So I would expect on direct that Brennan will get into it.
Yeah. Well, because they've been trying to create this narrative that the camera always recorded inversed. Do you remember that?
Oh yeah, that was just normal, and we were talking about it ahead of time. Like
nothing to see here, folks. The thing just records in mirror image.
Are we outside the buffer zone?
Yeah,
Here? Oh, we are. Okay, so you mind hanging for a minute here while?
No, my truck is right there. I'm gonna set up all my signs and that's my base.
So let me ask you this: how early do you get here?
I normally here at 6:30 this morning. I overslept 15 minutes, which took me an extra half hour to get here. So I didn't get here till 7:10.
You're caught up in a little of the traffic.
Yeah. The later I leave my area of northern central Massachusetts, the longer it takes me to get here because of the increased traffic volume.
Yeah, you still got you're like front row there. You're still in a good spot.
I have a couple friends that are boots on the ground that put some cones out for me.
Oh, they do. Okay, I'll remember that because I've been moving some cones.
There's a couple loose cones around here.
Yeah, I saw them yesterday.
And, Sergeant Hardman and the Dedham police are like, yeah, you guys can use them. So we're kind of unofficially.
I think you've
reserve a few of these spots.
I think you've been deputized actually.
Yeah. So and even the 2-hour parking limit that allegedly they could enforce down here, they haven't really been doing it.
You got to be careful. You're going to make it sound like they're understanding.
Right. Yeah.
So let me ask you this: you're the one that you got the TV and everything set up, right? And
no, that's Brandy and Ross usually come in their big tan colored SUV and they set up the TV. They'll be here around 10. I got a cone there. either for them or for Erica Walsh. Probably moved her truck down here.
Oh, that's you with the traffic control cone. That's so okay. Well, it seems to be
Well, hopefully
effective.
the local authorities don't watch this, and then maybe
Nothing to see here.
maybe we'll lose our cone privilege.
Sorry about that. I've just outed you as the cone master.
Well, I mean, since Bev pushed the buffer zone 400 feet that way, it's made it impossible for us to camp down there in front of the church. So we've decided this is the best we can do. So we've been trying to get these parking spots here. I don't know where else they want us to go.
I think it's been this buffer zone extension has been pretty effective in cutting down your numbers. Would you agree?
It's been hugely effective. Yes. I mean, if you were down here in trial 1 and saw the setup we had down there, we had all kinds of space. We had awnings. We had people showing up and they knew they had a place to go. With this new buffer zone, hold on a second.
So now we've gotten Scott in some trouble about his parking
Okay.
enforcement. I feel
Yeah,
bad
so
if
it
we've
has-
outed your whole system here.
It has hurt our numbers. The casual free Karen Reed or the free Karen Reed fan that wants to come down here and get to see Karen Reed up close and personal like you could in trial 1, those days are long gone.
So the cases are meandering through the court. Those that have been brought to attack the buffer zone, and I believe yesterday was the day that there was a deadline. The circuit court heard arguments earlier this week from Mark Randazza, so we're expecting to hear from him anytime. That's on the protester case, but it's going to trickle down into my case with Tom CPU and to Mr. Delgado's case. I mean, you were there that day. You remember? And I never met Mr. Delgado before. We're standing at the corner. Just, we strike up a conversation, and the next thing you know, he's sucked into this mess.
Well, I mean, Johnny's a Canton resident. He's a fixture in this movement going way back. He's one of the people that goes to the Canton Select Board meetings and highly criticizes the police chief and the corruption in the town. So we know Johnny Delgado well. You didn't know him.
Had no clue, and then
we randomly meet him on that street corner there that day. And Johnny was going off on some grievance he had in this.
I was having trouble keeping up, but he had plenty to say.
Yeah, right. So you were getting it all in one big splash out of context. You had no idea what he was talking about.
5, 6 minutes later, we're in the middle of hold on. We're in the middle of the sticker gate. Where his thing is ripped off.
I mean, like we've said in the past, a lot of us in the movement have a pretty decent rapport with Sergeant Hardman. He's known us for 2 years now, and we can usually have good negotiations with him. I think we caught him on a really bad day.
Well,
and then we were coming through, and he's saying something to you about this is your 5th time, and then he sees Johnny with the free Karen Reed decal on his vest, and he rips it off him.
It was such a subtle little sticker. I think it actually said something about justice for John O'Keefe, and then just below that tiny, it said, just FKR. It wasn't even spelled out.
Yeah, it wasn't even like a very bold statement. That decal.
For those who weren't around that morning, we were wandering, and it was April Fool's Day, which may be just a coincidence, but it was day 1 of the trial, the selection process. So everybody was kind of hyped up. And that's when I heard them say, as I made one of my 5 trips back and forth across that area, that
Sergeant Hardman was keeping count.
Well, that's your tax dollars at work. So he said, one of the guys by the stoop, hold on, traffic passing. One of the guys by the stoop said, not to me, just to his buds, said, we got the van here. We'll fucking arrest some people. I mean, he said, we'll warn them once. So that was their mindset that morning.
Right. They were coming in with that attitude to try to lay down the law. I think they've relaxed quite a bit, actually.
I think there may be some.
Even yesterday at the end of the court day, I was down there at the corner filming, and they're not really as aggressive as they were in the beginning.
I think,
and I think even Sergeant Hardman, in retrospect, would probably admit that he was a little hot-headed there,
overreactive. Could be. And I don't know this, total speculation, but I have a feeling that the Canton town attorneys, the selectmen attorneys, because of the 3 lawsuits now pending against the troopers and the judge, everybody else, that maybe were told, you know, take a little break. Is that annoying anybody else like it's annoying me?
Thank you. Mr. Brennan, your next witness, please.
Let's walk.
Thank you,
this
Your
way a
Honor.
little bit. Oh, look who there is.
Calls
Look,
Yuri Bukhenik.
wait a minute. There we go. There's my co-plaintiff in our matter against the Stadies.
Good job with
Tom.
Dr. Biden yesterday.
That's that's easy duty.
Other than that,
Okay, man. Yeah, that's easy
great.
duty.
Yeah,
Uh,
no doubt.
especially, I mean,
He's great. He's
Linda,
great. Yep.
when Linda can corral him and he has to do it properly, he couldn't talk about this case.
Right.
But in the context of the testimony we had heard about what the troopers did or didn't do at the autopsy, right? It was perfectly appropriate for him to comment on that, and I think it gave folks an insight as to, oh, that's how it's supposed to happen, versus what they heard from the witness. So Charles, I'm out of here then.
Thank you, everybody,
All
for
right, Mr.
supporting
Brennan,
these guys.
whenever
These
you're
guys
ready.
are great, and they do great work. So give them a like and a thumbs
Good morning,
up.
sir.
Could you please
They're great,
introduce
great,
yourself
great.
to the jury and spell
Thank you,
your
guys.
last name for the record?
My name is Yuri Bukhenik. My last name is spelled Bukhenik.
Mr. Bukhenik, where do you work?
I work for the Massachusetts State Police.
What is your role with the Massachusetts State Police?
I'm currently assigned as a sergeant with the Norfolk District Attorney's Office in the homicide section.
I want you to take us back before you became a state police trooper with the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. Where were you born?
I was born in Lviv, Ukraine.
Did you immigrate?
Yes.
How old were you when you immigrated?
I was 9 years old when my family moved to the Boston area.
Did you attend public schools
Yes.
through high school?
Yes.
Tell us what you did after high school.
After high school, I enlisted in the United States Marine Corps.
Why did you enlist in the Marine Corps?
It was right after 9/11, and my friends and I,
You can finish this next one. Go ahead.
my friends and I decided to serve in the nation's armed forces.
Did you serve in the Marine Corps?
I did.
Did you go through training?
I did.
Did you learn any skills?
My specialty was military police, and I attended military police school at Fort Leonard Wood, Missouri.
Through your military service, did you receive top secret clearances?
Yes, my first duty station was with Marine One Presidential Helicopter Squadron. The duty station requires a top secret Yankee White SCI clearance, and as a result, I attained that clearance and held it throughout my career.
Did you engage in any special assignments?
The Presidential Helicopter Squadron is a special assignment. We provide security for the presidential helicopters and presidential assets. With that clearance, we read into a SCI program, which is a need-to-know basis type situation.
How long were you in the military for?
4 years.
When you discharged from the Marines? What year?
2006.
Honorably discharged?
Yes.
After you were honorably discharged from the Marines, what did you do next?
I had a passion for law enforcement, and I wanted to serve my community here in Massachusetts. So I left California and came home and applied for various police departments, ultimately getting a job with the VA Hospital Police here in the Boston region.
When did you transition from the VA to the Massachusetts State Police? What year?
I actually transitioned to the Attleboro Police Department. I worked there as a patrol officer, SWAT team member, and then in 2011, I transitioned from Attleboro to Massachusetts State Police.
When did you join the homicide unit?
It was May of 2015.
And have you been in that position since?
I have.
And you're now a sergeant in that?
I am.
I want to ask you about the structure of the homicide unit for the state police. How many different troopers work in the homicide unit at Norfolk County DA's office?
We have a range from 2 to 6 troopers working in the homicide section over the years that I've been there. Currently, we have 6 homicide detective troopers in the section.
What type of cases does your unit investigate?
Our unit investigates primarily unattended deaths. Unattended deaths are those that are not attended by a physician. A variety of deaths, including natural deaths of old age, medical conditions, accidental industrial accidents, obviously homicides, overdoses. We have suicides as well. And those vary in age on the victims that pass, whether they're stillborn infant deaths, children that pass away of SIDS, or unfortunately teenage suicides.
Have you been to a number of scenes, a number of cases?
Yes, I have.
Do you handle more than one case at a time?
Yes, we do.
When a case, an unintended death, is notified to your office, is that routine or is it by statute?
The notification comes in due to the statute requirement. In Massachusetts, under Mass General Law, Chapter 38, Section 4, the authority is given to the district attorney in each county to investigate those deaths. They appoint designees, and within Norfolk County, those designees are law enforcement agents from the Massachusetts State Police. So in our county, the Massachusetts State Police, with the district attorney's authority, investigate all unattended deaths.
You mentioned that it's called the homicide unit. Are many of the deaths that you investigate not homicides?
Primarily, the death investigations are not homicides.
When you walk into a call, do you have a preconceived notion whether it's a homicide or not a homicide?
When we walk into a call, we take in all the evidence, so we do not know exactly what we're going to have as a finding. We follow the evidence, we follow the information that we're provided, that we learn throughout the investigation. At times it's obvious that it was a homicide when the local agency that's reporting the death says that there was a shooting reported and there's a deceased person at the scene. So yes, we will know that it's most likely a homicide, but we don't make a preconceived notion or determination before we get there.
You said there are a number of cases that go through your office. Do you work investigations by yourself?
Never, no.
Are investigations assigned to the group as a whole, or is a particular trooper in the unit?
We have case officers, and the assignment of the responsibility when you will most likely be a case officer is scheduled a month or so in advance. So each trooper has a responsibility of a 24-hour period that they are on call. They respond to the scenes, whether it be a train strike versus pedestrian, or a vehicle, or a suicide by hanging. They respond, and then if they need assistance or they think that there's something more, additional resources are called out, like crime scene services, which helps us document scenes, etc.
Have you ever been assigned a homicide or a homicide investigation?
Yes.
In the cases where you're assigned, do you investigate the case alone?
Never. It's always a team effort. Every case requires a team effort. Just the amount of work that goes into collecting evidence, interviewing witnesses, interviewing involved parties, interviewing the suspect. All those tasks that are required in collecting surveillance footage require manpower and time and resources. And so every investigation, although it has a case officer, it requires a team effort of individuals to work together in concert to accomplish a successful investigation.
Are you often working on more than one investigation at the same time?
Yes, we are.
If you were the case officer, would you have other resources you would use to help with the investigation, other units in the Massachusetts State Police or local police?
Yes. Typically, we partner up with the local police detectives. And when we're conducting interviews, it's a state trooper and a local detective that are conducting those interviews or collecting surveillance footage and so forth. And there's a reason behind that. The reason why we pair up is not just the manpower, it's also that we work in a dangerous line of work, and people could lose their life, people could get injured, or unfortunately people could get fired or retire and no longer be available to testify, provide their testimony, or be a resource in the future.
Is it a common practice that when there's an investigation, more than one trooper will appear at many events?
It is very common and preferred. Unfortunately, in the real world, it's not always possible. A trooper can be responding to a scene and just to simply grab something from another trooper and could be approached, and a small brief interview could happen, or if a trooper's at a home talking to a witness and others show up willing to provide information, he has to conduct that interview by himself because of the resources aren't available for him.
Let's talk about the assignment of this case. You said that there's case assignments, a schedule that is made in advance.
Yes, sir.
On the day or the morning of January 29, 2022, do you know who was assigned to take calls for new cases?
Yes. Before 7 a.m. on the 29th, it was Michael Proctor that was assigned to be on call.
Is there a supervisor assigned as well, in addition to a trooper that's not in a superior position?
Yes. Every day there's a supervisor assigned in addition to the on-call trooper. There's a supervisor that's also available for any reason at any time to respond, assist that trooper if there's any questions or issues that come up.
Was there a supervisor assigned that morning?
Yes, there was.
And who was that?
It was myself.
When did you first hear or learn anything about this call or this case?
In a unique fashion, this call actually came from the Troop H headquarters, which is the field services portion of the state police, the uniform patrols that service the Metro Boston area. The headquarters duty office contacted me, I think by mistake, misdialing the number because our names and numbers were listed one above the other. So the call actually came into me. I took the call and advised them that I would call the on-call trooper for that day, and they would contact Canton PD and take the appropriate steps.
About what time did you receive a call that morning?
Approximately 6:44 in the morning.
After receiving the call around 6:44 that morning, did you contact anybody to assign a case manager, or did you get involved personally?
I called Michael Proctor and told him to reach out to Canton and follow up on the report of a male in a snowbank.
And this is around 6:44 a.m.?
Yes, sir.
What did you do next?
I waited for a call back from Michael Proctor, and he reported the details of, yes, there was a male found in the snowbank in Canton, and that they were requesting our assistance as he had sustained injury and was unresponsive and had been transported to Good Samaritan Hospital.
What was the plan at this point?
At this point, where I learned that he had sustained injury and there was a heavy blizzard in the area, I decided myself to get dressed, shovel out, and respond to Canton.
Were you required to get involved and go to Canton that morning?
At this point in time, I was not, but I thought that it would be prudent on me to, at the very least, shovel out, because another call could have come in and I would have had to respond to that, and the driver would have been shoveled.
Were you in touch with Mr. Proctor?
I was.
Did you have any plan to meet him?
Yes.
When and where?
We decided to meet at the Canton Police Department.
Okay. And about what time were you going to leave your home, or did you leave your home?
I left my home probably around 8:50, and I know I arrived to the Canton Police Department approximately 9:15 in the morning.
Did you know the address where the person was found in the snow?
At that time, I learned the address once we got to the police department, but it had no significance for me. I did not know where it was.
Why did you plan to go to the Canton Police Department instead of going to the scene first?
The Canton Police Department, fire department personnel, and paramedics had already cleared the location. So we, again, given the conditions, we were in a controlled environment inside a police station to exchange information, collect any evidence if it was available, and the police department safety and security of that would have been the best location for it.
You mentioned that you arrived at the Canton Police Department around 9:15 a.m.
Yes, sir.
Was Mr. Proctor there when you arrived?
Mr. Proctor was there walking in with me.
When you went in with Mr. Proctor that morning, who did you meet?
We went in, we met with multiple Canton police personnel, one of which being Sergeant Good. He was one of the first responders to the initial scene.
Did you receive any items from Sergeant Good or any of the police officers while you were there?
Yes, we didn't receive it, but we were shown a broken cocktail glass, bottom of a broken cocktail glass. We were provided Mr. John O'Keefe's cell phone, and I was also shown a brown paper bag with 6 plastic Solo cups in it, containing what was reported to be blood in the snow.
When you were shown these items and had a discussion with the Canton Police Department, were any decisions made about the future of the investigation? You had shared with us earlier that typically the state police pair up with local detectives. Did you do that morning?
That morning we did not. We had learned that there was a loose familial connection through town channels with the address and possibility of a Canton police officer or detective. So Canton police, out of overwhelming precaution of impropriety, not that there was one, decided to step away from any interview investigation assistance with us.
Has that happened in your career before?
Yes, it has, yes.
Since there would be no local detective, did that change your role at this point in the case, your involvement?
It did not change my involvement, but it did bring up a concern of manpower. We are obviously limited by staff. The weather conditions also further exacerbated that issue. So transportation was an issue, timing is always an issue, and you can never have enough manpower.
Did your role become more prominent given there was no local detective involved?
I would have to pick up the slack. I'm a team player. I always want to assist in any which way I can to make others' life easier.
And you were Mr. Proctor's supervisor?
I was.
After you received the broken glass, the cell phone, and you saw the plastic cups with the blood in them, where did the evidence next lead you?
Based on the information we had learned and the evidence, we decided that we needed to speak to the individuals who were last in contact and present at the scene when Mr. O'Keefe was found.
Did you have any specific other information that you were following at that point?
Yes, we had statements made by the defendant that she was questioning whether she had hit him, and to that extent.
Had you focused in on a target at this point or reached any conclusions about your investigation?
No, we were still in the information and fact-finding portion of the investigation. We are not ruling out people as much as we're not ruling people in as much as we're ruling people out. So we need to get as much information as possible that is in physical form, statement form, and circumstantial factors as well.
So where did the evidence take you next?
Following 3 interviews conducted in Canton with witnesses, we proceeded to the Good Samaritan Hospital because, based on the information I learned, I needed to put eyes on Mr. O'Keefe and his injuries. I needed to see what exactly the witnesses were describing.
Do you remember who you spoke with that morning before you decided that you wanted to go to the hospital to see Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, we interviewed Miss Jen McCabe, Mr. Matt McCabe, and Mr. Brian Albert at the McCabe residence.
How long, or about what time did you get to see Mr. O'Keefe?
We got to see Mr. O'Keefe, I would approximate probably like 12:30, maybe 1 o'clock-ish.
Why did you want to see him specifically?
I wanted to see the injuries for myself, the location of the injuries, the types of injuries, the extent of the injuries, and overall condition that his body was in would be very telling. The mechanism of injury, how it might have taken place, and also the correlation of any evidence at the scene with those injuries.
Now, you don't have any medical degrees, do you?
I do not, no.
How about biomechanical engineering?
No.
Do you have life and job experience in these situations?
Yes, 20 plus years of law enforcement investigating car crashes, pedestrian crashes, and 10 years in homicide.
Your role is not to make a diagnosis, is it?
No, it's not.
Is this information and your interpretation based on your experience important in guiding what you're going to do in the investigation?
Yes, it is very.
Do you ultimately get to Good Samaritan Hospital?
Yes, we do.
Okay, take us through what happens when you get there.
When we got to Good Samaritan Hospital, the driving conditions were treacherous. It took us 45 minutes from Canton Center, basically, to Good Sam, which should be a 15, 20-minute drive. At one point, I had to get off the highway because I couldn't tell if I was on the roadway, if I was off the roadway. So the guidance of trees on the side of the road through the town streets actually helped us guide the path to Good Samaritan. Once we arrived, we walked to the emergency department where Mr. O'Keefe was initially treated and where he remained. Upon arrival, we spoke with medical personnel who advised us that the defendant had at that point been discharged from the hospital and that Mr. O'Keefe was still in the emergency room and available for us to view.
At that point, you said the defendant had been discharged. She was not the defendant at that point.
No, she was not, no.
Did you have a chance to enter a room or actually see Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, I did.
Had he passed at that time?
Yes, he has.
So when you walk in the room, what do you see?
When I walked into the room, I saw a medical bed in front of me. Mr. O'Keefe was covered with a sheet, as is typical with any victim that had passed. There was a pile of clothing to the left, at his feet to the left of the bed. I observed several injuries on him once I lifted the sheet, and those were documented with photographs by Crime Scene Services, a member of the state police, who also met us at the hospital for that purpose.
So there were other members of the team that were there to photograph
Yes,
Mr. O'Keefe and some of the injuries?
yes.
How many people were in the room with you and Mr. Proctor when you were observing and viewing Mr. O'Keefe?
There was a total of 3 of us, myself, Mr. Proctor, the Crime Scene Services individual. There was medical staff coming in, nurses asking us if there was anything that we needed to assist us with. But from law enforcement, it was 3 of us there.
Now, I don't want you to try to give us a diagnosis or provide us an opinion of the cause of any injuries, but rather I want you to share with us, as you're observing Mr. O'Keefe in that hospital room, what are you seeing and what is standing out to you?
I saw pooling of blood underneath his head. There was seepage of blood into the sheets. There was also swelling, discoloration, a large amount of blood pooling underneath his eyelids. There was no abrasions or injuries that I observed to that region. So to me, through my training experience, I took that as subdural.
Not to medical, not to any medical observations, but just you as law enforcement.
Yes, Your Honor.
I'd ask you not to give your personal interpretations of what you saw. Rather, I want you to share with the jury what you saw through your view.
There was also a tiny cut laceration to the eyelid area.
You're pointing to your right eye. Could you be
Yes.
specific, please?
Also on the left nostril, there was a very small laceration there. Both were not actively bleeding. There were a series of cuts and bruises to the right arm, which extended from approximately mid forearm up to the mid tricep area of Mr. O'Keefe, and they were concentrated on the exterior of the arm. There was no other injury or marks on the interior or inside of the arm. There was also a bruise on that same arm on the back of the hand. It was light in color. It wasn't a profound discoloration as the eyes appeared to me. There were also injuries to abrasion or cut scrapes to the knee, I believe.
Which knee?
The right knee. I apologize.
You had first described swelling in the right eye, and then you had just said the eyes. Could you be specific? Was the swelling in one or both eyes when you saw Mr. O'Keefe?
When I saw Mr. O'Keefe, the swelling was in both eyes. It might not have been exactly symmetrical, but there was swelling, discoloration in both eyelids of Mr. O'Keefe. There was also blood pooling in the cavity of the eyeball, both sides of the eyeballs.
Do you know about what time it was that you visited Mr. O'Keefe and made these observations?
It was sometime between 12:30, 1 o'clock, and 2 o'clock, I would assume.
You mentioned that there was pooling on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head. Did you look for any injury?
Yes, we looked for injury. All I could tell, there was bleeding happening. I could not tell exactly what the extent of the injury was, not being a medical professional.
You mentioned there were a pile of clothes in the floor. Is that uncommon?
No, it's not uncommon at all.
Did you have any opportunity, or did you decide to look at those clothes?
Yes, what happens, the reason those clothes are on the floor is that for medical therapy, for medical treatment, the victim has their clothing removed for access to the body. There's obviously all sorts of equipment and medical procedure that's done. So that clothes is discarded. We knew that it was Mr. O'Keefe's clothing. We knew that it would be important to aid us in the investigation. So that clothing was picked up, identified item by item, and bagged. It was in a soaking wet state with moisture and other debris on it.
When you are looking at Mr. O'Keefe, do you have to touch him and move him?
Yes, during our investigations, we're not simply looking at photographs. We are there in the scene. We are smelling it. We are touching it. We are, unfortunately, with certain pungent scenes, we were tasting it. That's the reality of us breathing in the scene when we're living it through the investigation.
Do you wear any type of protection?
Absolutely. We wear gloves, at times we wear other PPE, personal protective equipment.
When you looked at Mr. O'Keefe's clothes, you said that you bagged them. Did anything stand out in particular about his set of clothing?
In particular, we were missing a sneaker of his. That was very significant to me. It caused me to have Michael Proctor contact the paramedics that transported Mr. O'Keefe to the hospital and confirm with them, conduct a secondary check that that sneaker was not left behind in the ambulance.
Why was the missing sneaker significant to you at that point?
At that point, our theory had evolved to a vehicle strike based on the injuries, and I was suspecting that he was hit out of his shoes.
Is there a phrase that's common in these type of situations?
Yes.
And what's that?
Knocked out of your shoes?
Did you know where the other sneaker was?
I did not, no. But I suspected, since it was missing, and once the reports came in that the paramedics, EMT personnel did not find the other sneaker, that it would be somewhere where Mr. O'Keefe was found or where he was initially struck by a vehicle.
Did you and Mr. Proctor have an opportunity around that time, 12:30, 1 o'clock, to go back to that address to look for the sneaker?
We did not know.
Why not?
Again, during the critical early hours of an investigation, timing is essential. We have to make sure we get to any and every location that could possibly have evidence and prevent that evidence from being destroyed, altered, or concealed. So we are prioritizing missions. And with the resources available at that time, I conferenced with my boss and advised him of the current status of the information that we had. And he stated that he would go out and marshal up resources to conduct a search.
Is this an example of the team approach of the state police at the homicide unit?
Objection. Assisting.
After having this information, making these observations of Mr. O'Keefe yourself and bagging the clothes, where did the evidence lead you next?
At this point, once we viewed the clothing and Mr. O'Keefe, we had to go talk to the last person that saw him, and that would have been, at the time, his girl.
Who'd you go see?
The defendant, Your Honor.
The prior question wasn't answered, so prior questions.
Did you know where Miss Reed was at that point?
Yes, we had learned that she traveled to her parents' home in Dighton.
Did you learn about any, or did you have any interest in any physical evidence at that point?
Yes. With the missing shoe, her stating that, did I hit him, and along that line of statements, I was interested in the vehicle that she was operating that night.
How far was Dighton from where you were at Good Samaritan Hospital?
Typically, I would say it's probably a 35, 45-minute drive. With the driving conditions, it took us all of an hour, 15 minutes.
Who was driving?
I was driving.
Were you in a issued vehicle, or were you in a personal vehicle?
No, I had to drive my personal pickup truck due to the weather. My cruiser would have never made the unplowed streets of the area.
Was Mr. Proctor with you?
He was.
Were you by his side the entire time?
Mr. Proctor and I were together the entire day.
You decided to go or drive towards Dighton. Did you ultimately make it to Dighton?
Yes, we did.
Do you know what time you arrived in Dayton approximately?
Approximately 3 p.m.
On your way down to Dayton, did you learn any further information beyond what you had known when you had left Mr. O'Keefe at Good Samaritan?
Yes, at one point, Michael Proctor took a call from Jen McCabe, and she further elaborated and provided information stating that she remembered.
Sustained.
After receiving that information, is there something specifically you wanted to look at when you got to Dayton?
Yes, we wanted to look at the rear right taillight. Based on the information provided, it was allegedly to
Let me
be.
stop you there. I just wanted to know what you wanted to look at.
Yes, sir.
I don't want to relate conversations of somebody who's not here. And so you had an interest in looking at the right rear taillight?
Yes,
Do you know what type of vehicle you were looking for?
we were looking for a large black Lexus SUV.
When you made your way down to Dayton, you said you finally arrived. How did you know you were at the right address?
The defendant provided her parents' address to us.
Before you got to Dayton, after learning of new information and the information you already had, did you make any arrangements?
Yes.
Tell the jury what you did on the way down to Dayton.
On the way down, we contacted Dayton Police Department and gave them a heads up that we would be coming down for an investigation, and we were looking to most likely seize a vehicle. And we were requesting their assistance in contacting a local tow truck company that they were contracted with, and or also to assist us at the scene being a uniformed presence.
When you pulled up to the address, did you make any immediate observations while you were still inside your truck?
Yes, the road was not well plowed. There was only enough clearance for one vehicle. So it was difficult to find a place to park, and maneuverability was also challenging.
Did you make any observations of the home or the driveway before you got out of your truck?
Yes, the home is to the left of the driveway. The driveway was not plowed either. There was a large black Lexus SUV parked in the driveway.
Was the front of the SUV facing you or the back of the SUV?
The back of the SUV was closest towards us.
How far from the SUV were you when you first parked at that address?
Probably, it's the length of the driveway. Based on my memory now, I would probably estimate it to be 60 feet or so.
Did you make any observations of the SUV from that distance?
It was covered with snow, like it's been either sitting outside or driven outside in the snow, so it was exposed to the elements.
What was your next steps?
We waited for Dayton PD to arrive to assist us. Once they arrived, Michael Proctor and I exited and proceeded up the driveway. I told Michael.
Let me stop you with what you said. I want to just know what you observed.
Okay.
As you're walking up the driveway, how close to that SUV did you get at its closest?
At its closest, I got as close as me and a defense table, which is probably 10 to 12 feet.
From the 10 to 12 feet, did you notice anything remarkable about the SUV?
Yes, there was a large piece of red taillight cover missing from the vehicle.
After you made an observation of a large piece of the red taillight cover missing, did you do anything else relative to the SUV at that time?
Yes, I told Michael to get close.
I'm not interested in what he did. What did you do? What did you see?
I just saw the damaged, missing taillight cover. I did not touch it. We did not approach it with physical contact. So.
Did you see where Michael Proctor went?
Yes.
How close to the car or the vehicle did he get?
Within 3 feet?
Did he ever touch it?
No.
Where did you and Michael Proctor go next?
We proceeded to the front door of the home to make contact with the residents.
And how clearly did you see that missing piece? What's your level of certainty?
100%.
Did you knock on the door?
Yes, I did.
And were you invited in?
We were, but not through the front door due to the weather and the piled up snow. We couldn't open the storm door. Mr. Reed invited us into the home through the garage. He opened the garage door for us and welcomed us inside.
When you went inside, what did you see?
When I went inside, I saw Mr. Reed, Mrs. Reed, and the defendant sitting on the couch.
You've referred to the defendant a number of times as Miss Reed. Do you see the defendant here in the courtroom today?
I do.
And the person you spoke to that morning, can you point that person out and describe an article of clothing they're wearing?
She's sitting in the middle right there in front of me wearing a black suit with yellow-colored metal buttons on it.
When you walked in, did you say that the defendant was sitting on a couch?
She was.
How close were you when you were speaking to her?
Within 12, 15 feet. We were in the same room, in the living room area.
Was Mr. Proctor there?
He was.
Was Mr. Proctor speaking to her?
He was.
Were you speaking to her at the same time or interchanging?
We were both communicating with her, a team approach.
I want to ask you about that conversation you had with Miss Reed. Before I do, Your Honor, may I approach briefly?
Okay.
Only fan, only fan, only fan.
One eternity later.
Hoo-ah!
What?
Party, party up. Take a bottle, bring a cup. Pour it, pour it, pour it up. In your red solo cup. Red solo cup. Red, party up. Party, red solo cup. Red solo cup.
Keep these cups filled, I don't wanna see the bottom. Put the throwing money round like I won the fucking lotto. Four locals down, Red Bull.
Two hours later.
A beverage goblin needs at least 3 drinks at a time. She needs them while she's working for her body and mind. 1 to hydrate, 1 to energize, and 1 just for fun. A beverage goblin needs her beverages to make her brain run.
It's been 84 years.
Today, Junior?
All right, so is it appropriate for me to give an instruction right now, Mr. Brennan?
I would defer to counsel.
Mr. Jackson, you want me
I'm
to
not
give
asking for
a
one.
humane practice instruction?
Yes.
Yes. All right. So, folks, you're about to hear testimony regarding a statement or statements that were allegedly made by or attributed to Ms. Reed. I'm going to instruct you in more detail at the end of the case about this matter. However, I want you to understand that at this time, as the statements are offered into evidence, that before you may consider the content of any such statement made by the defendant as evidence, you're going to have to make a preliminary determination about whether or not it can be considered by you as evidence at all. In your determination, at the end of the case, you're not to consider any such statement by the defendant as evidence, even though it's presented to you through a witness at trial, unless from all the evidence in the case, you first determine that the Commonwealth has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Ms. Reed made the statements she's alleged to have made, and that she made it voluntarily, freely, and rationally. All right, go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, I want you to begin from when you were in the living room, your beginning conversation with the defendant, the presence of both her father and mother. You're with Mr. Proctor. Can you share with us the conversation that you had with the defendant?
Yes. She stated that she's willing to answer our questions, but she didn't want to go into too many details. That's how the conversation began. She provided us the fact that Mr. O'Keefe was hanging out with a friend of his at 5 p.m. at the One Meadows Ave residence, following which he proceeded to C.F. McCarthy's in Canton, where the defendant stated that she met him approximately at 9 p.m. She was drinking vodka sodas. Mr. O'Keefe was consuming Bud Light beer. After C.F. McCarthy's, they proceeded to the Waterfall Grill and Bar. At this point, the defendant was asked if she brought a beverage with her from C.F. McCarthy's to the Waterfall establishment, to which she stated she didn't think so. After the Waterfall, the defendant stated that she dropped Mr. O'Keefe off at 34 Fairview. She was asked if she saw him go in the house. She stated no, she did not see him go in the house. She was asked about the damage to her rear taillight, to which she stated, quote, "I don't know how I did it last night," end quote. Once she provided us with the fact that she dropped him off and never saw him go in the house, she was asked to provide details about her leaving. She stated that she made a 3-point turn and left. She was asked to provide some explanation of how Mr. O'Keefe sustained those injuries that he had. She did not...
Let me stop you there. Did you get an answer to your question about how he sustained the injuries or the details about the 3-point turn?
No, I did not.
You mentioned that when you were at Good Samaritan Hospital, you saw blood on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head.
Yes.
Did you ask the defendant anything about that injury?
Yes, we asked about the injuries that Mr. O'Keefe had, that he had been displaying, and whether or not he had those injuries the night prior at either McCarthy's or Waterfall, to which the defendant stated she didn't see any injuries on him. But then she provided a statement saying that Mr. O'Keefe bumped his head 2 nights prior and asked her about it, which to me it seemed kind of strange. But
without the commentary. After she told you that Mr. O'Keefe had bumped his head 2 nights prior, and that he had asked about it or she had asked about it?
She stated that he had bumped his head 2 nights prior, and Mr. O'Keefe asked her about it.
Did she say when Mr. O'Keefe asked her about the bump on his head from the few nights before?
No, she did not.
Did the conversation conclude?
Yes, it did.
After the conversation concluded, what was your next step?
Once the conversation concluded, the defendant was advised that her vehicle is being seized, and her cell phone was also seized.
Were there any other items at that point that you were seizing, other than the cell phone and the vehicle?
Not from that location, no.
Did you have a warrant at that point?
We did not, no.
Did you have authority to seize items prior to having a warrant?
I'll allow that.
Well, what is the process when you want to obtain items but you don't have a warrant? What process do you go through?
We seized them to prevent any alteration, destruction of the evidence that could be contained on those items pending a warrant. They are secured. They're not touched or processed by us. The process of obtaining a warrant includes writing an affidavit justifying.
Yeah, we don't need to hear any of this part.
Understood. Understood. Did you ultimately obtain both the phone and the vehicle?
Yes, we did.
Describe how the vehicle was seized. What happened?
The defendant provided her key card. It's like a credit card size key fob for the vehicle to allow the ignition to start. It was driven onto a flatbed tow truck, secured, and then we followed it from Dayton to the Canton Police Department.
Was video ever provided that showed part of that vehicle being loaded onto the tow truck?
Yes, it was.
Have you ever reviewed that video?
Yes, I did.
When you were at Dayton and the defendant's Lexus was being put on the tow truck, about what time was that?
It was approximately 4:16, 4:15 in the afternoon on the 29th of January, 2022.
Now, you mentioned that you took a cell phone. Are there parts or people, participants on the team that handle that specific type of evidence?
Yes, we have troopers that are specialized, trained, and have expertise in digital forensic analysis, extraction, and processing of digital devices.
Is that something you do?
I am trained in certain portions of it, but I am not an expert like them.
Did you manipulate the phone in any way?
No.
Did you see Mr. Proctor manipulate the phone in any way?
I don't recall seeing that, no.
Before the vehicle was moved or during the loading of the tow, did either you or Mr. Proctor go back anywhere near that vehicle?
We were near the vehicle once it was unloaded, but we never touched it.
Okay. Jurors, I'm going to strike the last portion of that testimony.
From the point you went in and spoke to the defendant until the vehicle was placed in the back of the flatbed, did you ever go back near the vehicle and touch it in any way?
No.
Did you ever see Mr. Proctor go back near that vehicle and touch it in any way?
No.
You mentioned that the tow was loading the vehicle, the defendant's Lexus, around 4:15?
I believe so, yes.
Did you join the tow truck driver, or did you keep your separate vehicle at that point?
We traveled in my...
I'll allow it.
I drove my vehicle and followed the tow truck back to the Canton Police Department.
Where was Mr. Proctor?
In my front passenger seat.
During that time, had you made arrangements or did you receive any information about other members of the team engaging in any searches relative to this case?
Yes, I have.
And what did you learn?
I learned that Detective Lieutenant Tully had
I'm going to allow it.
had dispatched other members of our unit to 34 Fairview and other resources from the Massachusetts State Police to assist him in a search for the missing shoe.
Do you know what time those other members arrived or began to arrive at 34 Fairview?
Objection.
You begin your travels at 4:15 p.m. back to the Canton Police Department. Why did you choose to bring the vehicle to the Canton Police Department if the Canton police detectives were not working on this case anymore?
They had a heated storage facility, being the Sally Port. We needed to preserve the vehicle as best we could away from the elements. And it was also in close proximity to our office, also to process the vehicle and get the search warrant from the local courthouse would have been more convenient for us.
Why was a heated Sally Port or a heated garage important to you?
The vehicle was impacted with snow that accumulated, and also from traveling on the highways, it was packed with a shell of snow covering the exterior of it. So it would melt away in the heated Sally Port.
Were you intending on having other resources or other team members or other units available to look at the vehicle at some point?
Yes, we were.
Who were you intending? Who did you expect would have to look at the vehicle in the future?
For one, we'd have to document the exterior of it with photographs. That would be Crime Scene Services section. We would process it for fingerprints, which would be also serve as the Crime Scene Services section provides. We would, if needed, take swabs for DNA or other latent evidence. So that would be the chemist, as well as if the authority was there to process the internal workings, the computer chips, and the infotainment system of the vehicle. And that would be a digital forensics expert that's trained in that field.
Would an unheated garage or Sally Port impede that?
Yes.
Given that Canton Police Department was not now part of the active investigation, did you have any concerns bringing it to the Canton Police Department?
No.
You said you left Dighton at 4:15. What time approximately did you and Mr. Proctor and that Lexus arrive at the Canton heated Sally Port garage area?
We arrived in at the Canton Police Department at 5:30, and the vehicle was unloaded and placed into the garage at 5:35 p.m.
Did you and Mr. Proctor go into the garage?
Yes, we did.
And in the garage, what were you doing?
We helped facilitate putting yellow.
I'm going to ask you what you were doing and then what you saw Mr. Proctor doing, rather than use we. I want to be very specific about what you did and saw. What were you doing?
I helped put up yellow caution tape around the vehicle to prevent anyone from coming near it and touching it.
Were there any other persons in that area other than you and Mr. Proctor?
There were members of the Canton Police Department.
Did you make observations of the vehicle once you had it in that Sally Port area?
Yes, I did.
You mentioned that it was packed with snow. Was the snow still on it when you brought it into the Sally Port?
Yes, there was.
Did you wipe the car down or clear the car of the snow?
No.
Did you touch the vehicle in any way with your hands?
No.
Did you ever see Mr. Proctor touch that vehicle?
No, he did not.
Objection.
I'll sustain it. I'll strike that. Ask it differently, Mr.
Did you ever see Michael Proctor touch that vehicle while you were in the Sally Port area?
I did not.
How long did you remain in the Sally Port area for, do you know?
We remained in the Sally Port area approximately until 5:51 and change, based on the best of my memory.
After you left the Sally Port area, where did you go?
We left the Sally... I apologize.
Go ahead, if you can say first what you did and then wait for the next question, please, Sergeant.
I left the Sallyport area and proceeded inside the Canton Police Department.
Where was Mr. Proctor?
He was with me.
By your side?
Yes.
Did he ever leave your sight?
I'm sure at some point he walked away from me, but I can't. We were traveling together all day.
You went into a different part of the Canton Police Department?
Yes.
Where did you go?
Into the dispatch area, and then the conference room upstairs later on.
Why did you go up to the conference room?
The conference room was provided for us to use as a meeting location. The members of our unit that had assisted at the 34 Fairview Road scene had traveled back to Canton Police, and we were meeting there to share, exchange information based on what we had learned with our portions of the investigation. That way everyone's on the same page at that point.
Did you meet, is this team, is it called a CERT team?
There is a CERT team.
Do you know if the CERT team was the team that went to 34 Fairview?
Yes, I do.
Did you meet with the entire CERT team that night at the Canton Police Department, or some members?
Not the entire team, no.
When you had the meeting in that room, who did you meet with?
In that room, I specifically remember being Detective Lieutenant Tully, myself, Michael Proctor, and other members of our homicide and narcotics section assigned to the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
Did you discuss the evidence you had to that point?
Yes.
Regarding 34 Fairview Road, did you develop or decide any plans to physically go back to that area?
Yes, I did.
And what was the plan?
The plan was to take shovels and rakes and other gardening equipment and go back to that location to excavate for additional evidence.
When did you make the decision that you were going to go back to 34 Fairview?
It was that evening.
Why did you decide you were going to go back at some point?
During the recall of all the information learned and sharing of that information with other members of our investigative team, it was realized that Mr. O'Keefe was wearing a black baseball hat, and at this point in time, that article of clothing was still missing.
Was there something impeding a full and complete investigation of the scene?
At 34 Fairview?
Yes.
Yes. The heavy, large amount of snow that had accumulated over the last 12 hours or so heavily hindered our investigation of that immediate scene.
When you were debriefed, did you learn the area where the CERT team had spent most of their time searching?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that, sir?
When you were debriefed, were you informed the area that the CERT team spent most of their time searching?
I don't recall on the specifics of it, no.
Okay. Now, at some point, did you obtain a registry of motor vehicle record and certificate for the Lexus that you had towed?
Yes, we did.
May I approach?
Yes.
So do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And if you can take a look at the following pages. And what is that, sir?
It is the Massachusetts Registry of Motor Vehicle title, history, and registration inquiry for a black and color Lexus LX, year model 2022, bearing Massachusetts registration 3GC684, registered to Karen Reed.
Do I move this document into evidence?
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. As part of your continued investigation, did you have an opportunity to obtain documents and items?
Yes.
Did you listen to audio recordings that were included statements of the defendant?
Yes, I did.
Did you listen to audio recordings from different sources?
Yes, I did.
And what do some of those sources include?
Dateline 2020, Gretchen Voss, Fox 25, various media platforms.
I want to walk through some of the evidence in chronological order of date. So going back to January 29, 2022, at the hospital you obtained some items.
Yes, sir.
Did you bring those items with you today?
Yes, I did.
I want to talk about the progress of those items from when you first obtained them until today. You mentioned that they were clothes that you obtained at the hospital of Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes, sir.
And you shared with us that they were wet, you put them in bags.
Yes, sir.
That night, where did those clothes go when you left the hospital?
Those clothes, while bagged up, they remained in the back cab portion behind my driver's seat of my pickup truck on the floorboard.
Where did you bring them that night?
That bag containing all those clothing traveled with me around the area as we investigated, and then after the debrief at Canton PD, we brought them directly here to the Canton office of the district attorney.
Did you have those items with you at the Canton Police Department?
They were in my truck. I didn't bring them into
I see.
the
They
office.
remained in your truck while you were in the Canton Police Department?
Once I placed that bag in the back of my truck, I did not touch until I removed it from the truck at the Canton District Attorney's office to bring it in.
When did you remove it from your truck and bring it into the District Attorney's office?
Probably around 8 p.m. on the 29th of January 2022.
When you brought the clothes inside, where did you bring them?
We brought them to the temporary evidence processing area within the District Attorney's office in the State Police section of the office where we have our desks and workspaces. There's a designated area at the time for evidence processing.
What did you do with the clothes once you got them into the secure area in the District Attorney's office?
Once the clothing was in that secure area, we had to lay them out to dry.
What you did if you could.
I had to lay them out to dry them. So I took a butcher paper, laid it out on the floor, and each item I removed and laid out onto that butcher paper to dry.
Was anybody with you helping you?
Yes.
And who's that?
Michael Proctor.
Why did you lay out the clothing items one by one separately?
Each clothing item needs to dry naturally and prevent moisture from being trapped. That moisture, if trapped, could develop mold and damage any DNA evidence that we could retrieve. Scientists could retrieve from the item. To prevent that, we dried each item individually, separating each item for better airflow.
How long did it take for those items to dry?
Several days.
And were they in that secure area on the butcher paper for several days?
Yes, sir.
Are there times when that separate area was left alone, nobody watching?
Yes, sir.
Were those clothes ultimately moved from that area?
Ultimately, they were moved, yes.
Did you personally remove them from that area?
No, I did not.
Did you know if they were bagged and put into evidence?
I do know they were bagged and put into evidence.
Is there an evidence locker at that office?
Yes, there is.
Is it a secure area?
Yes, it is.
Does every officer or trooper have access to that evidence room?
No, they do not.
Did you again see those items at a later date?
Yes, I did.
And have you seen those items since?
Yes, I have.
The items, the clothing items you took from the hospital, do you remember what items they were?
Yes, I do.
Can you share with us your memory of what items they are?
It was a two-tone gray sweatshirt, light material sweatshirt. It was an orange t-shirt. It was a pair of blue jeans, a belt, and a pair of underwear boxers.
And did you bring those clothing items with you today?
Yes, I did.
Beginning with the pants, do you have them with you up at the stand, Mr. O'Keefe's pants?
Yes.
Could you produce it, please?
Yes, sir.
Do you have gloves, Trooper Bukhenik?
Yes, I do.
I'd move this item into evidence.
No objection.
With the court's permission, I'd ask the trooper to show the item to the jury. Thank you. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Did you learn during your conversations with the CERT team and other members of the team that a sneaker was found at 34 Fairview?
Yes, I did.
Have you seen the photographs relative to that sneaker?
Yes, I have.
And you mentioned when you were at the hospital, there was a sneaker? One?
Yes,
Do you have that sneaker with you?
I do.
Could you produce it, please?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'd move this item into evidence.
No objection.
Could I have the court's permission for the trooper to show it to the jury? Trooper, is that the sneaker that was at the hospital when you visited Mr. O'Keefe?
No, sir. This is the sneaker from 34 Fairview.
Could I have that marked? What, is that a left or a right sneaker, sir?
This is the left sneaker. Excuse me, this is the right sneaker from 34 Ferry Road, Kansas.
Yes, you are.
Sure. If you could put the speaker back in the bag and let Mr. Brennan bring the bag over, please.
Let me pop in here for just a second, folks. I was getting situated in a whole another location here in Dedham Courthouse behind me down the side. Obviously, the sneaker is a big issue, especially because now there's this controversy that is brewing online about whether the sneaker found at 34 Fairview during that search was, in fact, the other sneaker, to coin a phrase, the other shoe that may have dropped for John O'Keefe, because the one on the picture that has been circulated from the search looks like a black sole. The one that was entered into evidence yesterday as having been found during the search clearly has a light-colored sole. So don't know if there's anything nefarious going on there or not. But now we're getting into the other shoe. Here's what's interesting, I think, about some of the discussion about the clothing. You hear Bukhenik, officer, is he an officer, sergeant, lieutenant? I can't keep up with these guys. But Bukhenik was describing how important it was that they protect the clothing, dry it out properly. You don't want to lose any DNA. Very important. I don't disagree with any of that. But it's hard to explain away that they're in a heap on the ground at the hospital. Now, we know emergency situation. They aren't thinking, wonder if litigation ensues, criminal, civil, or otherwise, we're going to have these clothes better protected. I get that. It's an emergency situation. If you've ever gone to an emergency room, and I did once, fell off a ladder because I'm an idiot, and they cut your clothes off, and then they throw them on the ground. So that's their first concern, is the patient, right? That doesn't, and I'm not saying PD did something right or wrong. The fact is, they could not protect that clothing while it was on the floor in the hospital. They could not protect it from contamination, cross-contamination, transfer of evidence. And so once they were officially taken into custody by the cops, great, try to protect them as best you can. But we know for a significant period of time, and I'm trying to document his timeline based on when he got to the hospital, when he left the hospital, he wasn't there with every moment that the emergency folks were dealing with Officer John O'Keefe. But there was a significant period of time where those clothes were just on the ground while they were rendering life-saving aid, they had hoped. So I appreciate, yes, very important. Watch these pieces of evidence. Don't get them contaminated after the fact, after they've been collected. But that doesn't really cover for what happened to those clothes in the hospital room at or about the time that emergency life-saving measures were being rendered to Officer John O'Keefe. I guarantee that's coming up in the cross-examination here, just to further clarify for the jury that there are many opportunities that this could have been tainted material, and what they got off of it or what they did not get off of it is in question here. Remember, my goal is not to just dump on the police every opportunity. I hope they do a good job. I wish for John O'Keefe and his family that they had done a better job in this case. But as for these specific issues with the clothing, hey, there she is. I was just talking about, you got a safe drive, I hope? Everybody's good?
Safe drive. I heard some
Okay.
of the testimony. I was coming in when I saw the show and tell of all prosecutors do, take the bloody, dirty clothes out to show the jury. And I assumed then we were getting close to the break, because they did that in Hernandez too, and we shoved it down their throat.
Yeah. I was just talking about the clothing and the testimony relating to how careful Bukhenik suggested they needed to be and make sure it's all dry. We'll get into that in some detail, but let's go back into court.
We will see you at 11.
All rise,
Okay.
please. Jurors, close
So-
your notebooks, follow me.
Taking the break early, it sounded like because she feels there's a lot of evidence and things to to put together. And I think she's also warning them, look, we're going to come back at 11, and then we're powering through until 1 o'clock. So go get a nice rest. They did actually start sort of on time. I was wandering the streets here causing trouble and wasn't sure exactly when they started, but it was pretty close to on time today.
No sidebar. I actually had it on in the car, just listening to it. Couldn't watch you. I couldn't watch it. I could hear you. And there was no sidebar. After you promised it'd be a sidebar for the morning.
That I'm the secret to the scheduling. If I promise a sidebar, there will not be one.
Company of representative from the defense team speak to Trooper Bukhenik about this issue?
I have no problem with that. Do you, Mr. Jackson?
No, no problem.
Do we know what issue that is?
I do not know. I doubt it's an issue they've dealt with. I expect it's an issue coming up. So, I mean, best guess that we've already talked about when it got to the Sally Port and who was there at that time. So perhaps it's follow up on that. Perhaps it has something to do with the evidence now being exposed to the jury and then moved into evidence. Don't know. But that's part of what this next 30 minutes is going to involve. That was the prosecution basically saying, Your Honor, the defense wants to have a direct conversation with Mr. Bukhenik, which is a little unusual, right?
Okay.
And so we'll see what that's all about. But it has to do with what is to come in terms of his testimony and the related evidence from that. So I was talking about the clothing and how Bukhenik, is he an officer, lieutenant? What is he? I always forget. I can't remember. So I just been calling him Bukhenik.
I thought he was a sergeant, but that's
okay. Good
but
enough.
I don't think so. No, he can't be because he was a supervisor for Proctor. So
okay, so you have to be at least a lieutenant then. So
yeah,
and again, 3 years ago, was it different? Was it the same? Not really relevant. I'm just trying to give the guy at least a title. So Bukhenik says, they're very concerned about the clothing that they had recovered, that they wanted to, it was sort of wet because it was in the snow. They wanted to dry it out, didn't want to affect any sort of DNA that they might have found on the clothing. And I thought that's great. It sounds great. But to leap over the pile of clothes that were found on the floor in the hospital and to just suggest, as I agree, you're in an emergency health situation, medical situation, right. They're cutting your clothes off.
Right. Absolutely.
But the fact is they were sitting there for a period of time
on the floor,
unprotected
on the floor.
And I'm not saying that's a PD issue. That's not a problem. It's just a fact. And so what kind of contamination that may have allowed, who knows?
Yeah. Clothing together, wet, they're sitting on the floor. And you don't know. You simply don't know. You have no idea on it. But I did notice a couple of thoughts just because I didn't get to hear all of the testimony when Yuri Bukhenik. First of all, to my point, Hank Brennan is a very good examiner. He did something we called looping, which we teach, which is, he answered a question. Yes, I went to the scene. And then Hank Brennan would say, well, after you got the phone call that there was a man in the snow and you went to the scene, and then, something like that, and then he would loop in three answers in his next question, reinforcing it to the jury. So I just want to point that out to people because that's something that Lally didn't do. So you see the technical skill. That's why I say don't underestimate him at all. And I thought I heard new stuff coming out. Did you?
Well, I heard bits and pieces, and to be honest, I was relocating at the time, and so I wasn't as tuned into it as I would like to have been. So no, again, nothing stuck out to me as like, wow, that's brand new. I never heard that before. I was expecting, and maybe it'll still happen, that the prosecution will talk about the inverted video, get ahead of that. It's no longer a big surprise to be sprung by the defense. So unless I missed it, I did not hear that conversation. And they've talked about the Sally Port, just not, they haven't gotten into the videos.
Yeah. Hello, everybody. Everyone's saying hello, hello. I was rushing to get, because I knew Michel Bryant has been on the air since 8:30, and I was rushing to get in the seat and make sure everything was okay. And as I was rushing, I have a pen, but I have no paper, so it's okay.
Did you have a glove? Anything you could write on your glove?
Yeah,
so if only you'd had a glove, you'd be set.
Right.
We had quite the adventure this morning. So I have no idea what the mess looked like. We were trying out some new gear in front of the courthouse. Sort of saw some of the arrivals, but at that point, the gear decided to do some gymnastics in my hand. I have no idea what we got or didn't. But we talked to Tim, who's with the Canton Press. Very interesting. He's been on the scene and in the courtroom. every step of the way and was here for number one. Didn't
Wait,
want
he
to
got the
give.
randomizer? He got in by the randomizer?
Yeah, he's been randomized in a few times. I've seen him here many times, so I knew him only as Tim, and I couldn't remember who he was affiliated with. But I did ask him about his impressions on the jury in terms of what seemed to pique their curiosity, what seemed to be of interest to them. And he was concerned, as I was when we talked about it yesterday, about the gobbledygook, that's the technical term, of Jessica Hyde and Mr. Alessi in trying to cross-examine her being just too detailed, too much minutia, too much tech that the jurors might have just kind of, glazed over at a certain point. So that was a concern of his being in the courtroom watching the jury. Other than that, he was mum on any thoughts he had about contrasting the first trial with the second, but still good insight from a guy who's been sitting there. And then of course we talked to Scott as well. I may have outed his secret process. Scott McGinnis, who's the tall guy, the flag bearer,
Right,
literally.
right.
He gets here very early and he parks in the best spot you can park, right up against the buffer zone sign. And then there are some cones along the street that the police have actually allowed him to kind of use, so he can mark off a spot for one of their fellow supporters. And I said, well, hopefully we haven't ruined that for you now. But that's the way they get these key spots every single day. They've got the TV set up, they've got it audio blasting, and they are right at the edge of the buffer zone. He did admit that this new rule, which pushes the buffer zone 200 plus feet the other direction, encompassing where they used to hang out, where they used to park, they'd have lawn chairs, they have ice chests.
Purposely.
They did, of course they did. And now he said, I said, it looks to me like they've really put a dent in the numbers. He said, oh yeah, without a doubt. And now they all gather on this little teeny strip of grass where I was yesterday by the post office, just down here behind me. I have a little more park-like setting today behind me. This is an area I saw them building over the last few weeks and a month or two. It's cute little community area. The firehouse I mentioned is right there, though. I mean, it's right there. So I would expect some of that as we move through the day. Anyway,
well, I was going to say, one of the things I noticed, listening, because it's interesting when you listen as opposed to watch. Well, first of all, he's from Ukraine and he wanted to serve this country and the military. We had the whole ringing of the American flag, which is amazing since they don't like the American flags in front of the courthouse. But that's for another day. But we've heard a lot about Mr. Proctor. That kind of, like, when you're listening to it, you heard that. The second thing was he talked about how they had to interview all these people. And I can see Alan Jackson is going to drive that right down his throat, right? You're going to interview all these people and all. That's going to be something. And then he added, I was driving, unfortunately, so I couldn't write it down, and I should have said something to Siri. He kept adding little things at the end of his answers if I remember that if I'm trying the case, I'm like also, well, yeah, you wanted to add that, right, and all, but we know kind of what's coming and all. But Hank Brennan has him very prepared this time, very prepared.
Oh, I'm sure. You learned a lot when you're embarrassed the first time around, as he definitely was, right? So, and this is the first the opportunity for the jury to get a sense of who this Proctor dude is. We heard nothing about him from the prosecution in their opening. Heard a lot about him, and not good by the defense in their opening. So now, through a witness, they're getting some sense that this guy was in the middle of stuff. He was either in charge of or leading the way for a lot of this investigation, and they're going to learn more and more about it, and it ain't going to be good.
Well, the other thing that jumped out at me is that when he said also we had taken in all the statements allegedly that Karen Reed made, and he was talking about at the scene, and he said she said something to the effect of she was wondering whether she did it. She was wondering, not like the three firefighters. I hit him. Okay.
You've been looking at my notes. It's right there. I've got.
Oh, is that what it is? I don't have
Yeah.
a pen. Okay.
Questioning whether she had hit him. Now, and he didn't elaborate on that at all. It sounded legit. She was questioning whether she hit him, and that was it. They didn't go any further. They didn't reach. So I think that's going to be impactful when the jury says, well, he was pretty clear. It was a question. It was a concern, not an admission.
Not an admission. And then the final thing was the baseball cap. Now, because we know that there was a question early on to someone, I forget who, was John O'Keefe wearing a hat when he was, going into, I think, the Fairview. Was he wearing a hat? And that's the only question we've ever heard about a hat. And then today there was a second question from Brennan. Did you recover a baseball cap? And the answer was,
I don't know. I was getting set up. I didn't hear it.
all right, chat, help us. Did he answer he recovered a baseball cap? Because I don't remember seeing a baseball cap.
I don't remember one either. I do
Belt and
remember.
hat are brand new. ADHD says in the making. Belt and hat. What was about the belt? Tell me about the belt, because I was in a dead zone.
All I can tell you is that was one of the items recovered. That he itemized the things they recovered, which was the sweatshirt, right? The orange T-shirt, the pants, the belt, boxer shorts, and I don't even think he said socks, but they must have recovered socks. He's not going to be out there.
Oasis Cat said the hat was in the first trial. Oasis, where was the hat recovered? Do you remember in the first trial? And when?
Yeah, as I'm thinking back on it, it must have been pretty much inconsequential. I mean, I don't remember it being any sort of MacGuffin that propelled us through the case and became some sort of big issue.
But the fact that Hank Brennan asked specifically about it tells me he's making it an issue.
And the fact that Buchanan made it sound like that was the motivation to go back to 34 Fairview, with the CERT team. Yeah. Because he was there for that as well. Yeah. So that's the one thing he mentioned, is he was apparently missing a hat. Okay. I mean, well, we know he's a Jew.
Arca is my favorite kryptonite, says hold on, pass me by. There's pictures of the hat in the snow. Mary says, I thought it was in the driveway. ADHD in the making says, by the fire hydrant, but washed or brand new. So it doesn't sound like anyone said it was at the flagpole.
I mean, the distance between the fire hydrant and the flagpole might be 10 feet. It's probably the tightest distance between landmarks on that front lawn, and the fire hydrant's very near the border of the trees that separate the next door neighbor from 34 Fairview. So that's a very tight part of the yard.
Yeah. All right. So I was just wondering, because there's things that are being emphasized to me differently with Hank Brennan's examination of Yuri Bukhenik than with Lally's examination in trial 1.
That's a good catch. We'll see if that goes anywhere or not. It's unlikely that Brennan would just throw that out as just sort of a random reference, right?
Yeah.
Hey, you'll be happy to know, if you missed this, that Buchanan describes himself as a team player. So I made note of that.
That's good player. That's good for the defense. Whenever everyone thinks they're a team player being, you're also playing with the prosecution. You all think that. My husband always tells a story when he was first as a medical examiner, and he was brought in and said, you're part of it. And he writes about this in his book, American Autopsy. You're one leg of a 3-part stool. We're all holding together, the police, the medical examiner, blah, 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 so that you have to be that team player with us. And he always tells that story. It was the first lesson he got that, wait a second, I'm not a team player. I'm an independent, scientist, Yeah,
you could just imagine that phrase "team player" is followed with a wink.
Yeah,
I'm a team player. I do find it interesting in the course of this investigation. At some point after the vehicle was recovered from Dighton and towed into the Canton PD Sallyport, that somewhere along there he said, "quote, a theory evolved that it was a vehicle strike." Okay, so despite him seeing the body in the hospital, and he itemized the injuries that he saw, and we know them well: the arm, the swollen eyes or black eyes, the cut to the back of the head. Although he didn't see that and didn't mention it, probably because he didn't see the reverse side of Officer John O'Keefe. But he mentions the arm, some scrapes, a little cut.
And didn't he say in the first trial he thought he was in a fight?
Well, that didn't come up today. If it did, I missed that. If it did, I missed that. But his impression, was key to the shoe. Part of what he thought led them toward vehicle strike was the fact that there was a shoe. And then Brennan even asked him a question that I thought was objectionable and should have been stricken anyway. He said, "Is there a phrase? Is there a phrase that you would use?" And he said, "Knocked out of your shoes," or something. I mean, totally irrelevant and inappropriate. What is this? A term of art in the police department? Vehicle strike. Oh, you mean knocked out of his shoes? Check. Got it. That's a 3104B. Yeah, it was a follow-up too on his suggestion that the shoe being found, or the victim being found without a shoe, led to vehicle strike.
Okay. So Carmen Darman said Bukhenik leaked that Proctor won't testify. That's for the prosecution. We kind of figured that. You and I have talked about that. There's no way they're trying the case around him.
There's no upside for the prosecution putting him on. No.
And Higgins, they're not going to call Higgins either. I mean, I see this. I see how he's trying this case. Okay. Now, ADHD makes a point, and I remember wanted to address this too, that there was vomit all over. They said the boxes, but I think it was on his clothes. Now, we don't know whether that was vomit from compressions. We don't know if it was vomit before, where he's found with vomitus on him, whether he's found vomitus on him, whether it was at the hospital that this happened. We don't know whether he purged. Sometimes you can purge if you're turned over and vomit. When
if you're drunk, you could vomit just with no other interaction but the alcohol.
Right.
Unless they can come up with a way to carbon date vomit, I'm not so sure the fact that there is vomit is really determinative of anything.
Well, but it'd be interesting to know if that happened, when that happened. What if he's found at the scene with vomit, all right?
Of course.
It sounds like he would have been drunk and whatever,
The one thing Bukhenik said he learned from the defendant when he first talked to Karen Reed was, quote, O'Keefe did not go in the house. That was one of the statements that he highlighted. There wasn't a whole lot.
I heard that. Yeah. And what he says is like Karen Reed says she never saw him go in the house. He wanted to highlight that statement. Now, this is very interesting. As I was upstairs coming in and letting Tubi out and getting dressed to come down here, putting a little makeup on because you don't want to see me how I look without the makeup this morning. Liz Cole Baker says that Olivia Nile, Olivia Lambeau, there's a Twitter handle, who's always comes in our chat a lot, posted that Keith, not O'Keefe, Keith, who was on yesterday before Jennifer Hyde, showed the left shoe from Fairview, and Bukhenik showed the right shoe also from Fairview. So somebody has their stories wrong.
And that was when they took the last break, and which led to this now 30-minute break in a conversation between the attorneys and the Sarge. There's obviously the shoe is an issue. Maybe now it's even a bigger issue. Unless we're going to learn that Officer John O'Keefe had 2 left feet.
Like what's the dog show one? About the guy with 2 left feet. The dog show, Best in Show, right? One of the handlers, one of the actors, who's one of my favorites, whose name I can't remember right now. He's walking in like a Westminster type show with his dog, and the judges say, "Does he have 2 left feet?" Oasis Cat, our great moderator, and also cuts all these videos for you, some of which we still haven't put in. Yes, Best in Show, Micah. Thank you. You read my mind. Yuri Bukhenik added bruises to the wounds on John's arm. Now, you know that Alan Jackson is going to have every single word that he said differently now from the first trial. Every single word. He is going to be foaming at the mouth for that, because when he started adding stuff, which they seem to be doing, adding things, right? That's not good. But by the same token, I think Hank Brennan's done a very good job. If you want to say, Eugene Levy, that's it. Eugene Levy with the big eyebrows. You got him. Marie needs a hobby. All right. Because we haven't even heard the medical examiner. We haven't seen, we haven't known that anyone's officially declared him dead yet, right? John O'Keefe. But if you want to say that Hank Brennan's possibly putting them on the jury, with all these statements, and this is what happened, and there's no other, they haven't seen the pictures of the arm and all, that jury could be thinking right now, hey, she must have hit him. She must have hit him. Yeah. I just warn you, don't be surprised, because It's always a danger in this case. I know that everyone who was free Karen Reed doesn't want to believe it, but it's a danger. The way this case is being tried is much different and is much better for the prosecution, even though we don't like how Hank Brennan got there by misrepresenting the defense holding discovery and how this whole thing is now evolved.
Yeah, it is. There's no doubt about it. You can smell the difference. And so one of the things he talked about too with Bukhenik that sounded like he was going toward the Sallyport video, and I thought maybe that might be the point where he brings it up and mentions, oh, by the way, it's inverted, because it's always inverted, so who cares? But he talked about, and he made it clear that the time the vehicle, the SUV, the Lexus, was in the Sallyport, nobody touched it. Okay, so for that period of time, nobody touched it. So I know the jury is going to become very aware how important those types of things are, and obviously the prosecution laying that groundwork very early.
Right. They're going there very early, and they're trying to cut the defense off at the knees at the pass, and have the jury believe everything the prosecution says. So when the defense gets up there, it looks like they're trying to make hay or make things up. That's where we're going here. That's the way this case is being tried, and they're not going to call people that are problematic. It's very seldom you don't call the lead detective in a homicide investigation. Very, very seldom.
Well, just again, I keep going back to common sense. You wonder, why wouldn't the lead detective be called by the prosecution to support what did, or they believe did happen for this incident, to try and convict this woman? It just tells you something's wrong. And they're going to learn in great detail what was wrong.
And see, that's where you can turn the jury. The jury thinks, all you have in that courtroom, and I've said before, as a lawyer, is your credibility. If the jury thinks that they've been lied to or misled in any way, that credibility goes down the tubes. And so now I know, Michael, that you probably all did this, but I think it's worth another hit for Disney Nerd 85, member for 3 months. Thank you for being our boots on the ground, Michael. So proud to be part of Justice Served TV, best hosts, chatters, and mods. And yes, to our mods, we actually applaud them volunteer. Thank you. And Disney Nerd also said,
I just walked by and said, good channel.
Thank you. Gifted 5 Justice Served TV memberships. Thank you so much. So, let's see. Oh, Missy Mayhem.
She's
Happy
outed her.
birthday.
She's
You've been outed, Disney Nerd. Happy birthday to Disney Nerd. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Disney Nerd. 85, I should say. Not 85 years old.
Now I think we have to.
Happy birthday to you. Oh,
now we have to pay a royalty for that song now.
Yeah. Being 85, nothing wrong with that, even if you were, because my husband's more than that, and it's fine.
Of course. Maybe
and he can run rings around me. God bless him.
Yes, and everybody appreciated his showing up yesterday and giving us kind of a basis for what a normal law enforcement attended autopsy is supposed to look like. Speaking of,
let me just tell you something. Let me tell everyone. Look, what happened yesterday is he was at a meeting. He's on a board of some New York State commission. So I had that rant, and Oasis Cat had cut it. So after he came out of that meeting, I grabbed him and I said, could you just look at this minute and 40-second rant I did and tell me if you think I'm right here? Because you're the expert, but I'm talking from my lawyer point of view, my experience. And he said, you're absolutely right. So I thought to myself, I'll get him on the show. Okay. He can just
get that
talk
on the record.
And I can get that on the record. And he didn't say it, damn, But he made a point to me that probably it wasn't as clear. He said, when you're in an autopsy, the medical examiner wants information from the cops, and the cops want information from the medical examiner. That's the how it goes, and that's the relationship. And I thought that was a very good way of summing it up, what goes on in an autopsy.
Yep, and in theory, it's supposed to be very collaborative because everybody has the same goal. What the hell happened, right? So everybody's trying to help one another. Okay, so just a little community flavor here. I was walking back from this morning's extravaganza, and met somebody on the street who recognized the bike flag or something. Oh, I listen to you guys every night. I said, oh, that's great. We appreciate that. And her name was Linda. It was name, or maybe she changed her name just because of your influence. But she was walking her little Shih Tzu dog, and I said Shih Tzu dog, named Hunter. And what she told me, this was interesting about the parking. We've covered ad nauseum how restrictive it is, and sometimes that's why I end up, a block or more away. The parking is primo, and so she said today that they had blocked off even more parking behind the courthouse.
What, they're scared because of Yuri Bukhenik being on the
That's
stand?
the only guess I can come up with. Now, remember, you were en route, so you may have missed this. As I was doing my walking tour of Dedham this morning, I was walking from where I had parked up to High Street, just a couple of blocks, and I was giving them the history of how, this was going to be called contentment. Now I can't even remember what it was going to be called. Dedham won out, though. But Content was going to be the name of the town. And so I'm covering all of that fascinating information.
Wait. Contentment versus Dedham?
Dedham comes from England. They just ripped it off as, they was just all these towns here in
Dedham.
New England are based on England names. They're very, not very imaginative. Now maybe they should change the name to All Hell Breaks Loose instead of Dedham or Contentment. Anyway, so I was walking past that part of the property, back part of the courthouse, and one of the troopers said, because I was obviously live or just a homeless person talking to himself, but I'm walking, and he says that, hey, make sure you point away from there because the jury is going to be coming in. This is right at about 8:30 when we started, and of course I wasn't looking to do that, so I pivoted around and out of the way. But that's the area that is pretty highly policed, beginning of the day, end of the day, because that's where the jury is coming and going. But I thought it was interesting from Linda and Hunter, the Shih Tzu, that they had increased the prohibition of parking behind the courthouse today.
Yeah, that really is interesting. We knew that Yuri was going to testify, Yuri Bukhenik, because it was posted on the internet by Aiden and then other people too. I mean, the word gets around, and when anything happens in a courthouse, the courtrooms, the word gets around. As we know from our exclusive reporting that we had, our scoops on the Rocky show, ASAP Rocky, right?
Yes.
Because things get around. People tell people who tell people who tell people,
Loose lips. Oh, there's a explainer from Disney Nerd. Well, super happy birthday. Born in 85. And so 40 today. That's like 20. I don't even remember 40.
Yeah, 40 is the new 20, right? That's just keep at it. You watch these channels and keep your brain going. That's what keeps you going. But Oasis Cat has a really good question. Is it normal for the investigators to touch a victim at the hospital after they were pronounced? It's not normal for them to touch the victim, period, okay? Once the body is dead, the body and everything, if you forgot to see, the body belongs to the medical examiner, right? It does not belong to the police once the body is dead, okay? Once that pronouncement's been made. So even at a home, if someone's dead, it's the body and the immediate vicinity of the body. It's only the exclusive province of the medical examiner to usually, in a medical examiner system or a coroner system, to touch the body. The police really should not be doing that because they could have touched the clothes, who could have had some other stuff on it, then touched the body, or they had their own contamination. They went to the police station, or they went here, or they're in their car, their own contamination. So I mean, that's a big no-no. Now I don't know how much difference it makes in this case, but it's a big no-no.
Yeah, aside from life-saving measures, and we know there was all kinds of activity of that sort on the scene, and cops can sometimes take part in that. But other than that, why would the law enforcement officer be touching the body for any reason?
Right. Just ridiculous. Now, you have to wonder whether or not the state. Well, we know the state's probably not going to call the medical examiner. They're going to try to get a cause of death from somebody who is a doctor in Florida who does brain surgery. Okay. All right. And they're going to avoid having a manner of death from a medical examiner is what they're going to do. That's what I think. And they're going to say, well, he said this would cause his death and he's got these injuries and therefore that's the cause of death. And then it's the prosecution who has to investigate to prove a manner of death. That's what I think they're going to try to do. That's where the state's going to, that's where Hank's going to go.
And here's what I think they're counting on this. And I can't believe this wasn't part of their thought process during jury selection. They have to get some jurors that are, I don't want to use the word gullible, but I think maybe that's best, that don't have a lot of common sense about these types of things. And the fact that a lead investigator is not the central part of the prosecution case. The fact that the ME doesn't have a cause of death. Some of those very fundamental things that, obviously those who watch true crime know, like, breathing, right?
Right.
But
But you
you
could be
could get
experts.
people, you could get jurors that are like, I don't know, is it important if everybody else can give the information the lead investigator could give? Is it a big deal if he's not here? If we have others that can testify as to the cause of death, is it a big deal that the ME can't? It's you just don't know what level of education or
Sophistication, right.
interest in this kind of case the jury members have. But it had to be part of their plan because they need that. Prosecution needs that kind of naivete.
Right. Now, we were given some of the notes from WCVB, the reporter in the courtroom. I'm not sure of who the reporter is in it, but it says, the issue was Jackson wanted to speak to Bukhenik, right? During the sidebar, the court clerk arrives with a sneaker, blah, blah, blah. The sidebar ends. The judge announces a 30-minute break. She said these things, as you mentioned, happen when you have a lot of evidence, and he talked about that as I was sitting down and setting up. But at 10:32:58 in the back room, Brennan, Jackson, and Bukhenik are looking at two evidence bags. Bukhenik shrugs his shoulder. The door closes. Okay.
That sounds like Ms. Rex. I think that's Ms. Rex who's with that network. I apologize if I got that one wrong, but I believe that's her. So like I said, it's a little odd when the court gives approval for defense counsel to have a conversation with a witness while the witness is testifying.
Right. And even with the defense counsel and their own attorney and their own, because Hank Brennan is his attorney, right? So they get permission. So I don't know what's they
speculate away. I'm going to guess there's some irregularity. There's some irregularity that's going to need to be explained, and maybe it's not adverse to either side, but it's definitely irregular, and maybe it has to do with the care and custody of the shoes, misidentification of a shoe. I don't know.
Yeah. So come on, chat, help here, help here. All right. Let's, I just Judge Beverly can only always interject her comments. Micah says, well, mostly she interjects them to help the prosecution, and she interjects them to stop the defense. I mean, that's what we see. That's what's been going on. The person who usually knows the answer to what's going on is Aiden. Did you see Aiden Carney, Dr. Turboy there?
No, it's funny, and I know he was shouting out to his folks, be there. We're going to have a big rally. Well, I was right at the base of the stairs when all of the players came in, and if they had something happening, it was that beyond the 200-foot line, further toward me, toward the CVS, toward the fire station, and I didn't see or hear a thing. So I just have nothing to report on that. It wasn't obvious enough to me, anyway, that there was a big showing.
Yeah. But you didn't see him at all, remember?
No, I did not. I did not. And I was at the steps at about 8:35. And the first person we saw come in, and I think I captured something, it was Brennan. Hank Brennan was the first one in.
Okay.
The jury's
They're
coming
back.
over, but did you want to give me those text messages or no? I don't need to have them.
No, I had brought them downstairs.
Text messages.
I will.
Did that fall out?
I thought I heard the word car. I parked my car in Harvard Yard.
I think Buchenek's wearing the same suit. I have to go back and double check, but not that there's anything wrong with it. That's his testifying suit.
All right, thank you.
Oh, yeah, the other thing I heard before they start was that, they want to just avoid impropriety. There was no impropriety. That's why, that's why Canton left. They just want to avoid the appearance of impropriety. Yeah, you've got a dead cop on another cop's lawn.
Yeah. Yeah. Don't share the details.
Yeah. Oh, Leslie's coughing. Oh, that's not good. The trials are very hard on you. I've been sick. As you know, I had terrible pneumonia in Spectre, And by the way, Alan knows this. In California, you're not allowed to bring any clothing or evidence of biological fluids in. You do it from pictures. In Massachusetts, you can bring it in and show the jury and try to sway them off from showing
But I
somebody
do like
deceased
that.
clothes.
I actually do like that better.
So. Now so Alessi was seated on the other side and he was looking upset about something.
Yeah, so the jury's re-entering now
Okay.
after their almost 40-minute break. Now they're going to have to, the judges warned them, we're going to power through now till 1 o'clock.
Yep.
So, have your comfort breaks while you can.
And we may be here behind our avatars when this happens, okay? Just so you know, we're watching. I hope Michel Bryant has a place to sit that's comfortable, though.
Well, I've got my new favorite friend, my folding chair. So I may have to wander around, stretch a little bit.
Oasis Cat said she likes them the clothing in the shadow box. That's what they did with Hernandez, but we shoved it down the throat to say they didn't need to do that. The show, blah, 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 us defensive things.
I am, thank you, Your Honor. May I?
Yes.
Sir, when we left, we were discussing Mr. O'Keefe's sneaker that you retrieved from the Good Samaritan Hospital.
Yes, sir.
Would that be his right sneaker?
It would be his right sneaker.
Do you have that sneaker with you today?
I do.
And again, could you open that bag and show that right sneaker to the jury?
Yes, sir.
Is that the sneaker you retrieved from the Good Samaritan Hospital?
It is.
I'd move that into evidence, please.
Okay, any objection, Mr. Jackson?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Yes, Mary, we didn't hear that reporting, but we understand Bukhenik also mentioned it to somebody.
Trooper Buchanan, there are two more items. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Trooper Buchanan, there are two more items that you retrieved of John O'Keefe's clothing from the Good Samaritan Hospital. Did you bring those two items with you?
Yes, sir.
Are those two of the items that you laid out on butcher paper to dry?
Yes, they are.
Were they ultimately bagged and put into evidence?
Yes, they were.
And did you bring Mr. O'Keefe's T-shirt?
Yes, I did.
Is it placed in an object so it can be seen?
Yes, it was.
What type of object?
It's a transparent plastic sheet.
I would move the T-shirt into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
With the court's permission, could Trooper Buchanan show it to the jury?
Yes.
Could you show the back as well, Trooper? Thank you.
Mr. Brennan, could you help assist the court reporter with that, please?
Of course.
Exhibit 87.
Just place it on that side.
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
And Trooper Buchanan, is there a last piece of item of Mr. O'Keefe's that you took from the Good Samaritan Hospital?
Yes, it is.
And what is it?
Notice how he has
It's,
the right
the
shoe
sweatshirt.
now coming from Good
I'd move that
Samaritan,
into
by the way.
evidence, Your Honor.
instead of the left.
The court's permission?
Yes.
Could you show the backside, please? May I approach?
Yes, thank you. Next exhibit, please, Madam Court Reporter.
Exhibit 88.
Thank you.
No, that's to David,
I'm sorry?
maybe approach reader.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Okay, let me ask you this: since you've tried a huge case here in Massachusetts, is the putting the clothing under plexiglass is that a norm? Have you seen that done here before?
Yeah, it was done in Hernandez. They put the clothing, the bloody clothing on the plexiglass, like gigantic. And then we were able to show it and say, there's no reason for that. There's absolutely no reason for that. All you're trying to do, and they're showing it to the jury, and they ask to walk around as if it's a piece of Monet artwork, right? It's got the
Well,
blood of people all over it.
That's
You're
what
only
I
doing that to infect the jury.
I thought it was, last case I remember that had similar items was in the Michel Bryant's case. Remember, there's the bloody bra and the blouse, and it was just like, here they are out of a bag, all rumpled and crusted, and not nearly as presented as this plexiglass thing. So
Yeah.
and if I'm in the jury room and I want to go through the evidence, and there may be issues about punctures and
and there wasn't
corresponding
Hernandez.
wounds.
There wasn't Hernandez.
So
We had
I
that.
think I'd rather have it not in plexiglass.
Yeah, I think the problem comes with the issue. Number one, they like to do it that way. Number two, you take the biological fluids and you also separate everything from the jury. Okay, not that any biological fluid on a piece of evidence is not going to hurt anybody. It's been dried, long dried. Any bacteria
Right.
is completely gone. I mean,
Exactly.
So the only reason to do it really is to put it into that and to make a big show out of it, because not everything's in plexiglass, right? The sneaker's not under plexiglass.
Yeah. What'd you learn? Hold on. Scott McGinnis is here. What'd you learn? What's going on? Okay.
I'm just waiting for cross on Buchanan.
Scott says he's just waiting for cross on Buchanan. Let me see if I can
drag out
bring him in
direct.
here. And why is that? He thinks Brennan's going to drag out the direct.
Yeah,
I do
well,
too.
Buchanan's getting confused as to what sneaker was found in the yard as opposed to what sneaker was on him at the hospital.
Yeah, he changed it
That
too. He
was
just
the,
changed.
early break.
Yeah, he
They
changed
wanted
it.
to discuss it to both the defense and prosecution to get Yuri Bukhenik on the right page here. Like which sneaker is it?
We thought there might be a two left feet scenario, but apparently they got it figured out.
Well, he said now. He tells
you see
Scott he
some
said
people
now
showing the
sneaker was
photograph
right.
of the black soled sneaker in the yard, and
We did figure it out. Looks like they're going back. They were having a little break on something else, but they
Jurors,
got it
every
figured out.
piece of evidence that you're getting
Thanks, Scott.
is recorded, and we have to keep a very clear record. So sometimes we spend time that may seem like a waste of time to you, but it's very, very important for the case. So we do appreciate your patience.
Why don't you just tell him that the prosecution
All right,
screwed
go
up?
ahead, Mr. Brennan.
Wouldn't have screwed up on the evidence.
Trooper Bukhenik, you shared with us
That's
that
not
you met with
happening.
some of the members of the state police that night and then returned to the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office to put the clothing on butcher paper, you called it. What was your next step in your investigation?
We met and discussed the next steps. My decision was to go back to 34 Fairview and excavate for the missing clothing item, being Mr. O'Keefe's hat. There was also plans to start writing search warrants.
Did the weather get better over the next couple days?
The weather did take a turn for the warmer temperatures, yes.
Did you return to Fairview a few days later on February 3rd?
Yes, I did.
Was that the first time you personally had visited 34 Fairview?
Yes, it was.
When you went to 34 Fairview on February 3rd, 2022, do you remember about what time in the morning you went?
Sometime between 8:30, 9 o'clock, maybe 9:30.
When you went there, did you travel with anybody?
Yes.
Who did you travel with?
It was other members of my unit and a member from crime scene services.
Did you all travel in the same vehicle, or did you meet there?
We all traveled in our own issued cruisers.
Was this a planned search or a planned excavation on February 3rd,
Yes, it was.
2022?
Yes, it was.
Who was there at the scene, 34 Fairview, with you?
It was Trooper DeChico, Mike Proctor, and Trooper Evan Brent.
And Trooper Evan, last name?
Brent.
Brent. Was Trooper Brent the photographer?
Yes.
What type of tools did you bring when you went to 34 Fairview?
We brought snow shovels, garden shovels. I brought a like an E-tool, military-style E-tool.
Was there still some snow on the ground?
There was, yes.
Did you and the members of the group begin to look for any evidence?
Yes, we did.
Were you looking on the street, or did you move to more on the grass?
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask it differently.
What area were you focused on at this point?
We were focused on the lawn portion of the property by in the vicinity of the flagpole, the fire hydrant, and along the edge of the asphalt.
Did you see a berm, an asphalt berm separating the concrete street and the yard?
Yes,
Were you looking anywhere near the area of the berm?
we did, yes.
Were you looking anywhere on the street?
The street was plowed, but portions of the street still had remnants of snow, so we did check that area, but it was much easier to identify anything because it was clear of snow.
Where was most of your focus?
On the lawn.
As you worked your way through the lawn, did you or members of your team come across any items that you believe to be evidence?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to produce some of that evidence to us. Beginning with 535, did you find a number of pieces of plastic?
Yes.
Could you produce 535?
Yes, sir.
Let me just ask you a couple questions before you open that. If somebody identified an object that they believed to be evidence, what was the process to handling it?
On this day, we identified an evidence. The process would have been documenting each item that was located with photographs. Then one of the members of the individuals present would bag each item into a paper bag.
When they were bagged, would a person bagging them use any type of protection like you're using?
Absolutely, every time.
After the items were bagged, was the bag sealed?
Eventually it was sealed, yes.
When you say
I
eventually,
don't remember
what does that
seeing
mean?
any rulers. in the
Once it
picture,
was,
just evidence collection 101.
all the items were inside, and it was brought back to the office. It would be sealed, signed, completely filled out with all the pertinent information on the back.
Could you open that bag?
Yes, sir.
You know, the right crime scene rulers are a grayscale that's by Kodak, because from that you can tell what the real color of anything that's photographed is also.
Before
So
you take
there's,
the pieces out, I'm asking you to look in. Do you recognize those pieces?
it's
Yes,
hard
I
to
do.
believe
What
they
do you
didn't do any of
recognize
that.
them to be?
I recognize them to be the items that we recovered from the lawn area on the left side of 34 Fairview Road on February 3rd, 2022, during the planned excavation of the property.
And were they photographed before they were put in that bag?
They were.
Your Honor, may I approach before Trooper Bukhenik?
Yes.
opens that bag or goes through it.
Did you show Mr. Jackson?
I'm sorry.
It looks like once again we're seeing the the saving of the bags. He said pieces plural. I see one bag.
Right.
I want to see how many pieces are in the one
There are.
bag. Got to get a budget adjustment for more bags, more evidence bags.
I have to go behind my avatar for a second and plug my computer in, Michael. I'm listening, but I have to walk a couple steps.
I do recognize him.
And what is in those photographs?
The photographs depict items collected from the lawn at 34 Fairview on February 3rd, 2022.
Do those particular photographs correspond with the pieces of items that are in that bag?
They do.
I have moved this series of photographs in evidence.
No objection. Okay. We'll mark them separately, please.
I predict you're about to hear 3 fire trucks come by the courthouse.
Thank you very much. Those items, were they eventually sent for analysis to a Massachusetts State Police lab?
Yes, they were.
When the laboratory received those items, are you familiar whether they marked them with a label or a number for identification?
Objection, Your Honor.
I went on that.
Yes, they mark each item individually.
Do those items have markings on them reflected by an item number?
Yes, they are.
When you refer to a piece, will you refer to that item number that is on any individual piece?
Once it's labeled, it is identified by that individual piece, by that designated label.
So if there's any numbers written on any of those pieces, was that written by you?
No.
Would that have been written by somebody else after it was sent?
Yes, at the lab.
Okay. If we can begin, if you can begin to take the pieces out so we can show them to the jury. And does that have a number on it or a tag?
Yes, it does. This is item 22-02-184-7-8, also alphanumeric A.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
These two are taped together.
When you found them, were they taped together?
No. They're taped together by the lab. There's also a canister labeled debris collection. That number is 22-02184-7-8.1. This is 7-8G. This is 7-8N, as in November. There are also items too small to label with a letter and number. Those were put into a bag like this. Almost looks like a stamp bag, wax stamp bag.
Are those all the items in that bag?
Altogether, there are, it does look like those are all the items. Some of them are inside the canister that I pulled up.
Understood. You know how to move those items into evidence, please?
Exhibit 95.
Sir, you mentioned that there was a trooper there photographing the evidence.
Yes, sir.
Did the photographer take a photograph of the items in place when they were found, or were the items moved to a different location before they were photographed?
That day, every item was photographed where it was found.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show a number of exhibits to the jury.
Okay.
And starting with Exhibit 89, which is P490-7690. Trooper, is that one of the items you found that morning?
Yes, it is.
Do you know where, in relation to the fire hydrant or the flagpole, this item was recovered?
It was in the general vicinity between the flagpole and the fire hydrant. The area we were excavating was approximately 40 to 50 square feet in area.
Mr. Brennan, can that be expanded, please, so that the jurors can see what we're looking at?
Thank you, Your Honor. Is the item that you recovered on top of that leaf?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. If I could next show Exhibit 90, which is P492-7692. Before we close up, sir, is that the fire hydrant that is at the corner of 34 Fairview Road?
Yes, it is.
Could we close up, please, on that? Why is there a ruler on the ground?
The ruler is utilized to help put the item to scale by the photographer from Crime Scene Services. They utilize these measuring rulers for scale of the item that you're looking at. Sometimes it's hard to depict how large an item is if there's no reference point.
Could we do a little bit further view to show the fire hydrant? Thank you.
One ruler.
Is that where this
One little ruler.
piece of evidence was found, in that exact location?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I'd like next to show to the jury Exhibit 91, which is P515-7721. Do you recognize that piece of evidence?
Yes, sir.
Could we zoom in, please? Is that the same piece of evidence that is depicted in Exhibit 89, P490-7690, a different angle with the ruler?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. If we could have Exhibit 92, please, which is P493-7694. Could you zoom in, please? Is that piece of evidence in the bag that you've provided as evidence, physical evidence?
Yes, sir.
Was this found near the area of the other pieces?
Yes, it was.
If we could show Exhibit 93, P507, 7711, please. Could you zoom in, please? How long did you spend that day looking, you and the team, for pieces of evidence?
I was probably 45 to an hour.
And finally, if I could show Exhibit 94, P503, 7707. And could you zoom in, please? And this piece of evidence, where in relation to the other pieces was this found?
In the same vicinity.
Thank you. If you could take that down, please. When you were searching, did you find any item near the street area?
Yes, we did.
What did you find?
A black plastic drinking straw.
Could you retrieve 536 for us, please? I'd move this piece of evidence into evidence.
No objection.
All right.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, let's get it marked.
I'm sorry, Your Honor?
Let's wait till it's marked.
Exhibit 97.
Thank you.
Showing a photograph, do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, I did.
What's it a photograph of?
It's a photograph of the black drinking straw that we found at 34 Fairview on February 3rd, 2022.
What location did you find it in?
It was close to the paved berm on the street.
This is after the street was plowed?
Yes, it was.
Let's move this into evidence as an exhibit, please.
Okay.
No objection.
Exhibit 98.
I'd ask you to open this and show it to the jury.
Yes, sir.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show Exhibit 98 to the jury,
Okay.
and that is P4887688. Sir, could you look at that photograph? And Ms. Gilman, could you close? Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
I do.
And what is that?
That is the photograph of the straw we picked up from the street in front of 34 Fairview Road.
Could we zoom out a little bit, please, Ms. Gilman? Is that the area where you or your team recovered that straw?
That is exactly where it was found and recovered from.
That photograph doesn't show much of the grass area. How far is that area from the fire hydrant?
Michael, correct me if I'm wrong. This is
Probably, with my estimate,
February 3rd?
15 feet, maybe 20 from the fire hydrant. It's probably 15 to 20 feet if I had to estimate.
Thank you.
February 3rd, and that's supposed to have evidential value of where a
You
strike
mentioned that
or
one
a
of the
collision
items that
occurred
you went
that
back
the
to Fairview
prosecutor-
to try to
February
find
3rd?
was
Snow
a
plow,
hat. Why
snow,
were you
people.
specifically looking
Sorry,
for a
guys,
hat?
I had to interrupt.
I had learned that Mr. O'Keefe was wearing a black baseball hat the night prior to the incident. So with us recovering the clothing from the hospital and the hat was not part of that pile of clothing, we needed to see where the hat was. That could have been a lead. That could be a clue of where Mr. O'Keefe was last prior to being discovered.
Did you or the team ultimately find a hat that morning?
Yes.
Could I have you produce 537?
Yes, sir.
All right, move that item into evidence.
So this is going to be 96.
Thank you. With the court's permission, Trooper Bukhenik, could you open that and show it to the jury? Was that item photographed?
Yes, it was.
And when that was taken from the scene, was the same method used of using gloves and putting it in a bag?
Yes, it was.
When the item was it photographed in the place that it was found?
Yes, it was.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sir, I'm showing you a series of photographs. You take a look at it. The first one, do you recognize that photograph?
I do.
What is it?
It's the accumulated snow that was being excavated at the scene where we located Mr. O'Keefe's hat.
And the second photo?
The second photo is a close-up of Mr. O'Keefe's hat, flattened and frozen to the ground with portions of it exposed from underneath the piled up snow.
Third photo?
Third photo is also of the hat once it's been removed, and you can see the thin blue line, American flag, on the front of the hat and the Nike swoosh on the brim.
And the fourth photo, please.
And the fourth photograph is also a close-up of the top of the hat with a scale ruler next to it with grass showing from underneath the hat.
I'm going to put these back in the order you identified them. Your Honor, I move these four photographs into evidence.
Okay. Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Do you want them as 4 separate or A, B, C?
99A through 99D, so marked.
Thank you very much. With the court's permission, I'd like to show these photographs to the jury.
Yes.
Beginning with 99A, P526-7733, please. Could you close up just a little bit, please? Sir, can you describe what you see here?
Yes, that's the excavation track by one of the members at the scene. You could see the hat frozen flat to the bottom, or on the bottom of the snow, right on top of the grass. It was under approximately 1.5 feet of snow that had accumulated in the area.
We could next show 99B, P527-7735.
This is again the close-up of the frozen flat hat to the grass at 34 Fairview Road.
Next is 99C, P529-7739, please.
Once pulled out and flipped over, again, this is the same hat belonging to Mr. O'Keefe that was discovered frozen flat to the grass at the scene.
Thank you. You can take that down, please. Did you search the entire front lawn at that time?
No, we did not.
And we can see from those photographs, is there still snow in that yard?
Yes.
As you continued your investigation, did you continue to go back to Fairview over time?
Yes, based on the amount of snow still present and the fact that we were finding pieces of broken taillight and glass at the scene, and items that we did not expect to find, like a cocktail glass straw. I directed my members to go by the scene every day as the temperatures rose. Snow would expose more evidence on the lawn, and with the hopes of finding each and every item that was present.
By the way, anyone
By
know that if
February
they did
4th,
DNA on the
next day,
straw?
2022, did you receive a call?
Yes, I did.
Not what was said, but who was that call from?
I believe it was,
I don't want you to guess if you don't know. Was the person a member of any group?
yes,
From what group?
it was Canton Police.
As a result of receiving a call from the Canton Police, or someone from the Canton Police on February 4th, 2022, did you go anywhere?
I was already en route to 34 Fairview to conduct a directed check of the area.
When you say directed check, you drive by every day on your way to work?
I told my members on every day to work and home to make sure someone's checking the lawn, to make sure that any evidence that
On an
exposes itself to the melting
unsecured
snow
scene
would
that's
be
been
identified
unsecured
and
for over
collected.
a week.
As you were on your
Oh
way there, you
my
received a call
God,
from
this
someone
is why
from the
you
Canton
needed
Police?
Mike
Yes.
Easter, everybody.
Did you arrive at 34
The jury
Fairview on
doesn't know
February
this is
4th,
unacceptable.
2022?
I did.
When you got there, did you see any more items?
Yes, I did.
How many?
One item, a larger in size red taillight piece had revealed itself, and it was collected.
Could you produce 710, please?
Yes, sir.
Is that 710, sir?
7-10, yes, sir.
I'd move that item into evidence, please.
No objection.
With the court's permission, could Trooper Bukhenik open the item and show it to the jury?
Yes.
Thank you. Did anybody photograph that item where it was found?
Yes, there was a photograph taken.
Did you take the photograph?
No, I did not.
How did you receive the photograph?
It was attached to the Canton Police reports that were provided. Canton Police documented that item in place.
May I approach?
Yes.
Showing you two photographs. The first page, do you recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That was the item I collected on February 4th at 34 Fairview Road, which I was just showing to the jury.
And the second photograph?
The second photograph is a zoomed out general vicinity photograph of the same item from 34 Fairview Road, the lawn area, approximately 7 feet from the roadway.
I'd like to move these into evidence. A and B. Court's permission.
Any objection, Mr. Jackson?
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 101A and B.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show those photographs to the jury.
Yes.
P46, please. Is that a photograph of the item you just showed the jury, sir?
Yes, it is.
And where was it in relation to the other pieces that you had found on February 3rd?
It was further to the right. If you're looking at the property, if you have the fire hydrant on your left, it was further to the right, on the right bank of the snow that was melting on the lawn.
Is that on the lawn or on the pavement?
That's on the lawn.
And could we show the close-up, please, P47? Thank you. You could take it down, please. When you recovered those items, did you go through the same protocol of gloves and bags?
Absolutely.
Did you return to 34 Fairview on February 10th?
Yes, I did.
Was the snow in a different state than when you last left it on February 3rd?
Did you
Yes,
ask
it had
Chief Kelleher
receded,
Lieutenant
significantly.
Deputy Chief
When you went
Kelleher
back on February
to get
10th, were
his
you with
Arlo
anybody?
camera and collect all this and to tape all this and to video all this
I
for
believe I
a
was
week
with
or
another
more?
trooper.
And the answer
Do you know
is
who that
no.
was?
This is so ridiculous.
I don't remember. I'd have to refresh my memory.
Was it Michael Proctor?
It might have been, yes.
Could you produce 7-11, please?
Yes, sir.
that bag contain some of the items you found on February 10th at Fairview Road?
Yes, it does.
I'd move that into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. Exhibit 102.
Can you describe generally the size of the items in that bag?
Can I open it?
Please.
Generally speaking, there's 6 plastic pieces of clear and red and black items that are in size approximately to like $50.
Without going through every one of them, can you just pull out one red and one clear to show the jury a representative sample of what's in the bag? In total, there's 6 items in that bag?
In total, there are 6 items in the bag.
When you retrieved those items, did you use the same protocol of gloves in a bag?
Yes.
Did you photograph these items when you took them?
Not on this day, no.
Why not?
We had been to the scene so many times. It was the same general vicinity, and we just made the decision not to have crime scene come out to photograph.
Wait, you're
these six
investigating a
pieces.
homicide case so you put somebody in
Were
jail
they
for
in
their
any,
life
remarkably
and death of
different
a
position than
cop,
the other
and you
pieces?
don't
Anything that stood
photograph
out, or
these
were they in-
pieces, these pieces
me
that now
rephrase that.
miraculously appear like 10 days
Where
later?
were
You've
they
been out there so
generally
many
in
times.
relation to the
Give
other
me a
pieces
break.
that you had
Where are
found?
the cameras? Where's
They
the
were
Arlo?
all in the
Come
general
on.
area where
And
the other
jury,
pieces
if they
had
think she
been
did it, doesn't
located.
understand the significance. How this
It
is
was on the
awful,
left side of
how
the
this
lawn,
shouldn't even be evidence, how
near
this shouldn't
the
be allowed into evidence.
flagpole,
I'm sorry, I'm talking over this.
between the road and the home.
Was there another group of items that you found that day that you put in a separate bag?
Yes.
Could you provide us? May I approach? I'm not sure if I've marked this one for evidence.
Yes.
Your Honor. Could you produce
I think they should
7-12, please?
make it count.
Yes, sir.
All she can do is say no. All she can do is say no.
I'd move this into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
With the-
You know, I'm upstate New York, and I don't have my little bags that they have. Remember when I did the demonstration
the
on one of our
Commission,
shows?
could Trooper Buchanan
Where they
open the
had put
bag?
the glass pieces in with the clothes, contaminating everything?
In that bag, are there different types of items? The items you showed us before were appear to be plastic.
Yes, these items are packaged in wax paper. There's 14 pieces in total, and these items contain glass and plastic fragments, some of which are also within like a cylindrical tin container that you saw earlier.
Could you show us some of the glass pieces, please?
Yes, sir. I'm going to have to open the wax bag.
Please.
Notice how he's handling all this. He hasn't changed his gloves. If contamination were a thing and further testing needed to be done, not that it does in this case, but it couldn't be done because he's using the same gloves. And by the way, let's see if he closes this, whether he seals it with red evidence tape and puts his initials on it and the date.
Could you stand so the people in the back can see? Thank you. Were there a number of different items inside that are inside that bag that you found that day?
Yes, there are a number of glass pieces taped and labeled for identification at the lab and mechanically pieced together to form this one piece in my right hand, and this is one solid, thick piece of curved glass in my left hand.
And again, is this February 10th, 2022?
Yes, it is.
February
The last
10th.
evidence bag, you said that you did not photograph where they were found. Did you photograph where these
2022.
pieces were found?
No, I did not.
How
Any
many
different reason
days
than
is
the last
that?
bag?
No.
Do you have a memory of where these items were found in relation to the items in the last bag?
Yes, they were all in the general vicinity where all the other taillight pieces were located, as well as the baseball hat.
How much snow was on the ground at this point?
Most of the snow had melted. There might have been some areas that was still present because of the excavation that took place. So very little to no snow was present at this point in time.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Is that all the pieces that you have that you were part of finding or retrieving from 34 Fairview Road related to plastic or glass discovery?
Yes, sir.
Did you continue to work on this case?
Yes, I did.
At some point, did you receive video from a number of different locations?
Yes.
Where were you part of retrieving or receiving video from?
I was part of retrieving and receiving video from C.F. McCarthy's, the waterfall. There was also video that was collected from other agencies and entities.
Did you seek a search warrant or video evidence from a company called Ring?
Yes.
For what location?
For the Meadows Ave location, Mr. John O'Keefe's residence.
Did you receive video from Ring, directly from Ring?
Ring sent over files with Ring video.
Was that by link, by a computer?
I'm not sure how it came in. It was via the internet.
Did you view all of the files that were produced by Ring?
At some point, I reviewed all the files, yes.
Was that pursuant to a subpoena?
I'm sorry?
Were the Ring videos produced pursuant to a subpoena?
Through the search warrant, yes. We requested it through the search warrant. That's the way that these providers, service providers, respond to court legal service.
Were you aware that some cruisers or the cruisers at the Canton Police Department had dash cam video?
Yes, I am aware of it.
Did you obtain and review video?
Yes, I did.
Have you seen other video from the Canton Police Department?
Yes, I did.
At some point, were you asked if you would consent to provide your DNA?
Yes, I was, yes.
Is that uncommon in investigations?
It's not common, but situations do arise where you're asked to do that. So it's not the first time that's happened, but it has happened before where a law enforcement individual officer has to provide DNA and they consent.
Did you?
Yes, I did.
Did you review any other materials in this case? Did you review any reports?
I did review reports, yes.
Did you write reports in this case?
Yes, I did.
Now, I want to ask you about Michael Proctor. You had told us that you were working on this investigation with him.
Yes, I was.
Are you still working on this investigation with him?
No, I'm not.
You were Michael Proctor's supervisor?
Yes, I was.
When you work for the state police, do you have a personal phone and a phone that is provided to you by the state police?
Yes.
The state police phone, is that a work phone?
Yes, it is.
What type of information do you receive on that phone?
You can receive communications via email, text message, cell phone, tower, voice communications.
Okay. And do officers communicate with each other at times on those work phones?
Yes, they do.
And during that time, did you have a work phone that you were using for communications?
Yes, I did.
At some point, did you receive, or were you placed on an email chain that included Michael Proctor and others?
I believe it was a text chain.
I'm sorry, a text chain.
Yes.
Were you included on a text chain involving Michael Proctor and others?
Yes, I was.
Did you receive
He's going
a
to say
text or a
that
text
he
chain
helped get him fired. You
from
watch.
Michael Proctor and other people?
Yes, I did.
And when you received a text, do you remember where you were when you received the text chain?
The specific one you're referring to, I was at the Logan Airport working a traffic detail.
When you received that text or text chain, did you respond?
I acknowledged the text. I did not respond through with verbiage.
And then during that text chain, did you look at the entire text chain?
No, the text message came through on my Apple Watch as I was controlling traffic. I glanced at it, took part of the
You're the
information
supervisor.
that came through and acknowledged it with a thumbs up emoji, indicating that I read it.
At some point, did you learn everything that was on that text chain?
Yes.
Yeah, when you saw it. What do you mean? You didn't ignore
Not
the
that
text chain? Oh, come on. This
Was
is so
there an
ridiculous.
investigation?
There was.
And during that investigation, you were Michael Proctor's supervisor?
I was.
After
And
the
by the way,
investigation was done, did the state police
When you signed off on a report
make any
as
finding
a supervisor
against
where
you
you
for
said
that text
Proctor
chain?
didn't put an
Yes,
admission or a
there were
confession
two
by Karen,
sustained
you did a
findings,
supervisor.
as a
You're
result of
supposed
that
to review those
investigation.
reports.
Did you initiate that text chain?
No, I don't believe so.
You did react with a thumbs up?
I acknowledged the text message that he sent, or portion of the information that came through on my watch.
And the two sustained findings against you, were one of them for failure to adequately supervise?
Yes.
And the other, was it regarding a routine or regular review that it didn't consider that text chain?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll rephrase.
Okay.
That second sustained finding, was it regarding a review of the performance level of Mr. Proctor?
That's correct.
Sustained is to full.
Was there a second sustained finding?
Yes, there was.
Did it relate to the review process of a subordinate?
Objection.
Sustained is to full.
What was that second sustained finding about?
The accuracy of the review of the quarterly performance evaluation.
You said quarterly. How often would you write reviews for subordinates?
Every 90 days.
Was there any other sustained finding against you?
No.
Was there punishment in light of those two
Yeah, I
sustained
got
findings
docked a
against
few
you?
days.
There was.
Okay.
And what was that punishment?
I lost 5 vacation days.
Oh, I'm
Do
sorry,
you
5
presently
vacation
work
days.
in the homicide division of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office?
I do.
Are you currently a sergeant?
I am.
Have
I
you
mean,
ever reviewed
just
that
like,
entire
there's nothing wrong
chain
here.
that was
Nothing
at
here to
issue?
see.
Only
guess the jury
through
wants
the
to know what the
documents
text
provided
chain
for
is.
me during the internal investigation.
Yeah, approach, Your Honor.
Yes.
Here's the prosecution trying to get ahead of this. You know how they haven't mentioned Sallyport, though? Right? They haven't mentioned him going to the Sallyport. I think they're going to try, when Jackson goes there, they're going to try to say it's outside the scope of cross-examination. And therefore, he can't go there. And if you want him to go there, you call him as your own witness.
Yeah, stand here. Sure. So I'm going to ask you to take a look at that document. And if you turn the page, does it begin to, one more page, please. Does it begin to reflect the email chain?
Yes, it
Text
does.
chain.
Do you remember this email chain?
I remember seeing it when I reviewed it. I don't remember the intricate details of these messages.
Do you remember that photograph?
I don't.
Okay, could you turn the page?
He doesn't remember
there
the
text?
photograph. He didn't
Yes,
just
there is.
this is the
Saying
investigator
the phone numbers,
for a
I'd like you
homicide. He
to
doesn't
cite
remember
the
even the stuff that he
author of
looked
the
at
text,
for
and I'd like
his
you to read the
subordinate,
text to the
who
jury.
was awful, disgusting.
Do you want me to date it in time or no?
Sure.
August 17th, 2022, 9:44 p.m., 25 seconds. Funny, I am going through his retarded client's phone.
I'd like you to read all of them, please.
Next one, no nudes so far. I hate that man. I truly hate him.
Hey, can you give the author for each comment? And can you start again, because I want us to understand.
I'm sorry. Can you repeat
Let's
that?
start again.
The author,
Maybe we should
whoever
have a
makes the
reader.
comment,
Maybe
I'd
we
like
should
to
have readers.
The name of the author.
Look at the jury, Yuri, when you're reading this. I'm sorry. I am talking over
I'm sorry,
him
this
because I am
document does
so
not
furious.
identify who the author is, sir.
And you don't know? You don't know if it's the person you're supposed to supervise who you were docked 5 vacation days? Oh, wow.
It identifies this as your phone,
That is, yes.
but each comment doesn't identify who sent it.
No, it does not. I
Wait.
assume it's an extraction from one device, but
I see.
An extraction. It doesn't identify stuff. They didn't do a good
If you made
extraction?
any of the comments yourself, would you tell us?
if I made those comments?
No, if you make any of them in here as you read them, will you point out if you?
Absolutely, absolutely, yes.
Okay. And if you don't know who made the comment, could you just identify that for us as you read it so we know?
Okay, do you want me to continue the next page?
Why don't we start over, because I
Okay.
should have been more clear in my direction. Could you begin again?
So in the beginning, it says, funny, I am going through his retarded client's phone.
Is that your comment?
No, it is not.
Okay, next.
Whose comment is it?
It appears to be the same person because of the way that the extraction happens, and it says no nudes
It
so
appears
far.
to be the same person because of the way the extraction.
Again,
You
this-
you
I
were
believe
docked.
it's the same
At a
person
hearing,
because
you know this
all
is
of these are
Proctor.
identified as
Oh,
sent.
come on.
It says, I
Right.
hate that man. I truly hate him.
This is.
Do
This
you have
is
any belief that's Michael Proctor
ridiculous.
who's writing these?
Oh, do you have a belief it's Michael Proctor? We have to
Yes,
think about that.
I believe that is.
Yes.
Next, please.
Yes, I believe it. Finally, that came out. That came out finally. He knows who's on the text chain. Look at your text chains on your phone.
There's a blank page, and that's the end. Yes, sir.
He's going to say that he doesn't remember seeing any of these, or it doesn't refresh his recollection. That's what he's going to say. And you notice how he's not
Did
looking
you
at
say
the
you
jury
were
now?
suspended
We're not
5
holding
days
up
or lost
bloody
5 days
clothes.
vacation?
Lost 5 days of vacation.
And have you continued on your cases?
Yes, I have.
I want to go back to the evidence that you reviewed in this case.
Okay.
Did you get to look at the ring video for John O'Keefe's home at Meadows?
Yes, I did.
Did you review the video over a period of time of January 28th?
We
and
just kind
January
of slipped
29th?
those text
I did.
messages in
What were
and
you
slipped
looking
out,
for?
right? Slip in,
We were
slip out,
looking
slip in,
for
slip out,
activity
right?
to get a
Right?
timeline.
You
During
investigated
investigations,
case, you don't have
different
any.
sources
Your deputy
provide
chief
you
lives across the
information
street,
that
has an Arlo
can develop
camera.
into leads. It
All
also
the-
helps
none of this stuff is
verify
on
witness
camera.
statements. It
One
helps
ruler,
verify
11
information
days to
coming
go
in.
back.
We
You
always
don't even
trust,
write a
but we
report.
always
You don't bring any
verify
with
the
you. Don't
information that we take
photograph.
in from individuals we do not know. So
I don't
although it
even
could be a
wanna hear
cooperating
what's
witness,
coming out of his
we still
mouth
have to
if this is gonna be
verify that
what's
their
gonna
information is
convict Hannah
accurate.
Reid.
Not that they might be
If she's guilty,
intentionally
fine.
misleading
Let her
you,
be convicted
but
on real evidence. But
three
this
people
is
can watch the same
a
event and
modern
observe it
day-
differently. So
You
it's
know what?
good to talk to individuals and pick up on different facts that they remember, giving you a whole picture of what took place.
Did you review ring video for January 28, 2022 and January 29, 2022?
I did.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show a number of segments of the video from January 28, 2022.
Okay, the one that's already in evidence?
It is, it's Exhibit 6.
Okay.
Thank you. When you reviewed the video from the ring that Ring provided for Mr. O'Keefe's home on Meadows for January 28, 2022, did you review it from the morning time at about 7:18:55 throughout the evening?
On the 28th?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. If I could have video 119. Thank you. After that video, did you have an opportunity to look at video at about 5:05 p.m.?
I'm sorry, there was a noise coming from a bag over here. I apologize.
Not a problem.
Can you repeat that question?
Sure. On January 28, 2022, did you have a chance to look at video from the ring at about 5:05 p.m.?
Yes.
Could I have video 145, please? Thank you, Ms. Gilman. Did you have, there's more video. Did you have a chance to look at video from a little later that evening, 7:36 p.m.?
Yes, I did.
Could we have video 149, please?
I'm muted, so I was practicing. I'm practicing because, no, I can't have a gin and tonic. I don't drink actually, except for maybe an occasional champagne or an occasional
Thank you.
cosmopolitan. Mainly because
In your investigation,
I go to sleep if I do.
did you learn that the defendant's phone connected to Mr. O'Keefe's Wi-Fi at his house on January 29, 2022 at 12:36:39?
Yes.
Did you look for any ring video for that time, 12:36:39?
Yes.
Was there any ring video on the production that was sent to you by Ring for the time period of around 12:36:39 on the evening of January 29, 2022?
There was no ring video for that time frame.
Notice how when he answers the question, that's
Did you
uncomfortable.
look for ring video
That-
around
It's hell if he's playing
5:07:58
poker.
that morning on January 29, 2022?
Yes, I did.
Could we see video 153, please?
While they're pulling that up, I'm going to repeat. He's staying away from the Sally Port because he's going to say if Jackson goes there to question him on his first trial testimony, it's outside the scope of this direct.
Thank you. Did you review that video from 5:07:58?
Who?
Yes.
Who, Almighty?
Did you later review video of 5:46:29?
Yes.
Could we play number 154, please? Could you stop that, please? Do you recognize what's in that video?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That is, top left corner is Mr. John O'Keefe's vehicle. Middle left side of the screen is a black Lexus SUV registered to Karen Reed with the license plate based on that registration. And then on the right side, I believe that's Miss Carrie Roberts' vehicle.
Did you see the people enter the house?
Yes.
Did you look for further video after the people arrived at 5:46:29?
Yes.
Was there any video of those three people leaving?
No, there was not.
Was there later video at 7:05:16 a.m.?
There was, yes.
Ms. Gilman, can we see video 155, please? Thank you. Did you later see video at 8:23 a.m.?
Yes.
Could we have exhibit or video 159, please? Thank you. Did you later see video at 10:36:28?
Yes, I did.
Could we have video 161, please? Could you stop that, please? Do you know who's in that video?
I believe it's Mr. Paul O'Keefe and Mrs. O'Keefe.
Could you please play? Okay, thank you. Did you later look at video of 12:04?
Yes.
And could we please play the 1-minute segment of video 165? stop that video? Do you know who that is?
I believe that's the defendant.
Continue, please. Could you stop that? Do you know who exited the car?
I believe that's Mr. Reed.
Okay, continue, please. Thank you. Did you continue to watch the video from the driveway
Yes.
during that time period?
Yes.
Did you see anybody else get out of that car that was in the back?
Yes.
And who did you believe you saw getting out of that car?
I believe it was the defendant's brother and possibly his companion. I don't know who that is.
Did you have a chance to watch the video?
Yes, I did.
At 12:35 p.m., could you play video 174, please? Thank you. Did you look at video from 12:40?
Yes, I did.
Could we have video 171? And 175. Thank you. Did you look for further video to see if there was any video for the time around when the Lexus was taken from Meadows that morning?
Yes.
Was there any video that was produced that shows the time around before and the time that Lexus was removed from that driveway that morning?
There was no video, no.
But you couldn't canvass the neighborhood for video of the timeline, allegedly, when John O'Keefe got out of Karen Reed's car until he was found the next morning. You couldn't canvass any neighbors. You couldn't go get
When
the
you
chief.
were at the Sally
couldn't
Port,
even
did you get
show
an
us
opportunity
what that
to
video showed.
look at the
But
Lexus's
boy, you're
rear
doing a great
taillight
job on the
area?
other videos,
Yes,
sir.
I did.
Did you get to make observations about the damage that you viewed that morning?
Yes, I was.
Did you later have a chance to see, after the snow melted, what that damage looked like?
Yes, I did.
Could I have Exhibit 54, please? Do you recognize what's in that photo?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize it to be?
That is the defendant's Lexus SUV that was seized and later processed. It's currently in the Canton Sally Port, I believe.
Could we close up on the right rear taillight, please? Do you notice anything about that right rear taillight?
Yes.
What do you notice?
It's missing a large red portion of the lens.
Is that consistent or inconsistent with the damage that you saw when you first saw that car?
That is 100% consistent.
Did you get an opportunity to see any video or photographs of that right rear taillight before the car was placed in the Sallyport video?
Yes.
Did you view the ring video from Mr. O'Keefe's Meadows Ave address?
Yes.
If we could go back to video 153 from Exhibit 6. If you could play this, please. Did you have a chance to review this video?
Yes.
Is this at 5:07:58 a.m. on January 29, 2000?
Yes, it is.
Could you stop, please? Do you notice anything about the right rear taillight in that video?
Yes.
What do you notice?
It's showing white and is missing the red taillight cover lens.
Could you zoom back out for a second, please? Could you continue? And I'm going to ask you to stop in a second. Stop, please. Do you notice anything about that still of that video?
Yes, it's consistent with its appearance of missing that red taillight lens.
If you could play the vehicle leaving the driveway, please. Thank you. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Hand you a document, sir? Do you recognize what's in that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's a still frame from the ring footage taken of the video we just watched of the Lexus SUV leaving, and the large red portion of the rear taillight is missing.
I'd like to move this into evidence.
Okay. Any objections to Jackson?
No, Your Honor.
If I may correct the record, the ring video exhibits are from 12A, not Exhibit 6. At some point later that afternoon, you shared, or mid-afternoon, you went to Dighton, but before that, Did you review any other evidence of the damage to that taillight before you and Mr. Proctor even got to the Dayton address?
Yes.
Could I have Exhibit 10, please? Did you have a chance to view still photos from the wellness check that was conducted by the Canton Police Department and videos on the dash cam?
Yes, I did.
Did you review this photograph?
Yes, I did.
And could we show a close-up on Exhibit 11? Did you have a chance to view the dash cam from this footage at 8:26:31 a.m. relative to the damage to that right rear taillight?
Yes, I did.
You shared with us that, you can take that down, please. You shared with us that after this time, somewhere around 3:15, you went to Dayton,
Yes.
and you shared your observations when you got out of your truck and walked towards the car.
Yes.
Was there any difference between the damages that you've seen in the video, the photograph, and what you saw that morning?
The only difference is the amount of snow that's impacted on the vehicle. The damage is consistent. The large red lens is missing in every single piece of, every single image that I saw.
You mentioned that there was a tow of that car in Dayton that you were there for.
Yes.
Were you aware that video footage was provided to us from that tow?
I was made aware, yes.
I'd like to enter into evidence a video from alarm.com.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. Exhibit 105.
Did you view the video that was provided to us relative to the right rear taillight?
From alarm.com?
Yes.
Yes.
Court's permission, I'd like to play that for the jury.
Okay.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
This is video 1, Your Honor.
Okay.
Could you play video 2, please? Could you stop, please? Do you notice anything about the color of the right rear tail light?
Yes, it was white.
Could you continue, please? Thank you. You can put the lights on, please. Sir, did you have an opportunity to review video from C.F. McCarthy's on the evening of January 28th, 2022?
Yes, I did.
Did you have an opportunity to review videos from the Waterfall Bar on January 28th, 2002?
Yes, I did.
Did I say January 20th, January 29th, 2022?
You know,
Yes.
I don't
Did you
see what they're
review
seeing in those
all the
videos. The
entire
jury's going to use their
relevant
own
time
judgment.
periods?
But
Yes, I did.
if the
When you
expert
reviewed
testimony is
those
going to be
videos,
that the
were there a
arm
number of
injuries
different things
aren't
you were looking
caused by
for?
the car,
Yes,
I'm
there
not
was.
sure how much it
Can you
matters.
share with the jury what you were looking for?
We were looking for consistency in statements that were already received through interviews. We were looking for description of clothing individuals were wearing at the bars, at those locations. We were looking for any evidence of aggressive behavior, any sort of information we could learn to help us with the investigation. We're also looking to see and document how much alcohol consumption was on the recordings.
When you went through the videos, did you happen to have an opportunity to copy and clip portions of relevant time frames regarding alcohol ingestion?
Yes.
Did you put all of those videos together in a sequence to show the course of the night, times when you could identify alcohol ingestion?
Yes, I did.
Did you put that into a video format for a presentation?
Yes, we did.
You know, I think this presentation may take a few minutes.
All right, we'll raise the counsel side up for just a second, please. Jurors, feel free to stand up.
Okay, so the juries feel free to stand up. I'm not sure she's sending them to lunch, right? She doesn't see counsel's sidebar. Probably wants to know how much longer Hank Brennan has. I mean, I don't know how much longer he could have. He's dragged this out pretty good, right? I am incensed. I am incensed that this evidence collection, which starts supposedly, you know, when no one sees any pieces of red around the area, and then over a period of 11 or 12 days until February 10th, they go back every day and see if pieces will show themselves, right? Yeah, I'm sure pieces did show themselves, but not because they were lost the night of the 29th here. It's outrageous to not to allow the defense to have an expert testify that this procedure is simply outrageous, that you do not collect evidence by just driving past every day. And the excuse, well, when you found the big piece, remember he shows the big piece? I wish Michel Bryant were here with his show and tell. The big piece of red polycarbonate taillight. Did you bring a photographer or anybody with you? No, because, you know, we've been going every day and it was taking time and costing money, blah, blah, blah. So, you know, we didn't do anything. We just picked him up, right? We just picked it up, and here we're showing it to you. This is not how evidence is supposed to be gathered. It's not how it's supposed to get in, and it's not how it's supposed to convict somebody of a charge who could send somebody away for life.
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It is the PowerPoint presentation of the timeline from C.F. McCarthy's and Waterfall from January 28th, 2022.
I move this into evidence as an exhibit.
Mr. Jackson, is no objection?
There's no objection on that.
Exhibit 106.
He's a little uncomfortable there. When he starts doing that, air his collar out, you know? And that's not, you know, that's not somebody trying to move around, you know, your back hurts, you're sitting too long. This was specifically, it's always on a piece of evidence or something.
Sir, I'm handing you 4 photographs. You recognize what they are.
Yes, I do.
What are they?
There's still frames from C.F. McCarthy's on January 28th, 2022 at 9/26/01 as timestamped on the footage cam.
Are there 4 photographs?
There are.
I move these 4 photographs into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. Is one exhibit again with the letters, please?
So I'm showing you 4 more photographs. You take a look. You recognize.
Yes, I do.
And what are they?
They're still shot photos of the waterfall surveillance footage from the night of 28th into the morning of 29th.
All right, move these 4 photographs into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
It's 108A through 108B.
Thank you. Your Honor, could I proceed with the PowerPoint presentation?
Yes.
Trooper, I may stop you at a couple points.
Yes, sir.
Could you explain to us what this is?
Yes, from left to right, it is chronological events that took place at C.F. McCarthy's. This is surveillance video from one of their cameras within the bar. It should be noted that the video is time-stamped 12 minutes behind actual time. So when it says 9:03, when it is 9:03, the frame will be timestamped 2051, which is 8:51. So that's the time discrepancy, which is consistent throughout the surveillance footage.
So the times that are displayed in those arrows, is that the accurate time?
The arrows are the accurate time, and the time stamped 12 minutes behind actual time.
In these videos, are you identifying drinks that were received in drink and had been consumed by the defendant?
Yes, so the first video, as it is labeled, it's the defendant arriving. The next one will be the ordering of the drink and receiving the actual cocktail.
Okay, let's start with the first video at 9:03, please. Can you stop it there? Do you recognize who's in that video?
Yes.
From left to right of people that you recognize and identify the clothing they might be wearing?
From left to right, it'll be Mr. John O'Keefe wearing the gray sweatshirt that was displayed earlier. And then the defendant, who he is trying to embrace with one arm there. I do not know who the other individuals are in the shot.
Okay, thank you. If you could continue, please. We could proceed to 9:10. What did that show, sir?
It showed the defendant receiving her first tall vase, cylindrical style cocktail glass with a lime in it and a straw to go along with it.
9:27, please. And what was depicted in that video that you saw?
In that video, we see the defendant get handed her second cylindrical tall style cocktail glass while she finished the first one and then picked up the second one.
When you've made a relevant observation in the video, please interject and stop so you can point out for us what you've seen.
Absolutely, sir.
Okay. Next, please, 932.
Here the defendant is handed a shot.
Stop, please. Okay.
Right there.
I think we'll just have to play it and you'll have to speak as you're watching it. It doesn't look like it can be stopped. Sorry, Ms. Gilman.
She's handed a shot by the bartender on the left side of the screen. She picks it up and puts it into her second cocktail glass, making it a third beverage of alcohol content that she's consuming.
You know, now that she has talked about why the 9 drinks and why there really weren't 9 drinks, actually it may have helped her with this because you know she didn't finish some. You know that they were so weak, and anyone who's ever had anyone work in a bar knows how bars do drinks. Okay, I say no more. Okay, I just posted something on our X account. It's a repost of Aidan Carney, who shows the pictures of the car that we can see and enlarge, even though they didn't take formal crime scene pictures of this car, right, are not the same before and after Proctor had the opportunity to get to it. They're just not the same, okay? So I wish there was a way that I could screen capture something and put it into our chat, but I can't. So for those of you lucky enough to have X, follow at Justice Serve TV. They're there. Or you can go see him on Aidan Carney's website. I'm sure he also put him on his blog. By the way, the Commonwealth filed a motion today that when the niece and nephew testify, there can be no photographs taken, no copying of their testimony in any way. So I assume they plan to call them probably soon, maybe after Buchanan, maybe tomorrow afternoon, Friday. You know how we like to produce trials like they're Broadway plays.
So right there we observed Mr. O'Keefe retrieve his phone from his rear left jean pocket. And he put it back.
Who's Karen Reed talking to in the white baseball cap? And yes, she's not holding a drink there at all.
Now the defendant picks up her second cocktail glass with the added shot in it and consumes it.
You mean takes a sip out of the straw? Is that what you mean? You mean like this? This is not cocktails, but it's my Dunkin', you know, my Dunkin'. Oh, I took a sip. I consumed it. I took a sip.
This is now 9:45 p.m.
Yes, sir.
Brooklyn, I asked the same question. Who's in the white cap that she's speaking to?
So the bartender hands over another cocktail glass and some beers. The shot goes into the empty one after it's poured into the new cocktail glass. So that's drink number 4.
Does it also depict Mr. O'Keefe putting his cell phone in his back pocket again?
Yes.
By 9:45, how many drinks have been served to the defendant?
4 drinks.
4 drinks between 9:10 and 9:45?
That's correct. In 35 minutes, 4 drinks.
Could we proceed to the next screen, please? 10:09 p.m.
Here the defendant speaks with the bartender and gestures that she wants a shot.
Objection.
The objection sustained.
Move to strike.
I'll strike that.
Oh, wow, the defense won something.
Mr. O'Keefe on his cell phone again?
Yes, he is. And he puts it in his back pocket. The defendant is showing Mr. O'Keefe the middle finger, and then puts beverages on the bar.
Should I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
What is the drink count at that point?
At that point, it's 4 drinks.
Okay. Could we have the next?
Mr. O'Keefe brings over a couple of beverages. The defendant retrieves the cocktail glass. A shot glass is picked up by one of the patrons, and the defendant retrieves it from him and places it back on the bar. The defendant is consuming the beverage in her hand, places it on the bar. and then
What time are we at now?
that was 10:34, so we're moving 10:37.
What is the drink on at 10:34?
That is 5 drinks at that point.
Can we play 10:37, please?
The bartender makes 4 shots, top left corner. She's seen preparing the 4 shot glasses. 2 are on the bar top now. She retrieves 2 more.
$10.41, please.
Here, the 4 shot glasses are redistributed. Pours it into her drink. She does not consume it from the shot glass.
You don't have an objection last time.
Okay, I'll strike that.
The next video, please.
Now, as the Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant are getting ready to leave, the defendant is holding the drink in her left hand, continues to sip on it. And the 2 walk out of the bar without the beverage in their hand being deposited anywhere.
At 10:53, how many drinks have been served to the defendant at this point?
7.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Move to strike.
I'll strike
Next slide. And
that.
is
So
this,
I'm going to actually see counsel inside who's on this.
tote board continues to mount this interesting testimony. I'm not sure if Sergeant Bukhenik has a future in the sports booth, but he's doing his best play-by-play. The cocktailing went on the night of the 28th of January, 2022, and they're certainly on the verge of taking their lunch break. So I'm assuming that maybe what happens here, despite the sidebar. Hold on.
Lunch and break, it's 1:10. We'll see you at 2 o'clock, and Sergeant, you can just file out that.
Yes, Your
All
Honor.
rise for the court, please. There's closing notebooks. Follow me.
Okay, so as expected, taking the lunch break. So okay, this was so hodgepodgey back and forth, maybe by design, maybe not. Is it effective? Maybe not. So let's try to chop up some of the chunks that we've been exposed to here, as has this jury, more importantly. Let's talk about, since we've just seen it, just heard about it, the cocktailing. We know CF McCarthy's was the first spot they stopped. We saw that. There was the interesting graphic to show what the prosecution believes are specific incidents in which the defendant, Karen Reed, had a drink. And so they're building this cumulative effect that, hey, by X number of time, I think the last one they got away with for that objection was 10:34, 5 drinks. They attempted to suggest that at 10:53 there were 7 drinks, where there was an objection, and that was stricken. Apparently the foundation not properly laid. There were times when Buchanan was basically saying she did not consume that drink, or she continues to sip that drink, or she finishes that drink. Well, you don't have the foundation for that. I mean, unless you're elbow to elbow with the person as it's happening, you can't tell any better than anybody else what's going on that video. And if I do this, watch this. Watch me get a drink here. I didn't drink anything. I just held it up to my mouth. So if somebody's holding a drink and maybe it's in the proximity. Anyway, some of the objections when they were actually made were properly sustained. And that is, you don't have the foundation for that testimony, pal. So knock it off. So you can see what the prosecution is doing here. I look at it from 2 perspectives. We've heard from the toxicology person, right? We heard from her. She's from the clinical toxicology. She's the one that. Hey, is this bothering you that we're on opposite sides now?
No, I'm just
Okay.
sitting here sipping my drink. Okay.
Yeah, well, watch where that straw ends up. Could be trouble.
Oh, I think I'll sip my other Dunkin' drink.
Well, that's 2. Yep, at 1:08,
right.
you're into at least your second drink. So here's my analysis of this, and I'm looking at it from a juror's perspective. Let's say they've gotten this 0.14 to 0.28 testimony from the clinical toxicologist. Okay, that's in their brain there. That by retrograde analysis, blood test taken at 9:08 the morning of the 29th, backed that baby up to about 12:45. They're suggesting her blood alcohol, Karen Reed's blood alcohol, was either 0.14 to 0.28. Either way you slice it, it's above the legal limit and could be an issue. If you believe that, this testimony now is laying the foundation to support that number. If you poo-poo that number, if you say, that number is ridiculous, now you're seeing this video, and perhaps it is. Hold on a second. I've just been handed this breaking news. Oh, this is apparently. I don't know if this is in evidence or not yet. This is Hanky Binky. I'm not sure if it did. Has this been DNA tested? I'm not sure I want that near me. But thanks, Scott. Scott McGinnis dropping off the latest accoutrement of some of Karen Reed's supporters. Anyway, so if you don't believe that number, now you're seeing what could be argued as visible evidence that she's consuming a number of cocktails. So the evidence by these 2 different sources complement one another. And maybe you're already there for the jury. Okay, she had a lot of drinks and probably was somewhat inebriated. Or maybe you're not, and this helps you get there. So I don't fault the process. I don't fault their attempt. Will it matter in the end if nobody believes a vehicle struck Officer John O'Keefe? No, then it won't matter. So that's where I see that we are with this portion of Buchanan's testimony. Obviously, there are lots of things we can get into and talk about.
Michael, are you on your computer? Because you have a lot of noise coming.
I do. Oh, how about this? Is this better? Is this better?
Yeah,
I think I think. Oh, really? Let me double check. I just checked before we went on, but I did. When I took the binky from Scott, I did set the microphone down. But I'll double check for you.
That could be it. Okay, so I don't know how much you heard, but I didn't do a rant yet today, but I'm going to have to do one. The drive-by collection of evidence, right? Drive-by. Well, we just continue to go. Let me just sip my drink, okay, Michael Bryant. Let me just sip my drink. And I'm going to tell you, they continue to drive by evidence, right? From like 2-3 is when they first had their big evidence collection.
3. And again, that's 4 days after the fact. Okay.
And then to
5 days after the fact.
February 10th. And you know what? Not one time did they go ask the chief, whose camera it is, to like have cameras to cover what was going on there. Not one time did they go to any neighbors to see anything. And they would even bring a photographer with them when they found the last gigantic chunk. I think it's bigger. It's bigger than this. It's bigger than my iPad.
It looked pretty large. Yeah.
It was pretty large, right? Why? Because, it's a lot of time and effort they've been expending on it and the money. And, they didn't really need to do that. I did repost under the JSTV TV account, just so you know, yes, this is bothering me. They were on the wrong side, but that's okay. On the JSTV TV account, pictures that Aidan Carney actually had put up and showed that, these lights are not like the same lights that after the car was in the Sally port for a long period of time, Michael,
How you doing?
I just got down here.
How are you? Oh, you just got here?
Yeah,
you had to work. Huh?
I have to work. Believe it or not, I have a job. So I went in at 4:10 this morning and got out at 12:10 to try to get down here.
Wow. Okay.
So I just saw. Here comes Spanky walking up the road too.
I told him to come by and say hi.
Yeah. I'll have to leave.
He's got an escort.
Yeah, he's got an escort.
I don't know if you guys can see back there or not.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can spin around a little bit. And you can see him wander by. He's got, who is it? Do you know who the gentleman is?
I forget. He introduced himself before. Is that Krowski's father? Is that Krowski's father?
Yeah, I do not know.
Yeah, the Krowski guy that goes on Court TV all the time, that's his father. That's the senior guy.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah.
So he's
I understand there's a new pope. I have to interrupt you all. I understand breaking news. There's a new pope.
Hold on.
But there's a new pope, and then he's American. And he's from the U.S.
Oh,
they've Twitter, but
they got a new pope. The white smoke has arisen from the.
Someone just.
I'm having trouble with my computer, by the way.
I just drove up on the U-Haul trailer.
Yeah, hold on. We're witnessing an accident. We may be eyewitnesses.
We have a lot going. We have a lot going on Leo the 14th is the Pope. Like I'm having trouble with my computer in terms of getting on X. Who is it? I understand he's from the United States.
It's not Dedham unless it's Dedham.
Which shocks me, actually.
It's a U-Haul trailer.
It's an American Pope. Is that what you got?
Conversation. Yeah, so we have 3 conversations. Let me see if I can find it.
I hope he's not from the Boston area because Does anybody know where he's from?
Our crack staff is working on that.
If I'm having a problem on my.
Okay, Linda's having a problem. I don't know if Missy's on that or not, but I know I'm relieved. Wasn't on the top of my list today, but okay.
Well, come on! No, this is big news. Some things are important to interrupt.
I can't have my phone, so I'm not even caught up. I bopped in every few minutes, to see what Bukhenik was up to, and everybody else is telling me like there's more embellishment to his story with stuff, and I can't wait to see who crosses him and.
I think it's going to be Jackson. I think, he's the one been objecting.
Yeah. I watched yesterday when Alessi, because I say both names like that, was examining, whatever you want to call it, Jessica Hyde. And
how'd you like Jessica?
It reminded me of a Big Bang Theory episode where someone was trying to outsmart Sheldon. That's the vibe I got. Like she really thinks she's smarter than everybody in the room, and we have the mastermind, Alessi.
And she didn't get to experience that the first time. So, and she was flustered the first time as well. I remember, but not quite as much as she was yesterday. I'm sure she's a sweet person. She's obviously smart, but she's just intractable in terms of her opinion on things, and it just makes you come off. When I get an expert, I need to have an expert that will admit, you're right, this is not 100%, or this is possible, anything's possible. If you don't have that shred of credibility, if everything is your way or the highway, it just doesn't sell to the jury.
Well, if I was sitting on that jury, put aside everything, and I was sitting on that jury, I would have thought she was such a condescending, cocky lady, because she kept on interrupting Alicia and then answering for him, and the way she did it, and she rolled her eyes and she made faces and everything. Like, if I was sitting on a jury, I would be like, if I was an everyday person, I'd be like, this woman is insufferable. Like, it was just so rude, and to be an educated woman like that, it came off to me as very poor how she did that, and trying to finish a sentence for him and stuff. I thought it came off terrible.
I think there's some definite weaknesses. I mean, if you want to believe her, if you could follow her, because she is a chatterbox, certainly the jury had something to cling to. But I think the overall impression when she leaves is, thank God she's done, because she's just not pleasant to listen to, her style or her manner. And then she's talking about some pretty heavy duty topics, right?
Right. And like, honestly, I'm an everyday person. A lot of that stuff goes right over my head. I'm learning a lot as we go, but it gets to a point where, in my mind, where it's just rolling, and I'm just like, what is this? What is that? And it's and I think it will roll off a lot of people. Alessi Alisi sort of breaks it down. Like, even though he's using like I call them big words and stuff, I could understand him more than I could understand her. And not a matter of whose side you're on. It came off better through Alessi Alisi than it did with Jessica Hyde to me.
I mean, that's the goal, really, is to, if you can't break through to the jury, I don't care how smart you are, I don't care how well you've studied a case, what your reports look like. Alessi takes what is complicated material and tries his best. He's a very smart dude too.
Oh, he is.
So he has limitations in terms of how dumbed down he can make it.
Right.
But he does a great job of breaking it down so that they could take little bites. At least they're just little bites.
Yeah.
She is like all you eat buffet pouring through all at once. Not to steal her analogy about the food and the pizza and the.
May the fourth be with you. Imagine saying that on the stand. I was like, you can't make some of this.
I never thought
up.
she was a geek until she said that. Yeah,
I know.
Right. So the food analogy I thought was interesting, but it didn't help me.
No, it didn't help me neither. And like I've said before when I've talked to you, is it's all a learning thing for a lot of us, because we've never really been into the law and everything like that, unless we were bringing a relative to jail or court for jail. But I mean, we're learning a lot of stuff. And like I said, Alisi's like a mastermind, but he does break it down so I can retain bits and pieces of it in my mind, where hers was just like a freight train coming through, and it was like blah 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 blah, And so I thought Alisi did a wonderful job.
You're gonna get me saying Alisi now, because you keep
Alessi. I know. I don't know what it is. It's just there's some things that stick in my head, and I have to say Alessi. But he's really a mastermind, and he's really, like you said, dumbing it down for some of us that need some dumbing down.
You can't assume regular folk are up on any of this material, so you have to bite size it and make those bites understandable.
Right.
It's not that tricky.
Imagine sitting in the jury, you're sitting in that jury thing on these hard benches that are so uncomfortable, and you're filtering like all this in and trying to do your job as the best that you can, and all this information you got to retain, like. And to me, if I was sitting there, like I said, hers is just, it rolls and rolls and rolls, and Alisi Alessi just sort of he breaks it down, he talks slower, and so that you can see.
Let me see if Mr. Brennan, would you like to say anything over here? Justice Serve TV. He seems to be ignoring me.
If I yell it out, I could do it, but I would be in trouble because I got my Karen Reed stuff on.
That's right. Well, you're outside the buffer, so.
I am, but we're not allowed to yell anything to any side, any of the people on the prosecution, defense. Like, even though I can yell out like a million times, I've yelled out, "Hey, Yannetti!" If I do that up there, I'll catch a charge. So
if you're even in the buffer zone.
You can't
I'm sorry, outside the buffer zone.
Outside the buffer zone, you're not supposed to say.
Oh, you can't even do that outside. Oh,
no,
now that's very interesting.
No,
you're not gagged. They are.
they are gagged, but for me to say anything, and if they construe that as some sort of threat, like you know.
Have you experienced something that suggests that's what they're going to do, or that's the buzz?
Well, Brandy was in there the other day, and
Brandy's here with her husband, right? And they're
yes,
yeah.
Boston Brandy, and she was playing with Hadley and stuff, and she said peekaboo, and Brennan turned around and laughed at it. But next thing you know, they're going to serve her with. First, she thought she was going to get a charge, but now it was my understanding, the way they explained it to me, was that they were going to notify her, like identify her and notify her of that. But it's just like you can't say peekaboo to a little kid that's in front as Brennan goes by. Like, it's coincidental. You know what I mean? And now those little coincidental things can land you in jail here.
That's not the first story I've heard where they're very aggressive in I guess at this point they're mostly threats, but I was talking to Lindsay, the bus driver. She is connected with Scott McGinnis. With Tom CPU.
Yeah, that's Chris.
Oh, Christine.
Christine.
I think,
She's
don't
the
get me
bus
started
driver.
with your pronunciation. I believe it's Christine. You're right.
It is. She got blonde hair.
yeah.
She had the parrot bird.
I'm
down
going to
here
see if
last
I can
Friday.
get her on to talk tonight, because she's had some subsequent incidences. We had her on and we talked about how she had been tossed really back and forth by the troopers in front of the courthouse in terms of a bus driving incident. She's driving the bus. One trooper tells her to stop, and so she does, and it happens to be in the crosswalk right across from the courthouse, and the other trooper then gives her a ticket. So an interesting process, but she's had some follow-up issues with her and other bus drivers that have suggested the troopers are not putting up with anything perceived or real. And what you're saying suggests the same thing.
It just it's crazy. Just like before the trial started up, when it was during jury selection, Hardman. I go and greet Hardman every day. Every day I do. We have a pretty respectful relationship with each other. I don't agree with a lot of the things that he does, and he doesn't agree with what I do, but it's a mutual thing. So I go and greet him every morning, feel him out. I tell him what's going on for my day. You know what I mean? It's mutual. But he had told me at the beginning, like, if one CDL trucker comes by and they honk or anything, I'm pulling their license. You know what I mean? Like, and I'm like, holy shit. So then I went on resistant to silence, and I'm like, hey, everybody, if you're a truck driver, do not beep in the buffer zone. Even though Mass State Police handed out free CDL licenses to people because one of them is going to jail now for it. That was in court here. They were just handing out CDL licenses for gifts and prizes. But
wait a minute, CDL, what are those? What are CDL?
Those are the truckers' licenses.
Oh, like commercial driver's license.
They're called
so
CDL.
You're saying handing them out, they were easy to get, is what you're saying?
For few people through the Mass State Police, they were handing them out like, candy. And one of the Mass State Police actually got caught doing it. And he actually had a trial and everything, and he was convicted of it. So
how do you even justify spending the taxpayer money on that kind of trial? I mean, it sounds like it's an infraction. How can it be more than an infraction? It's not even a misdemeanor.
I don't know, but I mean, that's what you have. You have to be really careful down here. Don't stay away from here. We need everybody down here. There's a great crowd down here today.
Well, good. I was talking to Scott about that because the numbers have definitely dwindled as a result of the buffer zone and how they've extended it to where you guys used to hang out, right?
So glad to see you.
I got everybody in the
My
shot.
brother in arms down here.
So is everybody gathered in what I'll call your end of the buffer zone, the one right here, right where Brandy and
right where Brandy is? There's a bunch of people. I just came here from work. It's like 1 o'clock, and there's at least 30 to 40 people here.
I would say.
Yeah.
So is this the Bukhenik factor or what? Why is everybody gathered?
Bukhenik probably drew them out, but I think it was Deanna put together this thing like, come on, she advertised it, come on down Thursday,
Yeah, there was special advertising to come down here today, so that's why we have a larger group.
No particular reason, just today's the day, let's get together.
Well, we're trying to gather people. A lot of people got scared off because of all these catch a charge. What do you do? How do you do it? What do you do in the buffer zone? And it was really scaring people off. Don't be scared, people. We're fighting here in the state of Massachusetts to correct things, and we really need you guys out here. Don't be afraid. Like I said, I worked half a day. I'm down here now. I came down here. I can feel raindrops.
This weather's all day today. It's it's going bad. The question is when. When's it gonna-
Well, we had sun showers down here yesterday too, toward the end of the day.
I was out here yesterday.
You stayed late.
Because everybody clears out at 5-ish or whatever. Then I get in my normal perch at the Registry of Deeds right across from the
You're
courthouse.
allowed on your perk.
I am.
You're
Even now, I
allowed
could
on
go
your
there if I wanted. I think they've given me some special dispensation. Like, this guy's a pain in the ass. Let's just keep an eye on him. But
They blessed you.
but yeah, Dominic. Maybe I can get blessed by the new Pope. Maybe will bless me. I don't know.
Press enough in their eyes to be down there.
Yeah.
And I've been in contact with the whole folks in Boston about the credentials, and they just don't respond. They just are above it all. They just don't
Time
care.
will pass, and then the trial will be over.
These
And
other
then
major news organizations that are from out of state, like Court TV, do they have a Massachusetts press pass?
Oh yeah, they do. Yeah, they get the official anointing. Sure.
Well, the hard part about that is, Julie Grant, you are not a journalist. You're not a correspondent. You're not nothing.
Wow, that was
I
harsh.
don't like
that
Court
was
TV.
That was harsh.
I don't. I just don't, and I really have no respect. I respect a lot of some of the media. I shouldn't say all of it, but Julie Grant and Channel 5 are right on my same level right now.
I will say that I once worked for Court TV. Vinny Napolitan and I had offices very near one another. He's obviously still there. He's kind of the figurehead for the network. Great guy. So that's what I got to say.
Well, I thought he was great too
Well,
last
I'm
year
not a
when he
fan.
was down here, and it just totally turned me off with it. It's all made for TV. Like, he's saying what he thinks the people want, and now all of a sudden the tune's sort of changing now, and that's what we're seeing with a lot of the media. We've been fighting down here all last year, and you didn't want a goddamn report on it, and now all of a sudden you're seeing some of these truths which we were screaming a year ago. I mean, Scott McGinnis is like an encyclopedia of what he can tell you about hires, who got appointed, all of it. And now all of a sudden, Vinny's starting to change his tune. Not Julie. Julie.
So,
well, Vinny was down here at the beginning of
Yeah.
trial 1. He was interviewing us, boots on the ground. He was doing lives in Dedham House of Pizza. I heard rumors he's coming back next week. We'll see.
I wouldn't be surprised. And, and it's not unusual for what I'll continue to call mainstream media, even though I don't put Court TV really in the traditional mainstream media. They're kind of on the fringe. They're not.
I call it Krama tabloid TV.
And again, full disclosure, I was there for a number of years. Different management, whole different operation now, but still. And it's not unusual for the folks to parachute in at certain points in the process, not pre-trial, not jury selection maybe, but, big witnesses, big events in their minds where they can say, see, we were there.
Well, I vividly remember Vinny being here on the opening day of trial 1. I actually interviewed on his program, and then he immediately began on-site lives every night at various locations around here. But he was here from jump in trial 1.
So I'm good for him.
He's delaying his arrival, I guess.
And sometimes that's not his call. I will give him that.
But
And Matt is here. I just want to say Matt is here for Court TV. Yeah,
Matt, you're here a lot, and we love you, but you can tone down the orange pumpkin makeup. You're a good-looking guy.
Wow.
Like,
Is this open mic night?
it is open mic night, but he's a nice guy. He's a good-looking guy, but he like, for TV, they put so much stuff on him, and he doesn't need it. He's a good-looking guy. He's
a nice guy. We ran into one another at the Alex Jones trial in Waterbury about the Sandy Hook Elementary shooting, and he was kind of a stringer at that time, back and forth. And to your point about different networks and their attention to certain things, we were there. I was there for Law and Crime, and Matt shows up, and Court TV did not cover the prior trial in Texas. They didn't cover that. They didn't cover what happened in Waterbury. And then, they start to see that it's getting traction elsewhere, and they go, oh, time for us to weigh in. Not unusual. I see it all the time. It takes a different kind of approach and dedication to do kind of what we do. Did he go back for seconds?
Yep.
Mr. Brennan, are you getting seconds?
Brennan.
Oh, it's not him. Oh, sorry.
Assistant.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my God, it looks just like Brennan, except fatter chipmunk.
That's kind of frightening.
Well, they've been escorting Hank Brennan down here with the state police escort.
They did.
Yeah,
they did. He and who's the gray-haired gentleman that was
early in
with?
pretrial.
We were filming him on our channel. Right. Oh, there's Hank Brennan walking by, and the very next day
he had a
police escort.
Yeah, I mean, I yelled at him.
It's not like Free Karen Reed was a threat to him, but They probably saw it on the channel and said, "Oh, we better escort him now."
Yeah.
You got nothing else to do. You got so many cops on bikes that are running into one another over there.
There is a lot of coverage now.
And actually, I'll tell you, the bicycle cops last year, they were great because me and Kurt were down at the chain link fence to let Karen and the film crew and everybody in and out. And at first, they wouldn't even take water or Gatorade from us. But like after a few days, it was like, you know, I know how many kids some of them have, and they greet me like they've been nice, you know.
I hear that happens when you're in jail too, in prison. You get that way with the COs. You get to know them. Yeah, I
Sneak stuff in.
Well, just like the discussion we had about Mike Hardman this morning. I mean, we do have a relationship with him and his men. We've been dealing with the same people for 2 years now.
You know, and I don't care what people say or think they've seen or heard about, you know, the obnoxiousness of the movement. You know, I'm not here to promote or dissuade either side. I'm just observing. And I don't see anybody that's not polite, passionate for sure. But I don't see any crimes being committed. I don't see any things burned down.
No, we haven't burnt anything down. We pick up more trash than what we come in with. Sometimes it's even the dog poop from the people walking the dogs around here. But you've also come down and you've been non-biased. You've been even keeled, and you give us the time to talk to you, and you don't take a side, as well as the other side could come talk to you. Like you've been like that from day one, and that's why we have respect for you too.
I appreciate that. And if you do hear anybody that wants to talk that's from the other side, please send them my way.
We do give interviews to the mainstream media, some at length. They never get past the cutting room floor because it doesn't fit their narrative.
Right.
So now there's no visual really to support any narrative that, you know, the supporters are outrageous and uncontrollable, or that there is overwhelming support for the prosecution. I don't see visual evidence of either.
Yeah.
You won't. They'll pick
a day when
just like they did in trial one. They picked a certain day
when the documentary crew was down,
where the blue shirts showed up.
Yeah. So where are they?
It was prearranged. It was fake news. And when they showed up, the media knew they were coming. It was all for the cameras.
Gretchen Voss even came down to the buffer zone, which she never did. And
she's the reporter with Boston Magazine.
Yeah, and it was the same day that the documentary crew was there, and then all the blue shirts came in. So you knew it was a whole setup.
There were a lot of them. I mean,
there was probably like 20, maybe, and one of them came after us. The Matt McCabe lookalike, his brother. His wife had to hold him back. We have pictures of it in video. Like he was out of his mind in the women's faces like this. The men had to step in and be like, "Whoa, back him up!" And his wife came over. Like you don't see that with us. You don't.
It's aggravating because you see how staged it was. And somebody even more aggravating though. The 1 or 2 days that they showed up for this staged thing, if you watch these documentaries or news coverage, when you watch that show, they fool the public, the viewer, into thinking that the blue side has been here the whole time, every day, boots on the ground like us, which couldn't be further from the truth.
That's what I was getting at. If you just watched Body in the Snow, you know, the ID show now available on HBO Max, you would think that it's even matched, if nothing else.
But that's what I mean when I say it's staged fake news. It's not what's actually happening.
And then after the documentary crew left, they leave. If it starts raining, they leave. If it's too hot, they leave. Like they come down to protest with no water, no food. It's like they're going to the Friday night nightclub. And I can count on one hand how many times they've been down here. In all honesty, I mean, we take turns and stuff. People are afforded, like if they're retired, they come down and spend every day. Like we do the best that we can, but they don't even have a plan of action. They really don't. And what was that Tony Fed guy? Remember he came down like a bull down here. I've seen him twice down here. That was it. He's never been back.
They'll pick a day in this trial where they'll stage something. They'll come down.
I hope they do it when I'm here.
They'll eat up a lot of camera time, and they'll get a lot of play on various shows, and it's fake.
And
do you think they're paid?
Oh, some of them have been paid because we've seen money pass hands through some people. But They also hold a sign in front of their face, but I challenge you, if you see them down here, I challenge you to ask them a question.
Of course.
A simple one even, because they cannot answer it. They can't answer a question. They really can't. They don't know what they're doing. I've seen them holding their signs upside down, like they didn't eat, like they no clue.
Well, if you hear that that's in the offing, make sure you let us know, because I continue my search for anybody that is supporting the prosecution. Anybody. I'm walking around the neighborhood a lot. I met some lovely folks today who are giving me updates on things like parking restrictions. Apparently, they were stricter today on the backside of the courthouse. Might have had something to do with
Probably the jury.
Well,
because that's where the bus drops.
it is, and I was told as I was walking by, and I mentioned this earlier. One of the troopers who is tolerating me said, "Hey, make sure you're not. The jury is going to be arriving." I said, "Of course. I'm just crossing the area." But she made it sound like she walks the neighborhood every day, that she had seen an increase restriction in parking. So I don't know if they've had an issue back there with the jury or what.
The parking guy's a really nice guy. He's a decent guy. He's just out here doing his job. So don't anyone yell at him. He gets a phone call and he's got to do what he's got to do. We know it's a 2-hour limit. So just make the best of it. Don't give him a hard time, people, at all. Please don't. He's just doing his job. He's a really nice guy.
Let me ask you this, just because I just think I saw him give a ticket to a woman right over here by the pizza joint. Medium-sized guy, brown complexion. Seemed very nice.
He's very nice.
I've never seen this before. She was actually parked next to me, but there was no parking space. It was in the hash. And she was obviously running in maybe to pick up pizza or whatever. And she just happened, he came along at that time. And it's the old scenario where he's writing out the ticket when she gets there and it's like, too late. She actually said, "This is the first ticket I've ever got. I've probably done this a million times. So thanks. I understand."
He's a really nice guy. And just remember, if you come down here, don't park at the Dedham House of Pizza for 2 hours right in front of it. Let that be open for people that are picking up their lunches and stuff, because everybody's running quick. They're out of work and stuff. I got here, it was 12:40, and I parked in the lot that's assigned to us out by Route 1. You can Google it. It's right across from CVS, and there's plenty of parking over there. Park over there. You don't have to worry about the 2-hour limit. Just try to be as respectful as you can, because there's still businesses going on, and we don't want them complaining. Oh, there's 4 cars parked out in front of my business. You know what I mean?
It's kind of a double-edged sword, because I'm sure they're making more money. I'm sure they're getting more business. But
Dedham House of Pizza loves
last year we were ordering, $800 to $1,000 worth of food a day to feed 400 people.
I just went in there to get a sub, and they were playing Resistance to Silence on the TV.
The Mexican place.
I saw when I went in and used their restroom, and I promised to circle back and get some food, because I hate when somebody just uses somebody's bathroom.
Right.
But I was caught up. Anyway, I'm going to go back in there. Who's the woman that was at the counter, dark hair?
I forget what her name is.
I mean, these are like family-owned businesses.
Yes.
Right?
And
the owner is in behind her making.
It's a bigger guy in the back, got a beard and all that. Okay.
And the bagel shop, Cafe Fresh Bagel, they have been nothing but wonderful to us. They've never said anything about taking any sides. They're just respectful as us as human beings. We order our coffee. They let us use the bathrooms. They'll be going on vacation soon. They always tell us in July. They go away for a week and shut the place down. Yeah, they do a major
that was
shutdown.
another lie they were talking about, that the Free Karen Reed horde was hurting business down here.
Oh, no,
it's completely opposite.
Yeah.
I don't know what they're talking about.
Just like the traffic, they blame us for all this traffic out here. This is Dedham. Hi, this is Dedham. Traffic's like this all the freaking time.
This is a very busy crossroads right here. I love this little park they just put in. Right?
Yeah,
I know.
Yeah.
And they roped off the grass because they don't want. I guess they don't want us in the grass. They encouraged us to come down here.
They didn't sod it. They're saving taxpayer money.
Right.
They're saving taxpayer money. They didn't sod it. They just seeded it. But you need to keep people off that for a few days. But it's nice little paving and nice little tables.
It is beautiful.
And I'm staying on the public sidewalk.
Free Karen Reed.
I'm staying on the public sidewalk because I don't want to cause problems and give somebody Well, yeah, but if I'm on the private, I don't live here. I'm not a taxpayer. If they want to roust me and be dicks about it, they could. Now I'm on the public street.
You know,
What do
you
you-
crack me up because here I am. You know my trash mouth. I always try not to swear, and you've sworn more than I have. Just like out at Bentley.
That is a high standard.
I was trying to be so good not to swear, and then you dropped you dropped one.
Well, you
there,
know,
and
I
was
like
wow.
to sprinkle them in occasionally. When it's deserved, it's deserved. What can I tell
Linda's
you?
back. Hi, Linda. She's been sitting there.
Hi,
patiently.
Dina.
Hi, love.
I'm.
Wait, let me
I
see if I
think
can
the
do. Hold on, let me unplug. Let's try this.
I think the Canton Police Department have affected my computer because for some reason I can't get power to my computer. I'm being knocked off. I don't know what's going on.
She's having some tech difficulties.
Oh no, Missy will fix
it. Well, I don't know how it's like there's no power coming from my house into my computer.
She's in the secret location in the mountains.
The secret.
Okay, I have to get off again and try to find some place that'll plug in that will charge me up.
Okay, well we'll try and maintain.
Stay with Michael. Keep Michael company while I do this.
Yeah, wait, before you go, did you get the Pope information? Any Pope information?
From Chicago, First American Pope was stationed in Peru, works with
From
poor
Chicago.
people. He's definitely in the mold of Pope Francis in terms of talking to poor people and helping poor people.
Okay.
All
Okay.
right. I'm gonna
Thank
try
you.
to
Good luck.
stop
Get that
again and
fixed.
get power.
Guy delivering pizza, and he thought we were here. And I go, no, you got to go up by the courthouse.
Oh, so like was there a pin drop over there for them to come to, or what?
Look at these.
Who's I know who's bringing those?
Binky's Binky.
Yeah, I already showed him.
Kevin did it. Kevin made them. I got one too, and I come decorated. My
Kevin
nurse
of Kevin
Cool.
and
Carol.
Carol. I'm not
They're
sure.
from Canton.
Okay.
They live in Canton. Carol's the runner, the one that's always running around with no shoes on. That's Carol. She runs marathons with no
He's got
shoes
boots
on.
the ground, but not that much.
Yeah.
Doesn't know everybody.
Yeah.
I'm getting there. Each time I pick up some new characters. Speaking of Christine,
Mhm.
right? If you see her over there, would you tell her?
I didn't see her over there.
She was
I
there
don't know
this
if she-
morning,
she
so
was
I
there
don't know
this
if she's
morning?
still
All right.
around. But if you see her,
That's the word.
let her know I'm looking for her.
Get in touch with Tom CPU, and he can probably lead.
He was there this morning too, and I think he's been leaving like after the morning
Yeah.
ends, after he gets
Quite
kicked
a few
out.
People do.
Yeah.
They leave to go
The
home
buffer
to
zone
watch
is
it.
working. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, well, we got to make. Sorry, I love motorcycles. It did change because people are looking for that vibe from last year, which was absolutely beautiful. But it's just not there. But that doesn't mean you can't come down and support. You know, especially in the morning when we do morning prayer and Pledge of Allegiance. We're bringing the Pledge of Allegiance back.
It's just not as comfortable as when we had the previous buffer zone. And
You could tell. You could just tell. It's so restrictive. The space is so restrictive. It's about like this.
I know.
Like a little teeny sidewalk.
It's tough. It's tough, but you know we can't let that hinder us at all. It's bigger than Karen. It's everything we're trying to fix. So we need bodies down here on the ground. We need your boots on this ground. We really.
You guys are great ambassadors for the supporters. I'll tell you that, and we appreciate when you were able to fill us in on what's happening.
I seriously appreciate what you do. You really do a lot because you come down here and you don't edit anything. You don't swirl it around and spin a narrative. You're just down here to report what you're seeing, and you've opened it up to everybody. And you're highly respected down here.
Well, I
You really
appreciate
are.
that. I do.
Really are. You are too, Linda.
Thank you, Dina. Thank you, John.
Yeah.
Hey,
that might strain my individual, independence with the Karen Reed sign behind me.
It's not your fault they time bomb you.
Oh, that's all right. That's okay. I'm okay with that. Okay, so
by the way, wait a second before they go. Someone's telling us that Montana Lil Michael, are the police talking to Aiden? Does Dina or Scott know whether they're talking to Aiden right now or something?
The cops?
Yeah.
Whom? Anybody talking to Aiden? Was Aiden there this morning?
Aiden's down here. He was just down here. Yeah.
Okay. So the police were okay. So somebody wanted to know. Montana Lil wanted to know. Maybe there's a rumor that the cops were talking to him or not.
They might be talking to him. I was just up over talking to Hardman when I got here, and Aiden came up over to the media end, so he might be talking to the police.
Okay.
That doesn't mean it's something bad. Like we got to get the full story. But he's probably just. A lot of us go up and talk to the cops, and he might be talking to a few that he, coincides with or whatever. You know what I mean? Don't
Don't make anything of that. I got it.
It might,
Okay.
it might be something
All
really.
right. People
But
just
every
worried.
morning, some of us go right over to Sergeant Hardman as his men arrive, and we have conversations with him every morning.
Great.
I always go down to Hardman and talk to him every morning and say hello. I do. It's a respect thing. And a lot of the cops, it's respectful. But don't get it wrong. They would arrest me in 2 seconds if they could. You know, I'm 58. I don't need nothing on my record at this point.
It's only been Bow.
Yeah, just Bow. And Bow was.
Oh, yeah, what happened to
Bow is not a Karen Reed supporter. He is not a boots on the ground. Bow just goes out to all different
media said Karen Reed supporter arrested.
That's how
which
they
was,
spun
again,
it.
Fake news.
What's the latest with him? Anybody know? This is
The
a guy
DUI
that
guy is
was
his
confronted
lawyer.
by the cops. They took his phone, arrested him. There was there a psych hold on him for a day or so?
Psych hold. Yeah. So you're either seen that day in the courthouse by psych staff that can clear you, or you go to the jail. So even if you can post bail, you can't be bailed until you clear the 15A. So he cleared the 15A the following day, made bail, and was
out. And he's not been seen here since, right?
No, he hasn't been seen here since, but I think his lawyer is the DUI guy, took up his case.
Larry DUI.
Yeah,
DUI
Larry,
guy.
the DUI guy.
Picked up his case. Probably
Okay.
pro bono, just to whatever. You know.
Here you
Not
go.
when a
Here you
judge
go.
just called the
All
cops
right.
on me
Her
for trying to
A&E.
ask him a question. That's
Okay.
what, see?
Oh, trying to
Okay.
ask Brendan a question as he wandered
No,
by?
asking.
John
don't-
DePietro's show, who's
Oh!
totally
Well, I mean,
biased. I mean, we
Bao
will
has
tell you.
been arrested in other states for the same thing.
Let me ask you this:
So,
is
he-
John DePietro? Is that how you pronounce
Yeah,
that?
he has a channel.
Is he here?
Yeah, he's here all the
Oh,
time.
I don't recognize.
He's usually up on the
Yes.
steps.
He actually had
maybe I
a
have
courtroom.
seen
He
it.
actually had a court. He was actually in the courtroom, I think, one week, right?
Well, he's legitimate media then, right?
Well, I mean, you know, we will tell you things. As you guys know, we'll say when we think things are not good for Karen or whatever. He won't say anything. You know, everything is the state. You know,
Yeah,
the
he
Commonwealth.
filmed
I
me
should
one
say.
time, and he was filming me. So I walked up to him. I'm like, "Who is that guy?" And everyone's like, "That's John DePietro." So I walked over there. I'm like, "What's going on?" He's like, "Don't you know who I am?" And I'm like, "No, I have no idea who you are."
Nor
Like,
do I
am I
care.
supposed to? I really don't give a shit. But
So let me understand this. Aiden asked an independent journalist, for lack of a better description, and that was a problem for the cops?
apparently, John DePietro tried calling the cops
'cause he
again.
was being
the cops, 'cause
intimidated?
Yeah,
He
he
was
must be being
Okay.
intimidated. Aiden's down there in pink glasses today. That's real intimidating. I mean, it's
saw
the
that.
foolishness on the other side is just, you know what? They all think we drink the Kool-Aid and we're crazy and we're wacko and we're all these kind of things. I mean, we all have personalities and characters, and you know, it's all different. We're all different people, but that other side is just so viciously mean. It just cracks me up at the lengths that they'll go to. Like, I've never called any of their jobs to get them fired. You know what I
Oh,
mean? Like,
that's
I mean,
awful.
people are
That's
taking out
awful.
credit cards and Meredith's name, and it's like outlandish stuff. I'm trying not to swear.
Don't offend me, Dina.
Yeah, I'm trying not to.
So I'm gonna when we break here and they go back at it, Linda, just to let you
Yeah.
know, I'm gonna wander back over there.
Yeah,
see
I'm
if
glad.
Aiden's
I'm glad
there.
actually they were help you and do that, because I had terrible, as you know, computer. I had to reboot the computer, find a power source that was going to charge my computer for something. I don't know what we did, but we must have
You blew something?
had. Aiden, John tried harassing Karen Reed on her way into court by asking this ridiculous question. 30 minutes ago, I tried asking him a couple of questions on video, and soon you will see how he handled it. Okay, so
Okay.
we'll take a look.
So
So
he'll
why
be
don't you guys
posting
walk
that.
over, and I will cover, and I'll continue to show comments.
Hi. All right, I'm coming back over.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Linda. Thank you.
Thank you,
Michael,
Dina.
of course.
Thank
and
you,
I
Scott.
love popping
I'll see you
over.
down there.
And I thank everybody for watching this channel, because it really is a very respectful channel, and we appreciate what you guys bring down here. And thank you.
Yeah.
Bye, everyone.
Thanks, guys.
Bye bye. Thank you all. Bye.
Bye.
Dina,
Bye.
Scott.
Bye.
Okay, so we'll,
Phew, I'm so glad they were there with you. Wow.
we'll wander over there in a little bit and see happening. I guess Aiden's going to post whatever occurred. You remember that guy now from a video posted before where he was again harassing Karen Reed with just some just ridiculous questions.
Questions, right. I remember that from last week, I think it was, or whatever. Right?
It may even have been in the pre-trial stuff, because since the trial began, they've amped up, the security, and you
Right.
really, unless she walks right by you as she did with me yesterday, you can't really be tracking her.
Right.
But I do remember the guy, and I'd love to have a conversation with him. Come on over, dude.
Well,
Give me your 5 points.
I'm sure if you go there now, I mean, he'll be happy to talk to you, right?
I'm going to find out if he's actually there. I'll see if we can get a little impromptu interview with him.
Yeah, that's boy, wow. Yeah, so
okay,
we
before I leave you alone,
we have Leo the 14th. Okay, he's from Chicago, first American Pope ever, but he's been stationed and working in Peru for a long time with poor people. He's in the mold of Pope Francis, for those that are interested. And the doors are open, and I'm glad that they didn't go to somebody who doesn't have the Pope Francis mold. That's all I can say.
So how would you characterize him? As a moderate?
He's probably going to be like Francis, probably more liberal, certainly with regard to opening the church for working with poor people in that mold. Francis tried to do a lot of different things, and it was out of the blue. It was out of the blue that his name apparently was out of the blue, but it turns out he's apparently, as someone said, he's more woke than Pope Francis, but he really wants to work with poor people. And it's only 4 ballots, so it was.
And they say that's it's not unusual. The second day is the normal day in all of their experiences.
Yeah.
Wasn't as off the wall as from the movie, right? From the
right.
movie.
No, the movie was a little
quite off the wall like that.
No, I love Ray Fiennes, but his name is Cardinal Robert Francis Prevost. 69 years old, first ever American Pope.
Oh, youngster.
Leo 14th. He is actually a youngster, and he looks he looks like he should belong. He looks like he looks like Stanley Tucci a little bit.
Oh, interesting. Well, life imitating art. Okay.
Yeah, there you go. Okay.
All right then. So before I leave you, very important. Before I leave you, you have too much headroom. Tilt down.
I don't tilt down. Okay.
There you go. There
we
go.
All right, too much.
That's my production note.
Okay. Well, I'm kind of like out of the studio, Thank you, Lisa Muller, that Michael and I make an awesome team. Sometimes people complain because we talk over each other. Actually, it's me talking over Michael, but we kind of have this shtick, and so we kind of, we have a lot to talk about. We're like, we view all of you as family, and you guys are talking with each other and all. So. There you go. Micah says, apparently Yuri missed an earlier time when John took his cell phone out and Hank just stared at him. Once Yuri finally noticed, he said John O'Keefe took his phone out. That's from Jess Machado. Is it Machado? I think that's how she pronounces her name. Kind of scripted and all that kind of stuff. So I guess what he's going to do is trying to show from his expert somehow that the phone tags on John O'Keefe match what his expert had in her report, and therefore her report is valid for everything else. That's horse sneakers. I'm trying to follow Dina and not curse. Where's Michael when you need him? Okay. Yes, Michael said he did his whole speech. We're talking about the Pope from the balcony in Italian and Spanish. That's fabulous. Of course, he speaks English too, since he's American. I'm embarrassed that my parents are from Italy. We're from Italy, and I speak just very little Italian. A lot of English, as you can see, but very little Italian. But that's great. So anyhow, thank you, Arca, as my kryptonite. We had the back and forth repartee. Don't worry about it. Okay. Thank you all. Thank you all. I was like running around here. Could I get into another room? It's not going to have the lights, camera action like the studio has that I've set up over there. But for some reason, the power was not coming to any of the outlets. And believe it or not, I have a lot of outlets in there because of the lights and everything like that, and just couldn't get it to work. So, and then I was lagging and I was going off. So I also rebooted the computer here. Sometimes that happens when you're out in the middle of nowhere with the rattlesnakes and the bears. Which is where I am. Please don't ask how I got here. There's no Bergdorf Goodman around the corner. No Dolce, no Chanel. But I'm here. Okay. Anyhow, So when we go back, I guess we're going. I see the fan. I guess we're going to continue on Yuri. I don't know if Hank Brennan's trying to take the whole day with him so that Alan Jackson it feels like he's compressed. I mean, I don't know what else he's going to do with him, but I'll guarantee you that he only mentioned the Sallyport. Was this how you saw the car, before it went into the Sallyport type bit? Yes, he's going to try to prevent Alan Jackson from crossing him on his testimony last year about the Sallyport, not informing the jury. And I want to, you can lie by not telling somebody the whole truth. All right. So we're going to have to see how Alan approaches him this year. He also added a bunch of stuff. All of a sudden, he's got Karen Reed now confessing that she did it. Okay. And he told Proctor to write it in his report. And apparently Proctor didn't. Well, that's bullshit. You and I know that. Will the jury buy it? I hope not. Because if somebody confesses, it's in a report. And if you are the supervisor, Yuri, it was the supervisor of Michael Proctor, right? Well, then you review the reports and you make sure they're accurate. Because if they're not accurate, it's on you. And so we hear it now in trial 2. Everyone's testimony has to conform. That, yeah, they're on. Remember when he said he's on a team? He feels like he's on a team. Yeah, he's on a team here. And I have no problem. If Karen Reed did hit John O'Keefe, okay, and killed him on accident, and she gets convicted on count 2, if that's proven beyond a reasonable doubt by competent, real, not made up evidence, fine. That's what the justice system is supposed to be. But what we're seeing is, as I said, is the equivalent of a 2025, you know what I'm talking about. It's just not right. It's just not right what we're seeing. I can't wait to see about all sorts of different things. But the problem the defense now has is they have to put this in a big picture, right? They have to put this in a big picture when they finally get up, which I don't think is going to be right off the bat, because I think there's still more to narrate here on the drinks or whatever, and whatever Hank Brennan has planned. Now, remember, I also told you that he's a very good lawyer. Remember, he incorporates all the prior questions into his question of Yuri Bukhenik. But there was a problem with that evidence on the shoe. Apparently, they have both left shoes being recovered at 2 different locations, and yet the right shoe was recovered at the hospital, from what I gather. And yet, I know I sent someone sent me a picture, the best picture they could see, a close-up of the evidence bag from yesterday, which says left shoe. So apparently, there must be some kind of evidence bag mix-up. Maybe I'll try to post that picture if Alan goes there, of the evidence bag from yesterday. And if there's an evidence bag mix-up, and what Machado was reporting was that Alan Jackson and Brennan were seen in another room, and Yuri Bukhenik was going, I don't know. Maybe there's some evidence mix-up that you can really use. But let me tell you, you just drive. But we have to do a thumbnail for tomorrow morning. We're going to be on by 6 o'clock tonight also, just so you know, when we do a wrap-up show after trial ends. But we have to do our thumbnail for tomorrow morning, and we've decided to theme it. I don't know, drive-by evidence. I mean, what do you all think is a good thumbnail? 2 or 3 words to put in. Today we had Yuri inverted, all right, because we knew he was getting on the stand. So what do you think is a good drive-by type? I just think drive-by evidence is just ridiculous. That's how you're supposed to convict somebody. And, this whole thing is, we haven't even gotten to, this is the first murder case. We haven't gotten to the fact that the medical examiner comes up and says somebody's dead, right? And what they died from, and whether it's ruled a homicide or not. All right. I don't think I've seen a murder case like this, because they know that's weak with them. They know that's weak. So they want to get everybody, everyone feeling in that jury into a vibe that, it's, as I said to Michael Bryant said today, we talked about Occam's razor. Well, maybe the easiest way to do is, well, there's some pieces there. Yes, you were drunk. No one saw him afterwards, except he may have been seen, but maybe he didn't, blah, blah, blah. And they get the jury so welded into an opinion or a bent. Because remember, jurors get a bent. 60 to 80% of them get a bent on the opening statements. And then it's a matter of chipping away if the bent is against you one way or another. So I think what Brennan's been trying to do has been chipping away at the fact that Alan Jackson's opening statement was, I thought was fabulous. Okay. And has he chipped away? I think he may have chipped away a bit, you know. However, that's if I say, well, the jury is not savvy as you are on all this stuff. Okay. If all of you are on the jury and somebody got up and testified about evidence collection the way he's testified, and we heard this evidence collection the way he's testified, you'd all say, oh, come on, this case, let me just point one out. Okay, let me just pull one out. Jim S., this case is a joke. That's what you would say. Yes, you would say this case is a joke, right? Missing Mayhem, no, I have not put. It's actually a Defender. It's actually a Land Rover Defender, which I used to have, the green Defenders, the first ones they made. So I have not put it together yet. I keep looking at the box, and it's so beautiful. I'm worried about putting it together. But anyhow, speaking about putting cars together, those taillights didn't look like they were like, you know, 47, 48 pieces. They just didn't look like it to me. I mean, that's just me looking at them. I mean, it looks more like she hit the back of a car, backing out. It cracked, and a couple pieces may have then started breaking off because she hit that back of the car pretty hard, you know. But that's the back of the car on impact. That arm does not look to me, just as a layperson, as an automobile strike. All right, it just doesn't. Although you did hear that supposedly Yuri Bukhenik, Hank Brennan said, well, did you see any bruises on John's arm, John O'Keefe's arm? Yes, I saw a bruise. Okay, so you know that's where they're going. Well, there is a bruise. All right, she clipped him. She said she clipped him. She confessed to it. And I don't think they're going to call Brian Higgins either. Why? Because Brian Higgins in the first trial said that 6'2" man with dark hair came into the house. Consistent, by the way, with the wiffle ball, Ian Whiffen, right? Who's apparently very well respected, but I'm going to call him wiffle ball because I think by the time Leslie finished with him, it was wiffle ball. And thank you, Joey Kane. We did put that. We also put that now, your graphic up on our Justice Served TV page. Not that we're making fun of anybody, but, you know, sometimes these cases are so serious, you have to have a little lighthearted moment, right? Okay, you have to have a little lighthearted moment. So the medical examiner report, I believe, says no bruises on the front of the body. The arm may have had a bruise, but if a dog bites you, you can get a bruise too. You know, by the power of the dog bite or the claw bite. Has your dog ever? All of you have a dog, all right? Has your dog ever jumped on you? Okay, and played. When I play with Tubi, sometimes he'll jump and I'll get a bruise but I'm irking him out. Tubi will never jump unless I'm playing and asking him to play jump because he's so highly trained. I mean, he will just sit there. Any of you follow my Instagram account, you'll see on Easter Sunday in the middle of Fifth Avenue, he just sat there, you know, perfectly postured because he's so highly trained. But yeah, a play jump we'll call as a bruise. And so it was so well jump where you get bitten. And we know that Chloe has bitten people. They do not look like car impacts to me. And I think the jury is going to have to use their common sense. Now, remember, the medical examiner here in that office or in the Boston office, actually this was done, it's the Boston office, but it was done in the local branch of the Boston office, right? They don't succumb to pressure at all. And they didn't succumb to pressure from the Canton or the Massachusetts State Police. And as you know, even in the Sandra Birchmore case, where they're clearly wrong, they won't change their opinion. So I guess they have developed a theme in the office that whatever it is, they're going to stick with their opinion come hell or high water. In this case, it's very good for Karen Reed because it was confirmed by the neuropathologist, and it was confirmed by the FBI forensic pathologist, and it was confirmed by the biomechanical engineer, and it was confirmed by the accident reconstructionist, right? To making it count, I walk into the bathroom in the dark. Yeah, sometimes, you know, you ever stub your toe. I mean, you can get a bruise like that. But if you're hit by a 6,000-pound car, SUV, oh my goodness gracious. I was watching something actually on PBS last night. It's our Channel 13 in New York. And it was a program made out of Britain, and they're trying to see what happens on these pileups. So who, depending on what kind of car you're driving, who gets killed. So they had people assigned to individual cars, but they were actually riding in a fake car, and the real cars were being remotely controlled, right? And a truck would pull out, and you see the collisions about when a car hits another car, and you see what happens, right? And you see what happens. That's just with the car, but with the body, the same thing. Again, if any of you have ever seen anyone hit by a car, it is not a pretty sight. Not that any death is a pretty sight, but it's something you simply don't forget. Okay, it was something you simply don't forget. Okay, it just awful. Now, Montana Lil, I know you have a question. Let me take a quick look at it. With Proctor fired, I wonder if the ME will open up about the pressure from him for her to change the manner of death. The judges, what's going to happen is the Judge Canoni is going to object to that when Hank Brennan objects, which he will. And the reason why he's going to say it's hearsay. Okay, somebody told you something that's hearsay. Okay, so she's going to object, and that's what Hank Brennan's trying to do. He's trying to make the defense really now have to prove their case by either calling their witnesses that help them through the cross-examination of the first case, and box the defense into the corner. As I told you, don't underestimate him. You may not like him, but he is a very good lawyer. Okay, you don't represent someone like Woody Bulge. You don't represent mob figures unless you're very good, because or else you're going to be, I saw The Godfather, I saw The Sopranos, and I even seen recently the recent commercial about dog food when somebody made fun of a mobster's, fresh dog food in the refrigerator, and the guy ends up in the trunk of a car. So, I've watched TV a little bit, all right? And I'm also Italian, so, one of those. So, so I don't know where they're going to go with this. Defense is trying to chip away again at her being drunk. I think the fact that she now gave those interviews and explains it really explains it, because, we're all sitting there, right? I'm sipping. And then, again, because I'm just I can't really drink, but, I've seen friends, they have a drink and then the ice waters things down, or it's very light and it melts down. They get another one, somebody else, their boyfriend, their brother-in-law, their husband, their significant other, finishes the drink, or they just leave it, they get a fresh one. And she kind of explained it. Now, was she drinking? Yeah. Did she have a buzz? Probably. But she was driving pretty safely, wasn't she? Not that I condone drinking and driving, because I don't. But in terms of this case, it seems like everybody was drinking, right? I mean, you can't make it up. That's what they were doing on that night. And that's why John O'Keefe wanted her to come, because he wanted her to drive him around, because he was still, remember, he woke up that morning still hungover. He was when he told her on the phone. So, I just think that I hope the jury has smarts. Okay,
Right,
Donnie
Mr.
not
Brennan,
Osmond,
whenever
while
you're
we're
ready.
going in, just really quickly, I'm reading what happened to Ellen, the woman who was stabbed over 20 times. The first time he said it was suicide, second he said undetermined. Well, I have to tell you that Donnie not Osmond, my husband believes that there's nothing to indicate that's a homicide, that he's seen so many cases where these hesitation wounds are 20, 40, 60 times by a person. So his opinion is not helpful, but he's willing to listen to whatever evidence the police have. So I
Yes,
have to
this
tell you,
is the Waterfall
everyone
Bar
has a
Grill
different opinion.
surveillance footage from inside the lounge area. And
let's go to
for
court.
reference purposes, this is, at this location, the timestamp is accurate to the real time.
Ms. Gilman, could you begin at 10:54, please?
Here we see the defendant, Mr. O'Keefe, walk into the bar and see their friends and engage in hugs and greetings.
We'll let the Waterfall Bar videos play.
I'm sorry, sir?
We'll let the Waterfall video bars play. We'll just let them play.
Okay.
By the way, Microdots has a great video on this that's much clearer. Cleaned it up.
1146, please.
Is it just me, or is this like really almost like it's smoky?
$12.06, please. $12.07. $12.10, please. Did you see the last person walk out the door on that video clip?
Yes, I did.
And did you identify who that is?
Yes, it's Mr. John O'Keefe. He's wearing the two-tone gray sweatshirt with the sleeves pulled up towards the elbows.
Is that the same clothing that you found at Good Samaritan Hospital when you went to visit?
Yes, it is.
The baseball hat, did you have an opportunity to look at the hat he was wearing?
Yes, I did.
Is that consistent with the hat that you and the group found on February 3rd, 2010?
Yes, it is.
The pants?
Yes, it is.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you Exhibit 108C. This is already introduced into evidence. When you studied that photo, do you notice anything in Mr. O'Keefe's hand?
Yes, in his right hand, he's holding a short style cocktail glass with black drinking straw protruding from it as it is backdropped on the snow on the hood of the car that's parked outside.
Could we show 108C, please? Ms. Gilman, could you focus the best you can on the drink? Is that the photo you looked at?
Yes, it is.
Can you point out or explain where you see the drinking straw?
Absolutely. Right there, to the right of the red indicator, you could see the straw protruding out of the glass. Mr. O'Keefe is holding in his right hand.
Thank you. You can take that down, Ms. Gilman.
I'm going to allow it.
Of course she's going to allow it.
Thank you. One last matter, Trooper Buchanan. In 2024,
Now he's
did
a
you
straw
obtain
expert.
Ring video for that time period in 2024 from Mr. O'Keefe's home.
Yes, I did.
Did you provide that ring video to a person who works for a company by the name of Aperture?
Yes, we did.
And just very basically, do you know what Aperture does?
Yes, I do.
What do they do?
They assist in scientific fashion to reconstruct, test, and evaluate, analyze vehicle-involved crashes and deaths.
Is Aperture part of the Mass State Police team?
They are not.
Are they a private company?
Yes, they are.
May I approach?
Yes.
Handing in the item to you, do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's a Ring video from 2024.
So what location?
Meadows Ave.
Thank you. I move this as evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
I have no further questions.
Oh. All right, cross-examination, huh? Are we taking a break?
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Sergeant Bukhenik.
Good afternoon, sir.
See where we go.
I want to talk to you for a second about roles in this case, in this investigation. Would you agree with me that Michael Proctor was the lead investigator as well as the case agent in charge of this case?
He was assigned as the case officer for the case.
In that position, given the fact that it was his assignment, would you agree with me that he had a leadership role insofar as the investigation of the case was concerned?
I wouldn't call it a leadership role. It's more of a facilitator.
Didn't we hear he was lead
the
investigator
DA's,
all the time in the first trial?
personnel within the office and the state police. He also helps facilitate any missions, outstanding tasks that need to be completed.
He obviously had a supervisor, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
He obviously had a supervisor, correct?
He did, yes, that would be myself.
That would be you.
Yes.
Every case has some lead trooper in your unit, correct? Every case is assigned to someone to sort of be in charge and lead the charge of the investigation. Is that right?
Every case has a case officer that manages the investigation.
Right. And managing the investigation doesn't mean just, typing up schedules. It means actually managing the investigation, like deciding what search warrants are going to be written in certain circumstances. That's one example, correct?
They're responsible for writing and authoring those search warrants. Sometimes the
This is ridiculous.
recommendation,
He won't even
suggestion,
admit that
or
Proctor is the
leadership
lead
comes from the
investigator.
supervisors or
This
the
is
DA staff, where
ridiculous.
their experience might dictate otherwise.
And sometimes it comes from the lead case agent himself or herself, correct?
At times, yes.
Every team, even back when you were in the military, you were on many, many teams in the Marine Corps, correct?
I'm sorry, you were speaking, facing away from me. I couldn't hear you.
Every team, including back in the time you were in the military, back in the time you were in the Marine Corps, every team has multiple individuals involved in that team, correct? That's the whole point of a team, multiple people, correct?
I would agree with you that a team consists of more than one person.
And there has to be some sort of echelon of leadership on that team, correct? Everybody's not just an equal, co-equal, correct?
We might have different duties, responsibilities, but some teams have equal rank. Yeah.
But there's going to be a team leader, right? That's a military phrase, team leader.
Yes, there is a team leader in the Marine Corps, in the rifle platoon, but not every team.
He knows that Alan
has a
Jackson was a
leader.
Marine.
Did the team in this case, in this investigation, have a leader? Someone who was assigned as the lead case agent? Not just another officer.
I thought he was
not
in the
just
Marines,
another
not the Air
detective,
Force.
But the lead case
Thank
agent.
you, Oasis Cat.
The case officer for the investigation was Michael Proctor.
But you don't want to say lead case agent or case officer, correct?
I refer to that billet as case officer.
Your responsibility as the supervisor over this particular case officer
won't
is,
say
or any
he's
other
the
case
lead
officer that you might have,
agent?
or any other trooper that you might have under your supervision. Your responsibility in no small part is to supervise the individuals under your command to ensure that the case is adequately investigated. It's properly investigated. That's part of your role as a supervisor, correct?
Is one of my many responsibilities, yes.
It's partly because you have more experience, I'm guessing, than the people under your charge. Is that right?
Certainly in my position, but there are many instances where a sergeant might have less experience than a well-seasoned trooper that's been in the office for 15 to 20 years. So
Fair enough. Fair enough. That may be the case, but under ordinary circumstances, you earn your way into a supervisory role in the Massachusetts State Police through both not just time, but time and experience, correct?
We take an exam and then get promoted based on the exam.
part of the responsibility that you have as a supervisor is to make sure that the case is properly investigated, and that may include making sure you have the right suspects, right? The array of suspects that may exist, you want to make sure, and you supervise to make sure that that array of suspects is appropriate and proper, correct?
In every investigation, we follow the evidence, we follow the statements made, provided by eyewitnesses, witnesses in the case. Sometimes the defendants or suspects provide statements to us. At many instances, those could be contradictory statements. We follow the evidence in every investigation, and that evidence determines who the suspect, person of interest, or ultimately the defendant is.
And you want to make sure that you gather, or that your subordinates gather that evidence in an appropriate and objective way. It's obviously the foundation of a good investigation, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Maybe. You obviously, as a supervisor, want to make sure, you talked about following the evidence, you want to make sure that that evidence is gathered in a way that is adequate, in a way that is objective, that in a way that is unbiased, so that you can gather the evidence that will lead you to the right folks, right? The right suspects.
We always want to gather as much evidence as possible. We conduct that gathering in the most appropriate ways possible. Sometimes there are tough decisions that have to be made where we have to either decide whether we're collecting evidence A or evidence B, and those decisions have to be made on the spot. At times it's a time-sensitive matter. At times it's a decision made by...
Why can't any defense prosecution witness in this
putting their heads
case
together and
answer,
deciding on that?
well, except for John's best friend?
I don't know if that answers your question, but
Not really.
that's the most
Let's try it again.
accurate explanation.
Okay.
Try for
You
the
done?
fourth this time.
I am.
Okay. Let's try that again. You want to make sure that the evidence, as a supervisor, supervising your subordinates, you want to make sure that the evidence is gathered in an appropriate way, in an objective way, correct? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. You're also doing everything you can as a supervisor and someone with the experience to make sure that the highest levels of integrity and those demands are met in any investigation that you work on.
If there was a question of integrity, those individuals would not be part of an investigation.
Okay, here we
That
go.
includes knowing, obviously, what your subordinates are doing.
A question.
During the conduct of the investigation, during the process of us investigating a crime, yes, we know what is going on, because every bit of information that comes in needs to be shared, and we need to make sure the whole team is aware of all the evidence and information that is available to us at the time.
You want to make sure that, I'm going to use a colloquial phrase, you keep tabs on those who are reporting to you, correct? What are they doing? What are they engaged in? When are they coming and going? Who are they interviewing? Things of that nature. Basic investigative things, correct?
For the most part, you can't track every single person all the time, but this is a very serious line of work. A lot depends on it. We speak for those that can no longer speak for themselves. So we do our best to conduct every investigation with integrity, honor, and get to the truth.
If you don't properly supervise, and I'm talking about your role now as a supervisor, if you don't properly engage in that supervision, it obviously increases chances for mistakes. It increases chances for bias to seep in. It increases chances that something could affect the adequacy of the investigation, correct?
That's a lot there. Can you repeat that, please? Maybe one section at a time?
Sure. If you don't properly supervise your subordinates in an investigation, failing to properly supervise them could increase the chances that mistakes are made. Isn't that right? That's why you supervise.
That is one possibility.
Okay. Let's break it down. It also increases chances that there could be inherent biases that are seeping into the case that you want to make sure doesn't happen, correct?
I believe that human beings all have biases, but during the investigation, those biases do not affect, especially in this case, they did not affect any outcome of the investigation.
So I wasn't even talking about this case. I was talking about cases in general and your supervisory role in general. Your job as a supervisor is to seek out and make sure that there are no biases in an investigation, correct?
Absolutely.
You want to make
Absolutely.
sure that any investigation, as a supervisor, any investigation that is under your charge, under your supervision, is done adequately and professionally. Is that right?
Yes, that is right.
And there's a chain of command for that, right? Meaning someone under your charge needs to report up the chain of command to you, and you have supervisors to whom you report, correct?
Yes, it's a paramilitary structure, and it is in order for the colonel to keep command and control over the entire agency of 2,000 plus people, it is absolutely necessary for there be a reporting up and down within the ranks of the Massachusetts State Police.
And you have, by the way, what's your chain of command? Who did you report to back in 2022?
I directly reported to Detective Lieutenant Tully.
Especially in a case, you mentioned this case a second ago, especially in a case like this, a homicide investigation, especially in a homicide investigation involving a police officer, you have to maintain your knowledge, an intimate knowledge of those under your command, under your charge, to ensure that what they're doing fits what you believe to be the proper protocol. In other words, you're not just going to let people loose. You're going to watch what they're doing and actually supervise them, correct?
Yes, absolutely. We are professionals, and we conduct each and every investigation with that in mind and with the integrity that is necessary.
You just used the word I was about to use. That ensures the adequacy of the investigation, correct?
Yes.
To use your word, that ensures the integrity of the investigation. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
As you sit here today, do you believe that this investigation, now I'm going to turn to this investigation, was conducted with professionalism, with competence, at the highest level of integrity?
This investigation was conducted professionally, with integrity, and all the evidence collected, all the statements collected, pointed in one direction. There was no bias influence on the evidence, on the information that was collected, or which direction the investigation pointed naturally.
Former Trooper Michael Proctor was the person who was the assigned case agent, the lead case agent in this particular investigation, correct?
Michael Proctor was the case officer for this investigation.
He was assigned, ultimately, to use another phrase, as the lead investigator, wasn't he?
I'm not going to agree with you.
Is there a reason that you want to try to distance yourself from naming Michael Proctor as the lead investigator in the case? Is there some reason?
I am not trying to distance myself. All I'm saying is the term that I use is the case officer. We're simply case managers. There's no leading investigation in any direction.
So, in your mind, well, let me ask you this. It's a case officer, another word for that, synonym would be an investigator, right? He's a detective, an investigator, right?
He is a detective, yes.
And he was the one who was assigned by the Massachusetts State Police because of his on-call status that night, or that morning, January 29, 2022, he was assigned to the case, correct?
Michael.
Yes or no? Assigned to the case. That's all I'm asking.
Well, you said a lot before that,
No,
so
I said he was assigned to the case. What I said before that was January 29, 2022. He was assigned by the Massachusetts State Police as the case officer for this case. Right?
no.
Who was?
He was assigned to be on call a month prior. Just because he was on call, he was assigned the case as a result. He was not assigned the case right there and then, because his assignment began
This is ridiculous.
much earlier in the day.
Sergeant, we can do this all day, I suppose. He was on call.
He was.
January 29th, correct?
He was.
Because he was on call, any case that happened to come in would be assigned to whom?
To the on-call trooper that's on the schedule.
And that was?
Whom?
It was Michael Proctor.
Let me just ask you this. Do you believe that Michael Proctor, his involvement in this case, taints the investigation? tainted the investigation?
No.
Not at all.
The investigation was done with honor, integrity, and all the evidence pointed in one direction only.
Honor and integrity by Michael Proctor?
Was that a question? I'm sorry.
Sure is.
Yes, it sure is.
Honor and integrity by Michael Proctor, Sergeant?
Sustain to the comment. Go ahead and ask it again, Mr.
I'll ask you again. You said honor and integrity. Honor and integrity by Michael Proctor? Objection.
I'll allow it.
The investigation was conducted with honor and integrity, and all the evidence pointed in one direction and one direction only.
So, Sergeant Bukhenik, you don't want to answer my question, correct?
I will answer your question, absolutely.
Do you
We're
think this
just
case was
starting.
handled with honor and integrity by Michael Proctor, Sergeant?
The investigation was handled with integrity by Michael Proctor.
Oh, whoa, he just committed
You
himself.
do know that he touched or had input in nearly every part of this case, obviously, as the case officer, correct?
He managed the case.
So he had some input or had some connection to nearly every part of the case, be it the physical evidence, the search warrants, the interviews, things of that nature.
He was one of the involved with collecting evidence, conducting interviews, and signing affidavits for the search warrants.
He didn't take a minor role in this case. He had a major role in this case. Would you at least agree with that?
He had a role that was more significant than others. A major role would, to me, suggest that he had 51% or more. And with a team of the size that we had working on this case, he did not have a major role.
So you believe, as you sit here today, your testimony is Michael Proctor did not have a major role in this investigation of Commonwealth versus Karen Reed because he didn't have 51% of something? That's your testimony?
That's the way I understand it, yes.
Okay. You're aware of the search warrants that were drafted,
Does the jury think
affidavits
this
that were
is as
attended to those
ridiculous
search
as
warrants
we all do?
in this case, correct?
Am I aware of affidavits drafted? in
Search warrants and
support-
affidavits.
In support of the search warrants?
Correct.
Yes, I am.
All right. You're also aware that there was a good amount of physical evidence that was handled in this case? Recovered, touched, booked, assigned or booked into the lab, things of that nature?
I am aware of the evidence involved in this case, yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
By the way, the sound you hear is it's thunder and lightning and a major storm outside the window where I am. So if that's the roaring comes through, that's what it is. Okay, you see drinking water. Mouth getting dry, a little thirsty, a little nervous.
Sergeant Bukhenik, I've handed you a binder, and it's tabbed just for your convenience, so I don't have to walk back and forth. With
Thanks,
the court's
sir.
permission.
Yes.
Can you open tab 1? I'm not going to ask you to read the entire search warrant, but is that a search warrant that ends in 07?
Yes, it is.
And it's for, generally, Verizon records for Miss Reed's cell phone.
No, I would not agree with you, sir.
What is that search warrant for?
It's for Verizon records for a VIN number, which looks like a vehicle.
Is that the vehicle, the SUV, the Lexus SUV in this case?
I do not know for sure because it doesn't have that identifier here, and I don't know the VIN number off the top of my head.
Okay, fair enough. Who's the affiant?
Michael Proctor.
Can you turn to tab 2? Is that a search warrant ending in the number 14?
Give me 1 second.
I'm sorry,
I don't want to
13.
ruin your presentation here.
Search warrant ending in 13. I misspoke.
Okay.
Is that a search warrant for, generally speaking, Karen Reed's cell phone?
The quality of this photocopy is so poor, I cannot make out exactly what it's for, but there is an overlay of print. I can read what is presented to me, if that's what you want me to do. I do not know if this is an authentic copy of a search warrant.
Let's just look at
Oh
the
my
affidavit.
God.
Can you tell me who the affiant is?
The jury really hasn't heard much about Proctor. They just started with a little bit yesterday. Now they're getting in today. They really don't understand
On
the
this document,
significance
the
unless
affiant
they've
is
heard
Michael Proctor.
trial one.
Can you turn to tab? By the way, just staying with that for a second, you said you don't recognize it. Do you recognize it as being attendant to this case?
The application or the affidavit?
The search warrant. Well,
Again,
they go together.
The application or the together?
They go together.
I understand that, but I'm asking which document you want me to.
The document in total. In other words, it's not a search warrant dealing with a different case. It's dealing with Ms. Reed's case, correct?
Oh my God. Give it up. It's your search warrant from
Again,
Proctor.
I cannot say from the search warrant because of the quality of it. The addendum A appears to be with this case.
Okay. Have
And
you ever
the
seen it before?
I'm sorry?
Have you ever seen it before, this search warrant?
I haven't read the whole thing, so I can't testify to
Well,
that.
let's
So this
read
could
it.
be a search warrant that you never even saw?
Based on what you're presenting to me, never having seen or not having read all the details of it, I cannot say whether I've seen it before or not.
So
Well,
you're
take
not
your
sure
time.
that Michael Proctor didn't just do the search warrant without your knowledge? As you sit here.
I don't know if this is truly Michael Proctor's product.
Think that might be a forgery? His
I'm
name?
sorry?
You think that might be a forgery at the end of that affidavit?
Well,
This
for
is
one,
Pat.
it's not
This
signed.
is unbelievable.
So I don't know who produced this. What I'm saying to you is I don't know who produced this. The quality of the first document, the narrative, I don't know who produced it. If you show me a search warrant application with an affidavit from court with a stamp.
He
with
won't
the
even give
timestamp
up
and a
that this
stamped
is-
water seal
they
from
got
court,
a
I will tell you
discovery.
that that's what it appears to be. What you've shown me here, I don't know what
I
this
think
is.
he looks
Otherwise,
ridiculous.
looking at that document, seeing the affidavit, seeing the addendum, seeing Michael Proctor's name on it, no clue whether or not that's a warrant that's attendant to this case that Michael Proctor drafted and submitted. You have no clue.
I can't take you at your word.
Not
based
asking
on
you
what
to
you
take me
Oh
at
my
my word, sir.
God.
I'm not testifying. I'm asking
Oh
you to take
my
the document
God,
at its
I can't
word.
take you at
Do you
your word.
recognize it or not?
Oh my
If you don't,
God.
you don't.
Oh my gosh.
I do not
I'm
know.
Okay,
sorry.
let's turn to
Come
tab
on,
3.
everybody, we need popcorn. Who would have thought at the beginning, at
Does
the
that appear to be
very
a search warrant ending
beginning,
in the number 14?
Yes, it is.
And does that appear to generally be associated with Ring camera footage at One Meadows? Or can you not tell that?
It has an email address, an associated MAC address, so yes, that's what it appears to be.
Okay, can you tell me who the affiant is?
Again, this is not a signed search warrant. This is just an affidavit.
Whose name is at the bottom of it?
The name at the bottom printed is Michael Proctor.
Can you turn to tab 4? Does that appear to be a search warrant ending in the number 04?
Yes, it does.
And does that appear to be for ring footage also at One Meadows in 2023?
Yuri is going to need blood pressure pills. Look at that. Look at my face. I'm pale. Look at his face. He was as pale as I was.
Based on the application addendum A, it's the same email address associated with the previous location of Meadows, yes.
Who's the affiant or affiant?
Michael Proctor.
Can you turn to tab 5? Does that appear to be a police report?
It does.
And do you see a reference in that police report for a search warrant ending in 10 for a telematic system regarding Miss Reed's SUV? And it may speed things up if you look at page 2.
There is a reference to it, yes.
Okay. Whose report is that?
It's Trooper Nicholas Guarino's report.
And who is referred to on page 2 as seeking search warrant ending in 10?
That search warrant was issued at Stone District Court and presented by Trooper Proctor.
Turn to tab 6, if you wouldn't mind.
The jury doesn't know the importance of Trooper Proctor yet. That's my problem. So this is in a vacuum right now. So,
do you see a search warrant ending in the number 77?
but they know something's important.
I see the application, yes.
And this deals with Google, some geofence data, correct?
Yes, it is.
Who's the affiant?
Again, this search warrant is not signed, but I would say this isn't an actual search warrant, but it seems like at the bottom it says Trooper Michael Proctor.
Can you turn to tab 7, please? Does that appear to be a report authored by Nicholas Guarino?
It does.
Does that deal with John O'Keefe's cell phone?
It's a report written by Nicholas Guarino referencing Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone, yes.
And it indicates that Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone was seized by a particular trooper?
That's what the report indicates, yes.
Who's the trooper?
In this report, it says that
Come on, no, you know the
Trooper
answer.
Proctor secured the cell phone.
Turn to tab 8.
Jeopardy, double
If you don't mind.
Jeopardy, 100 question, dollar questions. Okay, you know the answer. Okay, Yuri, you know the
Do you see
answer.
a similar report by Trooper Guarino?
Yes.
And do you see reference to Karen, pardon me, Karen Reed's cell phone having been seized?
Yes.
And that was seized by Trooper Proctor also, correct?
Yeah, him and I were there together.
His name is in the report, though.
Yes, his name is in the report.
Your name is not in the report, is it?
I'll have to check. Give me a second, please.
Let me tell you the answer. It's going to be no.
My initials are in the report.
Oh, to
Turn to
sign
tab
off
9.
that you reviewed it. Not that your name is in it. Because you're supposed to sign
Do you
off
see a
as a
report by you?
sergeant to review it, make sure everything in
do.
there is correct.
Indicating early spring 2022. There was a CPD video requested by somebody, correct?
Yes,
Who did you indicate requested that CPD video?
the case officer, Trooper Proctor.
And you went and actually, in this instance, you actually went and got the video and delivered it to him, correct? At his request.
Yes, as the case officer, I would, yeah.
Because as the case officer, he's entitled to ask for things, have them delivered, correct?
Anybody's entitled to ask for things, absolutely. We are pursuing justice. We're looking for any and all possible evidence.
I'm sure you are. As the case officer, he's entitled to ask for things to be delivered to him,
Yes, yes.
even by his supervisor.
Yes, absolutely.
If you wouldn't mind turning to tab 10, please. Do you recognize that report?
I'm sorry, I was still turning. It's the same report.
Same report, different paragraph, also talking about, or the different sentence, talking about a July 2023 CPD or Canton Police Department video that was also requested, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
Sure. That particular part of the report, where I'm directing your attention to July of 2023, there was a Canton Police Department video requested by someone, correct?
Yes,
Who was that requested by?
Trooper Proctor.
And who delivered it to Trooper Proctor?
I did.
Turn to tab 11, please.
I can't take your word for it, Yuri said. Well, you don't have to, because you know what? The defense has the receipts.
Do you see a
What did you
document
think?
referencing the analysis of Canton Town library videos?
I do.
And who is it that's listed as having received and reviewed and analyzed the town library videos?
Give me just 1 second. I have to read the report.
We're waiting.
It was Trooper Proctor that analyzed the video and wrote up the timeline.
Thank you. Sergeant, if you'll turn to tab 12.
Okay, let's go to tab 12. We know what's coming. In case he hasn't learned
Do you
yet.
recognize that as being a November 2023 report?
Yes, it's report number 83.
And who authored that report?
This report is authored by Trooper Michael
Dun,
Proctor.
dun, dun, dun,
Does that
dun,
indicate, I'm
dun,
not going to ask you to go
dun.
through the entirety of the report, but if you scan that report, does that indicate certain, I'm not going to ask you to go through the entirety of the report, but if you scan that report, does that indicate certain items of evidence that Trooper Proctor claimed to have recovered on his own? Pieces of plastic, small black plastic, clear plastic, fragment of glass on February 11th, 2022, 3 pieces of clear plastic on February 11th, 2022, clear and red plastic pieces on February 18th, 2022. Is all that referenced in there?
Those items are documented in this report as were collected, yes.
And those are all documented as having been collected by Trooper Proctor himself, correct?
Yes, yes, they were.
And if you'll turn to tab 13. This is an evidence submission form, correct?
I'm sorry, 13?
Tab 13, yes, sir.
Yeah, it comes up to 12 normally, except in a building because it may not have a 13th floor.
Yes, it's a copy of an evidence submission form from March 14th, 2022.
And that indicates submission of certain items of physical evidence from Massachusetts State Police custody to the crime lab, correct?
I would say so, based on this copy's information on there. Yes, I would say so.
And
Yeah, I'd say so because
who's
you're
the
the
person
supervisor.
who
You're supposed to
submitted
know these things.
the items that I'll ask you about.
It is Trooper Michael Proctor.
And those items include clothing, is that right? We don't have to go through them line by line, but generally, you see clothing items mentioned on there?
The first line is a clothing item, yes.
That includes a lot of what we saw today, Sergeant Bukhenik, the shirt, the orange shirt, the sweatshirt, blue jeans, belt, correct?
Blue jeans, belt. What was the other thing that you listed?
Shirts.
There was a shirt, yes.
It also lists certain items of plastic, certain items of glass, is that right?
Some of those items are listed, yes.
And it even mentions the straw that you talked to Mr. Brennan about, correct?
Yes, the straw is mentioned and numbered.
And all of those items were submitted on March 14th, 2022, correct?
That's what the form indicates, yes.
And all of those items were submitted by Michael Proctor from his custody and control to the crime lab, correct?
That's who signed the form.
So of the things that, according to the form at least, and your experience with forms of this nature, it was Michael Proctor who possessed and controlled those items before they were turned over to the to the crime lab, correct?
That would be accurate, yes.
So he would have maintained all of it, is that right? At least at some point?
They would have been in his custody as he's transporting them for processing at the lab, of course.
And then after he maintained control of it, eventually he turned it over and submitted those items, correct?
If the form is accurate, then yes, that's.
If the form is
absolutely.
accurate,
So
it's your
we've just gone through a few things. What you and I have just gone through is not nearly everything that Michael Proctor was involved with in terms of this investigation, correct? We didn't talk about witness interviews.
Alan, please stay at the microphone,
We
Alan.
did not talk about witness interviews,
So
no.
there's a lot more that Michael Proctor on a day-to-day basis as the case officer was involved in addition to what you and I just talked about, correct?
Yes, there was many more things he was involved in. As I mentioned,
Gave it up.
that was just report 83.
Many more things involved in. Whoa, what's happening there? I have the White House in my feed. Is that the White House? Yes, there it is.
A part of
Wow,
the
that was
investigation is the
interesting.
case officer managing the tasks, but there's a lot of people involved in this investigation.
So he touched
Not
or
gonna
authored
pardon
or
you, Yuri.
reviewed or controlled at least every bit of what you and I have talked about this morning. All these items that we've just talked about, correct?
He is referenced or is his name appears on most of these documents, yes,
As a matter of fact,
if not all.
Of the
If
ones
not.
that we just went through, he's not just referenced, he's the author of every single one of them, correct?
No. Nicholas Garino wrote some of these reports.
Sorry, the author of the search warrant. I asked you to look at Nicholas Garino's report to reference the search warrant that Nicholas Garino referenced in his report, and Michael Proctor was the author of that search warrant, correct?
Again, I hate to do this to you, but
Oh, I don't think you do.
some of these search warrants could not be authenticated. I don't know what these documents were. I didn't read them, so I can't
couldn't be
tell you that he was
authenticated.
the author. Like what you presented,
Oh my goodness.
I can't speak to.
You just made my point. even as the supervisor, you don't know everything that Michael Proctor was doing, do you?
No, it's impossible to know everything somebody was doing.
Got it.
Boom.
Especially the
Damned
case
if you
officer
do,
on this
damned if you
case,
don't.
as busy as he was, right?
I'm sorry?
Especially the case officer on this case, as busy as he was, Michael Proctor, right?
He was keeping us and his supervisors abreast of what was happening, the next step, the search warrants he was writing, the evidence that was being collected, the interviews that are being conducted, court dates and motions and stuff like that.
So he would do the work and then keep you, as you, the word you just used, keep you abreast of that work.
Okay, he's
Right, unless I
see
was
that?
involved with the
Drinking water, his
investigation
mouth
myself.
is getting dry,
We did,
he's a little thirsty. Not
ton
like
of
me.
interviews together.
I just drink this
as
mango
I authored some of these
thing from
reports as
Dunkin'
well.
'cause I love it.
said there was
Oh.
100+ reports.
Sir, you were notified on January 29th, 2022, that a Boston police officer was found gravely injured in front of 34 Fairview in the lawn, in the yard, correct?
No, that is not correct.
What were you notified of?
When the notification came in, it was that there was a male party found in the snowbank.
At some point, you learned that male party was John O'Keefe, a police officer, correct?
At some point, we did learn that he was a Boston police officer.
Matter of fact, you learned that morning. May not have been the first notification, but certainly early that morning, you knew that John O'Keefe was a Boston police officer.
At some point, we learned. I don't remember exactly when, if it was morning, just after 12. I don't know when, but we did learn that he was a Boston police officer.
And I'm not asking about what Trooper Proctor learned, but what you learned. You learned that he was a Boston police officer, correct?
At some point, I learned that he was a Boston police officer, yes.
And on January 29th, did you ever respond to 34 Fairview Road at any time?
On January 29th, 2022, at no point in time did I or Michael Proctor, who was with me the whole time, ever respond to 34 Fairview Road.
So the answer to my question, very simply, is no, right?
That's correct.
You just answered this question as well, but I want to make sure we're absolutely clear. Your Honor, may I approach? I don't want that binder to be in the witness's way.
All right, now, let's watch
At
him.
no point
Oh, well, let's not watch him.
on
Let's go
January
back and
29th,
watch him
2022,
with Alan questioning him.
did Michael Proctor respond to 34 Fairview either, did he?
No, he did not.
You already indicated and you described in some detail that Massachusetts State Police took over the investigation from Canton Police Department around 8 or 9 a.m., correct? Following certain protocols.
Yes, at some point in the morning, once it was determined that Mr. O'Keefe was gravely injured and was being transported to the hospital with no signs of life, and we were advised that he had a estimated 10% of survival rate, we engaged our services and responded to Canton Police to begin the investigation.
So the answer to that question is yes, correct?
Yes.
None of them want to give a direct answer.
You'll often work with a local police agency, even though a police department, even though Massachusetts State Police may have statutory jurisdiction over the case because it's a homicide, right?
Yes, part of our mission is to aid and assist local police departments when they request it. In this specific situation, as I stated earlier, the DA's office has exclusive jurisdiction over death investigations, and our office has that responsibility of investigating those cases. But we work very well with local departments.
So the answer to that question is yes, correct?
Yes.
If you can answer my question yes or no, this will go a lot faster. In this case, even though you oftentimes work with local law enforcement agencies, it was determined that you would not continue working with Canton PD because of a conflict or the perception of a potential conflict of interest, correct?
To alleviate any perception, not that one existed, the Canton Police Department recused themselves from being involved in the interview portion of the investigation.
And that's in no small part because the lawn on which Mr. O'Keefe was found belongs to to Brian Albert, and Kevin Albert, Brian Albert's brother, worked as a detective at Canton Police Department, correct?
That was my understanding why they chose to take those steps.
Your first documented action in this case was to call the medical examiner's office. First documented action. Not the first thing you did, but the first thing that you documented that you did was to call the medical examiner's office at about 10:41 a.m., correct?
In what respect are you saying first documented action?
There's a report where we can look at the earliest thing that you did, and it's actually written down and documented. You know what I mean by documented? Written on a piece of paper.
In that respect of documentation, I would have to look into it. I believe there was something probably before that, since there was a documentation of us getting notified of the incident.
At 10:41, let me just ask it a little bit more straightforward if I can. Just get to the point. At 10:41 a.m., you called the medical examiner's office to inform them that Mr. O'Keefe, quote, was struck in the face with a cocktail glass, or at least appeared to be, correct?
That is in part what I advised the medical examiner's office, where they are responsible for the medical portion of...
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach briefly?
Okay. Okay, they have to approach. Why? Because he won't answer a gosh darn question, okay? I mean, this is almost embarrassing, right? Joey Kane, thank you for gifting 5 Justice Serve TV memberships. We really appreciate it in the middle of my rant because it'll calm me down. This is embarrassing. First of all, he says not going to take Jackson at his word when he's looking at search warrants. And by the way, remember, all of this is given in discovery, okay, by the Commonwealth to Jackson. That's why you're not hearing any objections from Hank, because what is he going to say? It's not the real document we gave you in discovery. They probably even have Bates numbers on them on the bottom for the discovery. He started out by refusing to admit that Proctor was the lead investigator, just fighting with him. And he's a case officer, and then he finally later that he's the lead case officer, right? Fighting with him. He wouldn't say that he doesn't major because in his mind you have to be 51% of the work. I mean, give me a break. The jury must be, I'm sure they must be laughing at this if it weren't so sad that this is the police officer that got a promotion after he was after he lost 5 vacation days for not failing to take any action against Michael Proctor for those disgusting texts that he wrote about Yannetti and Jen and Karen Reed, right? He then, after he gets those 5 vacation days taken away from him, which I hardly think is much of a penalty for what went on there, he then gets a promotion, right? So now we're going back, and
All
I
right,
think
so Sergeant, I'm going to ask you to do your best to answer the question that's
obviously
Yes, Your Honor.
Jackson won. He wanted an instruction to the sergeant, and that's the instruction he got. So that's pretty good because Judge Canoni doesn't really give the defense much of anything. But even her, she must be like, "Oh, give me a break. We're going to be here until September."
Did
he
you
won't be off the
contact
stand
the medical
forever.
examiner's office in the morning of January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
And did you state to them that there was a possibility that the decedent, John O'Keefe, was struck in the face with a cocktail glass?
I don't recall my words exactly, but that sounds accurate to what I might have said.
I'd say he sounded a little bit like my
At
cousin
least your
Vinny
initial
there, except that
investigation
would be an insult to
during
my cousin
those
Vinny.
early morning hours, those critical hours, led you to believe at least that there was a possibility that there was a physical altercation, correct?
Yes.
What steps did
The
you
answer,
take
see? He
at
did
that
answer.
moment to determine whether or not anybody in the house may have been involved in that physical altercation that you thought was a possibility?
That's a compound question. I have to answer it separately.
Answer it however you want to. It's an open-ended question, which is unlike me. What steps did you take to, at that moment, to determine whether or not anybody in the house could have been involved in that possible physical altercation that you just described?
We interviewed the homeowner and 2 witnesses that were in that house.
You never went into the house, did you? On January 29th, at least.
I personally did not go in the house.
You did not secure that house or remove the occupants, did you?
Which day?
January 29th. I'm talking about the morning of January 29th.
I did not know.
You did not secure the yard as a crime scene, correct?
That's correct.
You didn't conduct any search of that house.
No, I did not.
You didn't take any photographs of the interior of that house.
I did not.
You didn't ask a forensic criminalist to join you and process the house, correct?
That is correct.
You didn't
See,
set
this
up a
is
crime
why
scene
that-
log to determine who is coming in and
It was
going out
important
of the
Beverly
potential
Canoni
crime scene.
gave him that order to answer
did
the
not.
question.
No one actually documented the crime scene by taking contextual photographs and then close-up photographs, etc., during those early morning hours, correct?
I cannot speak to that. I was not there.
So the answer is you didn't do that. And you didn't cause that to be done.
I did not do that.
Crime Scene Services section, what is that?
It's a unit, specialized unit on the state police. They are specially trained with documentation, photographs, video, latent fingerprints, foot and tire impressions, footwear and tire impressions. They assist other investigators in documenting and processing scenes.
Did you contact CSSS to process the house or the yard or the area adjacent to the yard?
Which house, sir?
34 Fairview, Sergeant Bukhenik. Do you think I was talking about a different house?
Yes, I did.
Really? Okay.
Yes.
Let's stick with 34 Fairview, where John O'Keefe's body was found. Did you call CSSS out to the scene to process that house?
I did not contact Crime Scene Services on January 29th to the area of 34 Fairview Road to the lawn where John O'Keefe's body was found.
You mentioned that you
talking about a different house.
interviews.
What, were there 2
that
bodies
day,
found
correct?
that day?
That's correct.
Where were those interviews conducted?
The first interview was conducted at Canton Police Department. The second, third, and fourth were conducted at a residence in Canton. The
What was the
fifth,
I'm sorry, what was the first interview at Canton Police Department that morning?
Sergeant Good.
So other than Sergeant Good, I'm talking about civilian witnesses. You mentioned 3 civilian witnesses. Where were those 3 witnesses interviewed?
At a residence in Canton.
But not at 34 Fairview, just to be clear.
They were not at 34 Fairview, no.
They had been at 34 Fairview, though, hadn't they? All 3 of them.
Yes, they had.
As a matter of fact, Michael Proctor spoke to one, at least one of them, while she was at 34 Fairview, correct?
I don't know.
Weren't you with Michael Proctor when he spoke to Jennifer McCabe?
Which time, sir?
The first time he called her to set up the interview that morning on January 29th. You
I
weren't
don't know where Jennifer McCabe was. I can't testify to that. I have no
Okay,
idea.
so if that call was made, if she talked about that call being made, that was made by Michael Proctor, not by outside of your presence.
Can you repeat that?
Sure. If there was a call made to Jennifer McCabe by Michael Proctor that morning, that was outside your presence.
Not necessarily. I just did not know where she was.
So the only 3 people you interviewed were Jennifer McCabe, Matt McCabe, and Brian Albert, correct?
Not correct.
Who else?
The defendant.
Other than Miss Reed, and before you got to Miss Reed, because you didn't get to Miss Reed till 3:34, correct? In the afternoon.
In the afternoon, I don't know exactly what time we began the conversation.
I'm talking about in the morning, when you were trying to figure out what was going on. You interviewed 3 people.
Yes, we did.
3 civilians.
At one point, we interviewed 3 civilians, the homeowner at 34 Fairview Road, and 2 witnesses that were with Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant the night prior, and then one of the witnesses that was with the defendant when Mr. O'Keefe was discovered.
And these are individuals that you made the assessment had either been with or shortly been with at the time or shortly before he was last seen alive, correct?
Based on the information that we had at that time, one of the individuals was with him right before he was seen alive, and the other 2...
Before he was last seen alive.
One of the individuals was with him right before he was last seen alive, and 2 of the individuals saw the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe together.
And those same 2 individuals were also with Mr. O'Keefe just minutes before he was last seen alive. The waterfall, correct?
All 3 of the individuals were with Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant at Waterfall, yes.
And all 3 of the individuals were also at 34 Fairview when Mr. O'Keefe arrived. You had that information, didn't you?
We did not have information of Mr. O'Keefe arriving at the house. He was dropped off on the lawn.
And all 3 people, all 3, were either named McCabe or Albert. Those are the 3 people that you had information from, correct?
Wish Alan would stay at the microphone.
Which information? We had information for a lot of different sources at that point in time.
I'm talking about the first 3 interviews that you
Thank you.
did, the first
Must
3
have heard
civilian
them.
interviews you did that morning. Still on the same thing. You mentioned
Right.
talking to 3 people at a residence in Canton. Brian Albert, Jim McCabe, Matt McCabe. All 3 were at 34 Fairview when they indicated John O'Keefe arrived in an SUV. They all told you that, right?
They were inside the home when the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe arrived in the SUV.
These are the very people that would have a motive to lie if they were somehow involved, right?
Can you answer that, Sergeant?
No, Your Honor.
You're a professional investigator, correct?
That's correct.
Homicide investigator, right?
That's correct.
Many years of experience, right? Is that yes?
I don't know what many means to you,
No,
but
of course not. Let me, how many years of experience do you have?
in homicide,
Correct.
10 next week.
Okay. Does that sound like many?
I didn't answer the first time because I don't know what you would think many is.
Right. Suspects ever lied to you?
Yes.
Suspects lie to you all the time, don't they?
All the time is not accurate. They lie about certain things to create an alibi for themselves and state contradicting facts or fabricated stories.
And if someone
all the
has
time would mean that they're constantly lying about everything.
Do you understand the colloquialism all the time?
I
Suspects.
do not know the term colloquialism.
Okay, let's try it a different way. If these 3 individuals were involved
Remember, English
in
is
the
his
death of
second
John
language,
O'Keefe,
so
or
colloquialism,
knew
I'm going to give him that. I mean,
others who
okay.
were involved in the death of John O'Keefe, who they were close to, they would have a motive to lie about that, correct?
Objection.
But you took these 3 individuals just at their word, based on those first 3 interviews, correct?
No, not correct.
You didn't go in the house. You didn't search the house. We've already talked about that, right?
I did not go into 34 Fairview. No, I did not.
You didn't ask them to come with you down to the station, correct?
That's correct. I did not ask them to come to the station.
As a matter of fact, when you went to interview Jennifer McCabe at her home, Brian Albert happened to be there, correct?
He was there, and I was able to conduct the interview at the house with Brian Albert, yes.
Welcome, not so good land,
Did you
new
find that
member.
odd?
Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Absolutely not.
Totally normal for you to conduct a formal interview in a homicide case and have an extra person show up at the house just to be there?
Absolutely. Cooperating witnesses always try and be assisting, so cooperating witnesses would assist us.
You just use the word always. You didn't know what all the time means. But they always try to be assistant.
Well, they're cooperating. It's in the nature.
They always try to help you out.
Okay, maybe I misspoke. They are cooperating witnesses. So always is such a finite, definitive statement. I apologize for using it.
And if an investigator were keeping an open mind, right, open to all possibilities at the beginning of the investigation, someone that you now are calling a cooperating witness might well be a suspect who's lying, correct?
Yes, yes.
That's a possibility.
That is a possibility, yes.
That's a big admission. Maybe you write that down. A suspect who's lying.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
You must have learned the apology game from
I want to shift
Proctor.
gears for a second.
Remember? When Proctor
Sergeant
apologized
Buchanan,
for
I can
sending
ask
those
you about
texts.
some of the physical evidence in the case. You and Mr. Proctor collected the gray sweatshirt and the orange T-shirt that we saw entered into evidence today, correct?
That's correct.
You talked about finding that evidence at Good Samaritan Hospital, is that right?
That is where it was seized from, yes.
You described it as being on the floor, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Where on the floor was it when you first saw it? So on the hospital floor, not the ambulance floor, correct?
When I first saw it, it was on the hospital floor, correct?
All right.
Yes.
Remember, for those of you who don't know, I spent 6 months in trial against Alan Jackson. I got the hung jury on the Phil Spector case, but I know how he prepares a case, and
Yes.
he's
Do you recognize
always
that, sir?
prepared.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
It's one of the photographs taken from Mr. O'Keefe's emergency department room.
Do you recognize the shirt or shirts that you earlier described as being in that photograph?
There is an orange shirt depicted on the floor to the left side, yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask that be marked and entered into evidence.
No objection.
Okay.
Well, that's being marked when we approach very briefly.
Okay, now they're marking, obviously, some photograph of the clothes, the gray shirt or whatever. I don't know what the approach is about. Maybe it's about scheduling or whatever. But you know, if you want to talk about following, the Commonwealth obviously has kept them because they don't want to call Proctor. So Yuri Bukhenik is now taking over at Proctor's role. The problem he's got is he was Proctor's supervisor, and I'm just telling you, we're just starting out here. You know, remember at the last trial, in trial 1, he spent the whole day looking like he was a great witness. I thought he was a great witness for the prosecution the first trial. He was put on early on, and he was he knew the answers, and he didn't have any smug attitude and all. And then when he got to Alan Jackson's cross, into Alan Jackson's cross, after he had talked about the Sally Port, that her Lexus, Karen Reed's Lexus, that Michael Proctor was never near the right rear tail light's a good word. All right. And he showed the Sally Port, you see, never there. No one ever came near that right rear tail light. It turns out that it had been inverted, and Proctor was right there near the tail light. And Alan Jackson said to him, so you sat here all day, and unless I in cross-examination, or say you sat here all day yesterday, and I in cross-examination today asked you whether or not this video was inverted, and in fact Michael Proctor was right next to that taillight, you weren't going to tell anybody. And then there was an objection and all, but the jury sure got it. They got it. Okay, when they went on to ask more, that he didn't let them know that basically he was lying to them by not telling the whole truth. Actually, he was lying to them, period.
May I publish?
All right, so let's go back into court and let's listen to Alan Jackson.
Buchanan, this is
Continued cross.
110. You just mentioned seeing an orange shirt. Do you have a laser pointer with you? If you don't, I can grab you one.
I do.
Can you point for the jurors where you were describing the orange? Just pick whichever TV you want to use.
Yes, Karen, you can actually, I think Missy Mayhem will tell you where you can see us. But I got the hung jury. The second lawyer got it.
I'll do the one to my right so the jurors can see. There is something orange right there on the floor.
Does that appear to be on top of something darker?
It does appear to be on top of possibly a darker item of clothing, possibly the jeans. I'm not sure exactly from here what that is.
Do you believe, as you sit here, and I'm asking it open because I don't know what the answer is. Do you believe as you sit here that that's the orange shirt and or the gray sweatshirt and or the jeans?
If we can zoom in, I could probably pick out the pattern. So from here, it looks like it's a cut fabric, indicating that it most likely is the orange shirt. The jeans, you can see the belt loop through the jeans on the left side. I would say that is Mr. O'Keefe's clothing that we picked up and bagged.
Okay.
I'm glad that you can say that.
Since you see Mr. O'Keefe's left leg and right leg from about the little lower than mid-thigh down, correct?
Mid-thigh down, I see his legs, yes.
Okay, you see his right knee?
The interior portion of it, yes.
Okay, do you see any scrapes or marks or cuts or abrasions on that right knee?
Not from this point, no.
Thank you, we can take that down. May I approach?
Yes. I think Alan wanted to approach to warn the court that he was going to show that photograph. We actually got a glimpse of it here.
Which one? I think
because the camera person didn't pan down quick enough.
I have one more question on that photo. Sorry about that. Can we display the photo one more time, Ms. Johnson? We don't need to turn the lights off. Take a look to the left. Could you zoom in on the chair? Do you see that item sitting on the chair, Sergeant?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That is either mine or Michael Proctor's notepad binder.
Thank you. We can take that down.
We got the notepad binder.
Concerning the 2 shirts that you earlier testified to as being sopping wet, did you bag those shirts? Well, did you bag those shirts, or did Michael Proctor bag those shirts?
We bagged them together. If my memory is not failing me, I believe he picked it up and I held the bag open. But I could be wrong. Maybe I picked it up and he held the bag open.
That's fine. The 2 of you together got them in a bag.
Yes.
Was it a paper bag or a plastic bag?
It was a large paper bag, the size of like a lawn leaf bag you would get for disposing your yard waste.
Okay. Is it specifically an evidence bag, or was it something that y'all came up with?
Well, Alan's
on the
Texas
spot?
drawl just came out,
It's
y'all.
a bag that was provided by Crime Scene Services.
Okay. So it's an official law enforcement type bag. What, a grocery bag?
It was not a grocery bag. It was a large bag.
Okay, understood. Did both shirts go in the same bag?
All the clothing items that were in the pile went into the same bag.
Does that include the jeans and belt and boxer shorts?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. You went from Good Samaritan, straight to Dighton, correct?
Yes.
And you are the one that put the bag in your the super cab of your pickup truck?
Yes.
For what, 2 weeks? Or was it 3?
And then from Dighton, you went over to Canton PD, is that right?
Yes, we did.
And then from Canton PD, ultimately, before the night was out, you ended up back at the Norfolk DA's office, which is where you and Michael Proctor officed at the time, correct?
Yes.
When exactly, if you recall, did you lay out the clothing? You indicated it was sopping wet, you laid it out on a butcher paper. When was that?
It was during the evening hours once we arrived to the Canton office.
It was about 10 p.m., I'm guessing?
No, it was before that.
It was before 10?
Yes.
You have just a moment.
Karen Laughlin, thank you so much for that donation. I'm glad that you're still our friends. $20, thank you very much. The super sticker, so much. Helping Michael Bryant get there and making it. So you heard how important it is for us to go up there. His 10th trip up there was today. That's why he can talk to the locals and everyone trusts them, because we've gone up there, we've
Sergeant,
talked
I
to
just
people.
want to get the
and
record
all.
as clear as
So
possible.
thank
Did you
you for that.
testify at a hearing last year, at a proceeding last year here in this courtroom, that it was about 10 o'clock at night when you finally got the clothing laid out on the butcher paper?
Based on the context on the question, I might have estimated to be around 10. I would have to take a look at the exact language being used.
That's it. I'm not trying to hold you to anything. I just want to make sure we get it as clear as possible. Mayor, Coach?
Yes.
Yes. Tubi is expressing his winter of discontent, even though it's spring, because this is like, you can't say it's like watching water boil, because now everyone has, or a lot of people have, these induction stoves that water boils in like 30 seconds. But he doesn't want to say yes or no. He doesn't want to give Alan Jackson anything. He knows he was mortally embarrassed last year with that Sally Port. So instead of trying to stop being mortally embarrassed, he wants to make himself mortally embarrassed.
Yes.
Sergeant, does that refresh your recollections to about the time that you ended up at the office to lay out those items on the butcher paper?
That refreshes my memory to my testimony prior.
And that was about your prior testimony, it was about 10 p.m.?
When asked about what time the items were laid out, I indicated previously it was 10 o'clock approximately.
You didn't stay there all night?
Does that
with
refresh
those
your election? It
clothes?
was about 10 p.m.?
No, I did not.
You left the clothes with Michael Proctor, did you not?
I can't testify to leaving them, quote unquote, with Michael Proctor. We laid them out together. in the drying area on the butcher paper. And then at some point, I secured from the office. I don't have a memory if he left with me or if he remained to do additional tasks in the office to, you know,
You
whatever he had to
indicated
do.
that those clothes stayed in that room starting on January 29th, 2022, so that they could dry, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Ultimately, they were bagged after they were dried, correct?
At some point they were, yes.
Who had access to that room where they were laid out on butcher paper in those intervening, those subsequent days?
Anyone that had access to the office with a proper key card authorization would have access to that area.
Of course, that includes you as a supervisor, correct?
It does.
It also includes Michael Proctor.
It does.
And those items were bagged on February 4th. Is that right?
I don't have a specific memory, but if you can show me a document suggesting that and supporting that statement, I will definitely look at it.
I'm glad that you'll look at it. I'm glad that it's so convenient for you. If you show it to me, I'll look at it. Thank you very much. Remember, he got a promotion after serving his 5 vacation day suspension or whatever it was.
Earlier today, sir?
Yes.
I do remember looking at the bag, yes.
Okay, and the bag has a label on it, obviously, that's generated when items are bagged?
It has multiple labels, yes.
Okay. Did you see the label today that it indicated it was bagged on February 4th?
I didn't pay attention to it, no.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
If you could take a look at those 3 pages briefly, that's a colloquy that may refresh your recollection.
I don't know what the colloquy means. Can you?
Colloquy, back and forth conversation.
I see.
He doesn't understand colloquy and colloquial. Remember, English is his second language, so I don't hold that against him. That would not be right. That would not be fair. And many people don't understand that. And we had the one woman who does blood tests. Did the blood interpretation. She didn't know what hematocrit was. Remember? That you could hold against her because she works in that industry. And we had somebody else, I think the Caitlin, the EMT, she didn't. Somebody didn't know what gesticulating was. So, you can't hold that these things against everybody. But is Michael Proctor the lead case agent? And he refused to say that. That you could hold against him. I mean, that was ridiculous. I guess he wasn't schooled, but I guess he was schooled by Hank Brennan to try to limit Proctor by saying that he was a case officer and try to limit saying that he was a lead case agent. That's something that he had because everyone has been saying for 2 trials that Proctor was the lead case agent. There's been no issue about that. Whether you want to call him the lead case agent, the case officer, the official agent, the lead officer, whatever. He was the lead case agent in colloquialism. Okay, so now we're going to read this. I had a question. I don't know when the crime scene services wouldn't come out and actually take the clothes and do the laying out on the butcher paper and all.
Yes.
Did reviewing that document refresh your recollection as to the date that those items were ultimately bagged and labeled?
Yes, based on the tag on the bag, when I previously looked at it, it appears that the tag was printed on 2/4/22.
And that would be consistent with the time that the items are actually placed in the bag?
I don't know that to be true.
Because you didn't place them in the bag, Trooper Proctor did, correct? I'm sorry, former Trooper Proctor did.
I don't know who placed them in the bag.
But it wasn't you?
It
I
was
think
not
we're going to
no.
hear
But
that.
the case officer,
AJK.
Mr. Proctor,
I think we're going to hear
had
that.
access to that room and was taking control over those those clothing items for those 6 days that they were drying on the butcher paper, correct?
That's not necessarily correct. It could have been the evidence officers bagging the evidence once
You
it's
were the
dried
supervisor,
and
remember? He's
processing
a
it.
supervisor. Now he doesn't know
I
who it
highly
is.
doubt Trooper Proctor had access to the beast machine to print that label.
Right. I'm not asking if he printed the label. I'm asking if he bagged the item and walked it up to the evidence locker and the label was printed up there.
Again, I don't know who bagged the items.
That would be normal protocol, though, correct?
Somebody else bagging the items?
No, the case officer bagging the items. He's the one that seized it along with you. He laid them out on the butcher paper along with you. He would be the one to gather them up. I mean, the evidence officer's not going to come down there and do that without the case officer knowing, correct?
Not necessarily. The evidence officer's responsibility is to handle the evidence, so I
What's
don't
on the
know
computer
who handled
printout
the evidence
label?
that day.
How would the evidence officer know to go down there? How would he know that there were clothing items being laid out to dry on butcher paper unless the case officer told him?
They would walk by it every day and see it. That's their workstation. So
Right.
they would know that, hey, this evidence is drying. There's only 4 detectives in the office at that time working on this case. We communicate daily.
Right.
So they would know that, hey, it's dried. Let's bag it up.
Well, that's a lot of speculation, especially from the supervisor, literally, who just said, I have no idea who bagged it up. They weren't communicating with you, were they?
I was giving you an explanation of what could have happened.
Right. Speculation about what could have happened, right?
Well, I certainly did not bag that item.
Right. But your best estimate would be, knowing the protocols at the MSP and in your unit, would be the case officer who's controlling the items of evidence would have bagged it and submitted into the evidence locker.
I do not know who bagged it.
You're supposed to sign off on all the reports
So for
and
6
everything
days,
and review them.
anybody who had access to that room could have handled that clothing in any way they wanted to.
That's correct.
And that includes former Trooper Michael Proctor.
That's correct.
Do you have any kind of log to document what was happening or who was handling those items of clothing during that 6-day period before it was bagged into evidence? Any kind of a log?
I don't have a document logging the clothing laying out there. It was documented in reports and processing, I believe. But
Have you ever seen a log? I'm not talking about a report after the fact. I'm talking about a log, real-time log, indicating who may have come in and handled or touched or manipulated those clothes in that 6-day span of time before it was bagged.
I have never seen a log like that, no.
The fact is, we don't have a single document establishing the chain of custody for those items between January 29th and February 4th. That's correct, isn't it?
That is absolutely not correct.
Where's the log of the document logging what happened to it?
We seized the clothing. It was in our possession. It was transferred for processing.
Sergeant, I'm asking you about a log, a written piece of paper, something that looks like this. It's got writing on it that logs the item between January 29th and February 4th. That doesn't exist, does it?
We did not create a log to document the documentation,
Thank
so
you.
it'd be redundant, really.
You indicated on direct examination that you personally participated in 2
There's
searches
no
at 34
chain
Fairview.
of
One on
custody.
February 4th, one on February 10th. Is that right?
That is not right.
What did I get wrong?
I was also there on the 3rd, 4th, and 10th.
Who did you go with on the 3rd?
That was Trooper DeChico, Michael Proctor, and I conducting the first excavation.
And about what time was that?
It was during the morning hours. I think earlier I said it was somewhere between 8:30 and 9:30. I could have been half an hour later. I'm not exactly positive on the exact time we began the excavation.
And the other two searches were the next day, February 4th, and then February 10th.
The next time I was at Fairview Road and involved in a collection of evidence was on the 4th, when Canton PD documented the one piece and I collected, and then the 10th.
Oh, got to go for that water again. The mouth is dry. It's really hard when you're trying not to answer a question. When you don't have a chain of custody log. He knows what a chain of custody log is. He's with the Massachusetts State Police. Okay?
Was anything recovered on February, let's take them in order, on February 3rd?
Yes, Mr. O'Keefe's hat, straw, I believe red and clear plastic taillight pieces. There was those are the items that were recovered amongst.
That's on the 3rd. Okay, what about the 4th?
The 4th was the red taillight piece that we displayed, I believe, that Canton PD notified me of when I was already en route there.
When you say Canton PD, who was it that notified you, if you remember?
There was, at the scene, there was Chief Berkowitz, a couple of detectives.
Sergeant Lank, does that sound right?
I do not know. I can't say yes or no. I don't recall specifically. It was raining hard, so I grabbed the item and left.
Okay. Did you write a report? I'm gonna combine these into all three dates together. Did you write any report? Actually, I won't do that. Let me ask them individually. Did you write any report about your search on the 3rd?
Somebody authored a report. I'm not sure.
I'm asking about you.
I can't. There's over 100 reports. I'd have to take a look which report documents my activity that day.
Do you remember, as you sit here, authoring a report about your conduct or your activity on February 4th, the next day?
I don't have a memory of it, no.
Do you have a memory of authoring a report yourself about your conduct on February 10th, or your activity on February 10th?
I don't have a memory of it. It could have happened. I just don't have a memory of it.
The reality, Sergeant, is that no report was written about any of these searches until November 4th, 2023. Correct?
That could be possible, yes.
So literally the documentation of these three searches about which you've testified today, the documentation did not exist until, what is that math, 17, 18 months later?
That is not true. Each bag that the evidence went into was documented, the time, location, who recovered it, where it was recovered, and brief description of the items that were recovered from the scene.
And by the way, we're going to get to that in a second, the evidence bags.
There we are. Because
a
it looks
report
like
is
they were
designed
wrong.
to memorialize exactly what happens, when it happens, why it happened, who was there, what time it happened, things of that nature, correct?
That is one of the purposes, or some of the purposes behind the report, absolutely, yes.
And the report in this case that documented these three searches involving you, Trooper Proctor, I think Trooper DeChico, even Canton PD officers, there was no memorialization in a report until nearly 18 months later. Is that right?
It's possible, yeah. We write reports at different times. Yeah.
I want to ask you about this February 4th.
If you're not his supervisor, then you're not
visit to the crime
embarrassed
scene.
about this type of testimony
You
and this
indicated
quality
that
of testimony. There's something wrong with you.
Sometime in the
Somebody in the
morning,
Massachusetts State Police
8:45,
really
9
needs
a.m.,
to look
something
at
like
this.
that, you
This is
responded?
outrageous,
On
and
the
this
4th,
is
sir?
wrong.
On the 4th.
And if he's I know a lot.
was
I
driving to
know
work,
a lot
so
of
I
Massachusetts
would
state
have to
police
say
officers.
45 or so.
In
you
the
know,
past,
I
we
mean,
lived in Massachusetts. I had a house
I
in
don't have the exact
Massachusetts.
timestamp,
I
but
mean,
if
they're not all like
you know,
him.
If you have something to refresh my memory, I
But
could
if you
tell you if
allowed
that's accurate.
him
I'm
to
not going to
be
hold you to the exact time. It was in the morning on the 4th.
promoted,
It was.
and you don't take action against him
Did
after
you
this
know
testimony, there's something wrong with you,
Chief
Massachusetts
of
State
Police
Police.
Ken Berkowitz before you responded on the 4th to 34 Fairview?
Yes, I knew who he was. I had met him previously, and he was present on the 29th when the vehicle was delivered to the Sally Port.
He was actually in the Sally Port at least at some time when the vehicle was delivered, correct?
He was there at some point.
Get into the Sally Port.
I had a conversation with him.
Okay. Tall guy, short guy?
Chief Berkowitz was a shorter guy.
Okay. Do you know who Brian Higgins is?
I do.
What's your relationship with Brian Higgins? Or what was it? I should be more pointed to this, Sergeant. What was your relationship back in 2022, January of 2022?
Brian Higgins was a federal agent, and I crossed paths with him on a couple of investigations, strictly professional relationship, a federal agent and a state trooper.
So not a personal relationship, more of a professional relationship.
Correct.
Did you know him to have a personal relationship with Chief Berkowitz?
I did not know.
Didn't Brian Higgins actually tell you and Michael Proctor in an interview that he had a personal relationship with Chief Berkowitz? He called him one of his better friends?
Sustained,
Sure. During the course of your investigation, did you learn, although you may not have personal knowledge of it, did you learn that Brian Higgins and Chief Berkowitz had some sort of a personal relationship?
If you show me a report stating that, I would like to take a look. If it's written in a report authored by me or that I approved, I will take it for to be fact.
As you sit here now, you don't have a memory of that conversation with Brian Higgins?
Do I have a memory of having a conversation with him and him sharing that information with me?
That's it.
I don't have a memory of him sharing that information, but if you have a report that was authored by me or Michael Proctor or any trooper in our office that says that,
now Michael Proctor reports
I will
okay.
take it as gospel and testify to it.
Okay. Well, I don't want to take up the time to look for it. We'll put our hands on that. But in the meantime, let me ask you a few other questions. You were contacted and told to respond to 34 Fairview because Chief Berkowitz had been driving by and saw something while he was driving by, correct?
On which day, sir?
February 4th.
I'm sorry?
February 4th.
Yes. He indicated that he was driving by and saw a piece of potential evidence.
And he was driving by in a car at speed, correct?
By the way, before we go today,
I would
I am
take
going to do
that
a
to
rant.
be factual. I mean, if he's driving by, I would take it to be in a car
And
at speed.
did you question Chief Berkowitz about, by the way, about how old was Chief Berkowitz when you met him out at 34 Fairview in 2022?
How old?
How old? Estimate. Was he in his 50s, 60s, 70s?
I have no idea how old Chief Berkowitz was.
He indicated to you that he was driving by and saw a small piece of red taillight from his car. Is that right? Objection. He indicated to you that he was driving by and saw a red something from his car, correct? Objection. Did you question Chief Berkowitz after you learned this information about him driving by? Did you question Chief Berkowitz about how he could possibly see a piece of red plastic from his car?
No.
Did you question Chief Berkowitz about why he was driving by 34 Fairview in the first place?
No.
Remember I
Did
told
you
you can
question
always
Chief Berkowitz about the
ask the
fact that
question a
his
different way?
department
Alan just did that.
had been conflicted from the case, at least in part, because of a, as you put it, a perceived or possible perception of a conflict of interest?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question, please?
Did you question Chief Berkowitz about whether or not he was aware that there was a conflict of interest between Canton PD and this investigation?
No, I didn't question, no.
Did you think that was important at the time to talk to him about that conflict of interest?
No.
Because just days earlier, the Canton Police Department had in fact recused himself from interviews because of a potential conflict of interest, right?
To prevent any perceived conflict of interest, they recused themselves from being involved in interviews. I wasn't pairing up with Chief Berkowitz to interview the taillight piece. I mean, I don't.
No, I didn't figure that you were going to interview the taillight piece. We all get the comment. I'm trying to get to a point. 3 or 4 days after, 5 days after, 6 days after, Canton PD recuses itself from these parts of the investigation because of a perceived conflict of interest. The brother of the homeowner, being a detective, the chief of that department drives by in a car and supposedly sees a piece of plastic. Right?
I'm sorry?
I object.
Was that Hank? Object? Did he say something?
Was your understanding, at least at the time, that the whole purpose of the recusal was so there would not be a perception of a conflict of interest? To avoid that?
I didn't give it much thought of the understanding why there was a recusal. I was told that they're not going to conduct interviews with us, and me being on the mission of conducting this investigation, assisting with this investigation, collecting evidence, I just knew that I needed more manpower. And the Canton police, being, having recused themselves, weren't going to be available to provide that manpower to conduct interviews.
And yet, it was the chief of that very department that was standing out in front of 34 Fairview when you pulled up that morning.
With his detectives, they were
With
at
his
the
detectives,
location.
he
They
just made
weren't
it worse.
standing outside. They were in their vehicles because it was raining really heavily.
Well,
Can we end this?
we can, Your Honor. Sure.
All right, so Sergeant, we'll be bringing him back tomorrow.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Let's see what happens in court, and let's discuss what we just saw. Let's see if they have any sidebar. Can we end it? Sure, we can end it. It was raining so hard we couldn't go out. I think they're the Wicked Witch of the West, right? They melt in the rain.
Very careful with your social media use.
All rise for the court, please. Jurors, close your notebook. Follow me.
Can I see counsel about scheduling, please?
Okay, so why don't we wait to see what she does about scheduling? But clearly, I think this was a great beginning for Alan Jackson, right? And part of it was a great beginning because Yuri Bukhenik was apparently schooled that they were not going to give out, unlike the other witnesses who were, I think, schooled not to argue with Alan Jackson. He wasn't arguing, he wasn't raising his voice, but they weren't going to give him anything. Now, Yuri Bukhenik, as you know, was absolutely demolished at the last trial, okay? He was demolished with that Sally Port video and not telling the jury that it had been inverted, all right? If the jury didn't get that, that's really sad. Now, Alan Jackson started out, this is great. And quite frankly, again, I will say it to the Massachusetts State Police. If you don't do something, if you can sit there and watch your agent, your trooper testify like this, and this is the person that you elevated after you sanctioned him 5 vacation days because he never disciplined Michael Proctor, there is something wrong with you. He wouldn't even give, and as our AJK, one of our viewers, we love our viewers, as you know, by the way, you're all hitting that like, but as we love our viewers, as AJK said, the Massachusetts State Police Colonel Jeffrey Noble filed Proctor March 19th this year, okay? It was not something 2 years ago, because he wrote he was a lead investigator for actions he took as the lead investigator. that embarrass them and were vile and were disgusting and were terrible, and the texts that we all know about, okay? And you get Yuri Bukhenik on, and somebody has schooled him to say that Michael Proctor was not the lead investigator into the death of John O'Keefe and the Karen Reed case. All right, that is wrong. I mean, he toyed with, he played with, he tried to play with. Well, he's the case officer. And I can't say he's the lead investigator because I look at that as if he did 51% of the work. You're a supervisor, idiot. Okay, you have to sign off. We learned from Joe Giacolone, a great police officer. You have to look at his reports to sign off. You have to sign off on everybody's report. And if you sign off on it and they're wrong, or they're not right, or they're biased, or they're false, or whatever they are, it's your fault. And if you don't want to take the blame now, you're going to take the blame some other time. Okay, and it may not be in this case, but it will come down on you at some point. So what he said, it's a question of integrity. Again, integrity, if you think this is a question of integrity, and you wouldn't, by the way, you wouldn't answer Alan Jackson because he said, I'm not going to take your word for it on whether a report was issued. So Alan Jackson came with the receipts. He decided to pull out all the search warrants, all the affidavits where the affiant or affiant is Michael Proctor, 11, 12, 13. And he tried to fight with him. At the end, it turns out Michael Proctor's name is all over this whole case. It's all over. You can't have the case against Karen Reed if you don't have Michael Proctor involved. He's everywhere at the beginning of it, in terms of it. It's impossible for him to agree. He'd have to see, and then he wanted to see every single report. Okay, you want to see every single report, but if you allow this to happen, it's on you. All right. And what else did he say? All right, that was just ridiculous. He wasn't going to. He said that he investigated, but he didn't actually investigate. He never went to 34 Fairville, and then he wanted to say that because Brian Albert, who the dead bodies found on his house, another Boston cop, he wanted to say he accompanied Jen McCabe for when he got there for her interview at her house. And that's fine because they were cooperating witnesses. And Alan Jackson had to get him to admit that indeed somebody who may be cooperating could be a liar and actually be a suspect. All right. I mean, this was absolutely mortifyingly embarrassing. And then he doesn't do reports on evidence that's collected until 18 months after. And indeed, he knows that the Canton Police Department has been recused, and yet supposedly 11 days after this accident, they're finding a small piece. The chief of Canton is finding another piece of taillight. As this guy also goes driving by. Whoa, I go driving by. You know, I told everybody, go driving by for 11 days. And look what happens. Oh, look, we find in the rain a big piece. We find a big piece, but it's raining. So I don't call. He doesn't call crime scene services out to document where they find it. They have no photographs. They have no logs. They don't have any chain of custody. They go to the hospital. They mix the clothes together. They eventually were going to see that the clothes are mixed together with these supposed red taillights. I mean, this was not only embarrassing. I think Alan Jackson just made Yuri Bukhenik look like he's, as we said, Bukhenik inverted, or is it Bukhenik a liar? Or is it Bukhenik he's trying to cover up? Whatever it is, this is just starting, okay? We haven't even gotten to the Sally Port, and we're going to see if Judge Beverly Cannoni decides to protect him. Today, Alan Jackson asked to go to sidebar, and she told Bukhenik after that to please answer the question if you can quickly. And then you saw Bukhenik, because the judge got involved and for one time at least gave some type of an instruction for this police officer to answer the questions, which were just yes and no questions. You didn't have to filibuster. You weren't on the floor of the Senate of the United States Senate filibustering. You weren't trying to beat Cory Booker in the filibuster of the year. You're there to answer the question, okay? So that is, to me, I think it is absolutely ridiculous. Then we get to Brian Higgins, and you see he's already distancing himself from Brian Higgins, right? Because Brian Higgins, as we all know, he's the ATF agent. When he learned, apparently, that his phone was going to be seized, he went to a federal base, and he took out the SIM card and threw away his phone, and then he changed carriers. And that he's not the only one who did that. There's two other people who did something like that, all right? So we have a lot of things going on here. You can't distance yourself, Yuri Bukhenik, from this investigation. You can't distance yourself from Proctor. You're as responsible as Proctor for letting all this happen. And indeed, if indeed there is something happened inside that house, which we now know from Ian Whiffen, or Mr. Wiffleball, as I say so lovingly. Thank you, Joey Kane, for what's on our website there. Ian Wiffleball, right? That the circles put John O'Keefe into the house at 34 Fairfax. They put him inside the house. Okay, they put him there. And we know that Higgins had put the 6'2" man there inside the house. And Higgins was sweet on John O'Keefe's girl. You know, we all know what the first trial is. So we're looking at this testimony in that, in terms of in that first trial. And I think that even if you don't, the jury who really hasn't really, the jury has gone with 12 days. They haven't heard a medical examiner. They haven't heard a cause of death. They haven't heard a manner of death. This is unusual. They're trying to piece this together. And what Brennan tried to do with Bukhenik was, again, try to cement, well, you know, I have a confession in a report that never existed and doesn't exist now. And he said, well, I told Proctor to put in the report that she had made a statement that I hit him, and it never got in his report. Okay. And this is all new that's all new testimony. So he looked shitty on direct examination. It looks like they're trying to make things up. And then on cross-examination, this is just the beginning, because we haven't even gotten to the good stuff yet. We're just softening Yuri Bukhenik up. All right. And if he thinks that he could play lawyer against Alan Jackson, he's got another thing coming. As you all know, I tried a case with Alan Jackson and Phil Spector 6 months. Okay. He was an annihilator in court. All right. I happened to win that one on him, and I'm sure he wasn't happy about it. But we have great respect for each other in terms of our legal abilities. All right. And so I know how he tries a case, and he's going to go at you, 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 and he's going to go at you. And if Yuri Bukhenik thinks that he's any match for him, well, I think he just learned today. And somebody better sit there and talk to him tonight. And if this is how Hank Brennan prepped him to answer these questions, Hank Brennan better reconsider, because Hank Brennan, as you know, is a smart lawyer. And he just watched his witness get demolished in terms of attitude, in terms of snark. And he also, the Massachusetts State Police, watched their witness be embarrassed. And if they don't think this is an embarrassment, well, then they are somehow off the rails. With that, that's my rant of the afternoon for right now. When we come back, we do have a guest coming on tonight, right, Missy? Can you want to put in our chat here who our guest is at 6 o'clock? Oops, it says leave site. I don't want to leave site yet. I already had enough problems with my computer, right? We're going to portal for 6 o'clock. And by the way, Zelda Bot, thank you so much. Now we know pig DNA was from Buchanan and Proctor. Well, I hate to call them pigs. I mean, because I do work with a lot of police officers, and I think so many of them are so good, right? And this kind of officer, however, gives them a bad name, just like lawyers who lie and steal money give lawyers a bad name, and doctors who commit malpractice and sexually assault their patients give doctors a bad name. And so he gives somebody a bad name, in my humble opinion. You may agree with me, you disagree with me, whatever you want to do. Please, we are open to everybody here. But thank you, Zelda Bot, about that. But we do know that, what do we know? We know that there is a lot more to come. So at 6 o'clock, we have, Missy, have you put the name of our guest at 6 o'clock in yet? Or Missy's probably portaling us right now, because before we go, I just want to let you know who it is. Or maybe I'll surprise you. Okay, maybe I'll surprise you. Oh, yes, Gail White, longtime Canton resident. Okay, now you know. And she's got a lot to say. You also know Michel Bryant has been up there in Canton, in Dedham and Canton for the last 2 days. He's got reports on our Justice Serve TV website. We're going to do an interview with one of the neighbors who lives 2 houses away pretty soon. And Michael reported on this last night. The police never came and knocking to see what he said on them, to anybody, if he heard anything. So, he also talked to one of the longtime friends of the O'Keefes. And we're open to having anybody from the state come on. If you want to come on, please come on. We'll listen with you. We'll agree with you if we agree with you, and we'll disagree with you if we disagree with you. But we're always going to do it knowing, like Alan Jackson, we have a lot of different things, and we have the backup in our pocket, whether we agree or disagree with you. All right, so we're going to portal tonight, Justice Served TV. There's our portal, 6 o'clock. But before you go today, please hit. You've all been with me pretty much all day, even when I had even when my computer decided to leave in some way without me. And luckily, Michel Bryant and Dina and Scott were there. Portal with me, but hit that like button. Hit the subscribe button. Hopefully, we'll get over 12,000. I think we may even be there while I've been on the air. You guys are great. As you know, we're a young channel, but we're committed. We're committed to this case. We've been up there 10 times, and we're going to go up there a lot more, and we're going to see what happens. And whatever happens, we're going to make sure that we tell everybody over and over again that whatever you think about this case, all right, the state's burden of proof is to prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt. It only helps you, I, family members, friends, and whoever if the Constitution of the United States is followed. It's not something to be maligned like Hank Brennan did the other day arguing against Alan Jackson and arguing against actually a lessee in a motion. So stay with us. We will see you later. We also love you also too. I'm Linda Kenny Bond. I'm going to sign off right now, and I will see you in less than 2 hours. Bye.